Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right, that we are. Oh, man, let's start this Friday. I am beat. Oh, man. Welcome to the show, everybody. We are indeed all high on politics. I, unfortunately, couldn't escape any of it yesterday, so, yeah, I can't say that yet. It was a day off from politics at all. But what up, Etch? How you doing? Candid Lithograph, early bird today. Actually, this is my normal time, but welcome to the show anyway. Yeah, I usually start at 4 p.m. Central Standard. Alrighty, but yeah, I want to just address if I'm a little out of sorts today. I am tired. I just didn't sleep. I had a rude night. I'll just say that, where my brain was being very, very mean to me and just reminding me of everything that's going on. So I barely slept a wink. I meant me catching the stream on time, notifications working. Oh, well then, welcome, Candid Lithograph. I do always appreciate having you all here. You guys already are on top of everything, hitting that like button. We are underway. I'm excited to get to the news today, despite the fact that, what a day to miss yesterday. That sucked. Sucks when your brain won't shut down. Yeah, it was pretty significant too. I haven't had it happen this way in a while, especially, with the hemp ban. We're back to this era, I swear to God. It is true. Like I sang just the hook of Reefer Madness, and all of a sudden, I guess that's what I get. But that being said, my CBD products did not work, and my brain would not shut the F up. But yes, I'm also just I had a lot to do yesterday, and it was also a lot with the situation that's going on, so I'll just kind of leave it at that. Lots to talk about. Yeah. I couldn't escape it, and like I said, what a day to miss, because yesterday would have been a good one, as the information was coming out. Because, dude, those emails, because there were 20,000 of them, mainstream media outlets didn't catch on for a while, and it was almost like all day I would go to the next video, and it would be about a new email. It was crazy. Still alive, Weasel Lord. What's up, brother? I actually randomly, I had to harvest today. I had to finish my harvest. That took me 3 fucking days. Yeah, it's great when you have a awesome, like, the yield was awesome, but then you start thinking about the whole trimming process, and you're like, oh, whoops. So, yeah, that sucked. My whole kitchen, you walk upstairs, and I usually wouldn't be one to complain about this, where it's like the smell hits you. It makes you literally made my eyes hurt, where it's just like, whew, that's potent. It's potent. But it's good. I need a headset. I am currently in the grocery store and have you muted. Oh, too bad. Well, here. Happy to still have you here. Still have you in chat. All right. But now to the stuff that's going on. We're just pretty much going right into it today, since I did kind of miss all the fun. There's so much information. There's so much. I'm not sure if you guys had information overload like I did, but it did hit me where I was like, I need to slow down. I need to just kind of wait. And then I woke up this morning because I just kind of tuned out, which that was both a good thing and a bad thing because the catch up this morning, I felt like I was doing homework. That was insane. Dude, Trump is definitely in that you still talking about this guy mode again, where he is pissed. You can tell just in like the way that he's tweeting, and he's back to like the really, really long or truthing, whatever. I still can't believe we're calling it that. Can we just call it tweeting? But yeah, he ain't happy. Then we also have, just the extent of the emails, who is implicated in them. Weasel Lord, thank you for becoming a member. Hell yeah, man. Look at you with that gold badge. I really appreciate that. Don't forget, guys, you guys can get your own gold badge there if you continue your memberships with the channel. I do know that you get them back if you let a membership lapse, so that's also nice, because I had that happen on one of the channels that I follow, so I was a little worried about that because I was originally gifted one, and then I went to go purchase it. I was like, oh no, I hope I don't lose my streak. I lost my streak. Stupid card expired. Oh, that's what it is, though. Yeah. Okay. So I'm wondering if it's going to affect your next bet. Yeah. 'Cause I know that's like they do it in weird things, but how long for gold? I think 6. Is that 6 months? Oh, he upgrades to the hot membership. Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate that. You know what? For that. I know I'm not really doing spicy takes, but not quite the pepper hat, but we'll go with the I'll go with Red Vision for a second. Thank you for the hot membership, dude. No, I really appreciate that. Thank you anybody who has is a member of the channel and has supported the channel. I really appreciate y'all. Also, that one, I forgot, warrants this. So let's start the day. Oh, look at who's all perked up now. He had a really good workout today. It was funny. He came back and he had that moment that I think we've all had. Like if you've ever been to the gym, which, you never know. But he got back inside and he just went, boom, just laid right down and kind of started snoring right out the gate. So you can tell that he was definitely pooped. Had himself a good old day though. Got to play with the neighbor dog and everything. Only spicy take you need right now is to keep the idea of Danica Lewinsky out of your nightmares. Danica Lewinsky? Is that like the fusion of Danica Patrick and Monica Lewinsky? Wait, is that a thing? Uh-oh. Now I have to wonder. All right. Okay, cool. Sorry, I did just have a little glitch. You haven't heard? No. Man, I go away for one day, and I feel like I missed a lot. Like, I really did. One day. I take one day off. With Sora, we can have it. I don't want to have it. Well, who needs that? That's not something that I ever just like woke up and went, hey, you know what I need in my life? The emails, bro. Hey, I did think about that. So I was having like a shower argument with like a fake chat where I was just like preparing, like doing the shadow box and just being like, yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. I thought about how I'm going to use the emails one. If somebody tries to bring that up, it's just like, oh, I know that you guys have the capacity to remember emails, considering that that's all I had to hear about for years. So, emails. 20,000 of them. Holy crap. Donnie T is compromising position with... I mean, listen. When I saw that one, I immediately had the thought, like, this has got to be Jeffrey Epstein... like making a joke about this, because if I'm not mistaken, I think that was one of the ones that was in 2017. Again, the rabbit hole that we're going to be going down today is just, but we're doing it. But yeah, I think that one was a more in jest, I don't know. I saw Kyle Kolinski talking about it a little bit earlier today, and he seemed to want it to be true. Or, like, he kept saying, I want this to be fake. I want this to be fake. I'm like, no, you don't. Just admit. It's like, you want that to be real, but it's real in my headcanon. Ugh. I don't want to be where that is. I mean, that is hilarious. I know what my my newest protest sign's gonna be, and that's gonna be hilarious. It's also gonna be a bit. It's like, I don't want to draw this, but I'm gonna draw this. But yeah, man, I didn't have that one. Like, that was really weirdly placed within like the whole email release, and just I don't know, the language behind it seemed kind of jokey, so I don't know. Aliana on the new phone. Hey, glad you got a new phone. Cool. New phones are always good. Mine's probably at that point. But you're also high. Nice. Well, welcome to the show. I appreciate having you here. You're in good company. We're also 413, so we're going to be getting to that. Thank you for saying my name right. Hey, for me, that's actually a real accomplishment, because I was one of those guys that just because of my locality, I really, when I say Kamala, people have a problem with it. So I'm not even sure if I said it right there, but glad to know I'm in good company. Hard to find in the politics tag on Twitch. Yeah, no kidding. There's a reason that I have to switch between Just Chat and politics, but it's early enough in the day where people looking for political content, I'd rather take the hit, because I'll admit it, on Twitch, I have to take a little bit of a hit there, so they don't push my content as much, and they're just like, no ad revenue for you, sir, you and your controversial topics. Hey, I'm about to smoke once I'm done with my errands. Hell yeah. For your errands is better. Yes. Not always, because I actually had a moment when I was when I was shopping yesterday. I was getting some errands done, and whoo boy, you ever have that moment where you feel like you're legitimately like floating down the aisles? Yeah, kind of felt that. Oh, so you're shadow banned? Kinda. No, I'm not like shadow banned. It's just how they do things with political content now, where if you're not registered as Just Chat, then whatever. I'm on YouTube primarily. That is my main channel. At least I consider it that way. I do commit just as much to Twitch though, so I appreciate the support either way. But here, also follow me over on YouTube. Throw me a subscription, really helps. Also hit that like button, guys. Come on, we're doing so well. Hey, Hermit, how you doing? I try not to drive after. Yeah, I get that. I really get that. Some people cannot drive when they are high, and it's usually the ones that are like, I got this. It's like, no, you do not. It's like, I have almost died with you. Let's not do that. I'll throw you a subscribe on YouTube for sure. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. No, and that's valid. As I said, like, everybody needs to know their limits. Me personally, I can drive. I'm one of those that it legitimately makes me a better driver because I'm just more attentive. It's when I'm not, is when I'm like, I get like ragey. It's not good. I can, or so I think, but still. Yeah, again, let's also be real. It's kind of related to like strain. I've had moments where I thought I'd be completely fine, take a rip of a Benjamin that turns out to have a little bit more of a kick to it, and then you're, like I said, walking through the aisles where you're just like, am I floating? I feel like I'm floating. That's not good. Everybody can tell that I'm floating. I don't like how the eyes are on me. I need to go somewhere. I go find an aisle where I'm just like, nobody needs a bin right now. Just kind of hunker down. I know security's watching me. I can feel the eyes. Nothing's weirder when you have absolutely no intent to do anything bad, but then you're walking around the store like, wow, security's watching me. I feel suspicious and I don't know why. It's like when you don't buy anything and you walk through the metal detectors, you're like, look, I am not buying anything. I have nothing in my pockets. It's like, why do you have such a guilty conscience? I don't know. Hey, that's real shit right there, man. I have had that moment way too many times walking through a store. I'm just like, why do I do this to myself? I really couldn't even say that much. I've had a good day. If I had not been, I probably wouldn't have smoked. Oh, hey. Or would have smoked. Yeah, no, there's days too where, like, yeah, you don't want to ruin the natural high of having a good day. I call it coming up pep. All things are coming up pep. And if they sometimes, nah, they're not coming up pep. Once security was tailing me, plain clothes, because they profiled me as a thief for how I dressed. Yeah. I said bro to him, and he was like, all right. He just... I love the fact that you spotted the cop. You're just like, hey, cop. And you, all right. Well, time to move on. All right. That's funny. I've had that too. I did that at a concert once where I called out the plainclothes officer. I was just like, what's up, officer? She looks at me and gives me a, oh, fuck. Dude, that was hilarious. My buddy, he was standing right next to me when it happened, and we had that total stoner moment where he keeled over just in laughter, just like, what an idiot. Good times. Never seen a cop in plain clothes before. Oh, dude, they're so easy to spot. Especially at a show. You can tell just by the way that they're standing. You're just like, yeah, it's a cop. They always, because this was at a stoner show where it was Dirty Heads and Slightly Stupid co-headlining, and then they had the Expendables and the Eradicators, which that was awesome. It was such a good show. I was very, very high up in the atmosphere for that one. Also, great show. But yeah, there were a lot of cops just walking around because technically open consumption wasn't encouraged, but it was permitted because they knew what they were doing. They're just like, okay, what band did we hire? Slightly Stupid, huh? Let's hear their... Oh, God. You know that there was one dude who had never heard of them. That was just like the second that the reggae kicks in, and they're just like, wait a minute, we have this coming to our town? Oh, no! Oh, I should have mentioned that this was in like a small town outside of Chicago. I was like, really? Okay. It was kind of like a county fair kind of vibe. Good times, though. Good times. But yeah, the way that the cops are walking around, I have to say, even if they were going to enforce it, they would have spent all night doing it because it was everywhere. And we had one situation where there was this couple next to us that I don't think they were there for the concert. I think they were there for like the fair portion of things. Because, oh boy, were they not happy. And oh boy, did I not care. I almost said something, but somebody else took care of it for me, so yeah. Also, I had my wife just kind of give me, like, the classic, just little... I call it, like, the goose, because, like, you know how your parents would, like, goose you, like, when you were at the park or something, and, like, you were acting up? I'm not sure if you guys had parents like mine, and I'm not I don't think this is abuse, but... yeah, my mom would just kind of give me like a little thumb underneath like the bicep, just like and like kind of just pinch a little. Hey, thank you for the follow on 421. Technically 421's a pep talks day because pep talks. You're gonna like that slogan whether you do or not. I liked it, and someone had to knock the wind out of myself. I was like, hey, I like it because pep talks. It's like, you know, party poopers. All right. Well, now we are all set for the rest of the show. Well, the rest of the show for the next hour. But yeah, we're gonna be covering some of the just some of it. It's gonna be 90% of the show, guys. Like the Jeffrey Epstein is going to be most of it. You know, maybe I should start the show with the hemp ban because that's not being talked about enough at all. And I have to say, Pep do be talking. Some may say yapping. You know what? Not now. I don't need that negativity right now. I'm cope laughing because, hey, that was the bad. You know what? That was kind of part of the bad thing going on last night that kept me up. I did actually have like that little demon in my head. I need to name mine. I used to. I don't want to call him Norton anymore. Norton. It just makes it so that I lose track and think of the Honeymooners. So, which yes, I watched the Honeymooners with my grandma. So, do I just keep it as Norton? Either way, the asshole is what I'll call him because I have to literally say like, "Hey, asshole." Sometimes I'll even do it out loud, where it's just like, "Stop, just stop." Like, what are you doing? Why? But yeah, I had had that little asshole whispering in my ear yesterday, just kind of like, hey, it's good that you're taking a day off because you flood the zone. Too much pep talks. Maybe you should shorten the show. Maybe people are sick of you. Maybe I'm sick of you. It was just like, what the fuck? Did you remember the 420? I did, Tragic, and I appreciate you popping on by to make sure that I'm nice and honest on this side with it. So, Purple Moon Rock, nice. Yeah, if that's a strain you got. Okay, the what now? Oh, sorry, Hermit. I meant I was talking about my like inner voice. He's an asshole, like the one that just pops up whenever I'm feeling just even a hint down, and then it just it quadruples down on it. Like it's all the negative shit. I really hope that I'm not just speaking for myself, because then I might need to go get help. Because I'm pretty sure we all have that negative side of us that takes over occasionally. I just got hired for a remote job with Herb Maps. Nice. I'm celebrating with Sebe Day. Really? Oh, I have used that program. So congratulations. That's awesome. I hope that you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna just do the hemp bandit like right now. Here. Yes, you're ruminating. You know what? Like I said, I don't like the negativity. Even though, yeah, I do. It's all right. I enjoy the humor side. T-Bone, what up? Hello, everyone. Just stopping by to say happy Friday. Happy Friday, man. Wish you could hang out, but yeah, no, I appreciate you stopping by. You know I always appreciate it. It's valid, you're allowed. Oh, thank you. Well, here, because I'm not hearing anything about this, except for, my stoner circles. Let's learn real quickly about the effects of this THC ban, that they're disguising as a hemp ban, which I'm not sure, like, if you guys have never read The Emperor Wears No Clothes, by Jack Herrera, that's where the strain came from. Yeah, it's wonderful because it goes into major detail about why this is ground zero for another THC ban, and they're gonna. But I'll talk about this at the end of it. I'm not as down in the dumps about this because I don't think it's going to last as long as people think, and I don't think it's going to have the repercussions that some people think.
Hemp-derived THC products could be on the chopping block as Washington lawmakers move forward with a Senate deal to end the now 41-day government shutdown. The Senate made progress toward reopening the government as enough Democrats
The vast majority want it federally legalized. Yep.
split from their caucus to join Republicans in voting 60-40 on an updated stopgap funding bill. The deal
I can't believe they did it that way, by the way. Like, I know that they tend to fill, like, even a continuing resolution with some pork, but this was so egregious where the paper trail was, like, just so tiny that you could go back to Mitch McConnell getting an $800,000 payout from Big Alcohol and him just going, technically, we need to get rid of the CBD. We need to protect the
bill
children.
contained a continuing resolution to open the government through January 30th and 3 full-year 2026 appropriation bills. One of the 3 proposed full-year bills, the Agricultural Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act, contained language that would ban
Hey, that looks like the stuff that I just trimmed today.
most hemp products.
That looks like a Kush.
The bill, quote, prevents the unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based or hemp-derived products, including Delta-8, from being sold online in gas stations.
Really? Oh, hey, this is actually the brand that I use, by the way. Funny enough, right here. These are that's my jam right there, guys. Right here. The peach rings suck. Fuck the peach rings. These are okay. I didn't mind these, but they're a little too gummy. These are really, really good. The strips, you can't even tell the difference.
And
It doesn't have that like telltale taste.
corners
The rainbow belts, it's my favorite.
stores while preserving non-intoxicating CBD and industrial
I want one, but they really do knock you
hemp
out.
products.
So,
The hemp industry has been raising alarm bells.
hey, that really does look
Also
like,
about
dude. If you guys want to see, I posted in horticulture in the Discord.
Possibility
Here,
of a
if you
hemp
guys
ban
haven't joined
in
the
recent
Discord,
weeks. The U.S. Hemp
speaking of,
Roundtable
got a lot of fun stuff over there. Check out the horticulture.
DEFCON 1 for hemp in a post on X.
DEF CON, see? Idiot. I can't believe Candace Owens. DEF CON 3! It's like, she put that in a thumbnail. It's like, you're not going to check that? You're not, oh, wow. Not even a cursory Google, like, is it DEFCON or DEPCON? No, it's definitely DEATHCON. That sounds better and scarier. And most people think it's DEATHCON anyway. God, thank you, Brian Regan, for giving me the impression of just a dumbass American. Alrighty. But yeah. Alright, so, my thoughts on this. I think that this is mostly going to affect these states like Nashville and the ones that haven't legalized yet or have been just recently starting to get with the legalized market. Also, hemp derived. That is very specific, and you can technically play games in how you classify and reclassify. So it's like if they want to classify it all as hemp, we could just easily classify it as THCA and just be like, well, now it's THCD or whatever the fuck. Like all they have to do is play around with the genetics a little bit. Wouldn't this bad affect the other industries too, due to them having to demolish any of the hemp plants? Not necessarily, because it's not all coming from one source. Like these dispos, they all have their own groweries, is what I call them. I'm not sure if that's actually the right term, but they're sophisticated warehouses and things like that. So I just have to say, I know that if they try to enforce the like this down to just like local dispensary levels, again, this is where the money talks, bullshit walks kind of comes into this, and it's fine if they're going to go after rights. That's easier for them to do. You go after money, though? You go after tax? You go after billions of dollars of proven tax revenue? Then you have lawsuits. Massive lawsuits, because where's that? All right, where's that money coming from? Oh, no, you don't have an answer? Fuck you. Y'all, I'm here, but I'm not I'm not paying attention. Hey, well, this is the one you should pay attention to. Wait a minute. We are all in a common space here where we just established that we all like to do a certain thing and, you know, have a certain pastime. Well, this is where, you should at least pay a little bit of attention. Candid, I'm not sure where you're from. But if you're in a safe blue state and you already have like legalization, yeah, I think you'll be okay. But this is going to, like I said, have an effect on, specifically on like Nashville, Tennessee. Ooh. Pep, is that a sword? Yeah. How cool was that? It was my power sword. I'm very excited. Yeah, that thing was at the tip of the cola to the bottom. And by the way, I didn't like leave any stem. I cut it right at the bottom of the cola. It was 13 inches. Well, I'm in Canada. Oh, well, nice. I'm in Anarchy. Wait, back to lurking, rolling a spliff. Nice. An Anarchy. Well, again, I don't mind the lurkers. Just remember to at least hit that like button. You've already followed on Twitch here. Maybe consider throwing some of them, if you're not already committed to another channel with the Bezos money. That's always like a badge of honor. I feel like I'm getting like a Pokemon badge from that, where it's just like, hey, yeah, fuck you, Bezos. Which is fun. America has some great anarchist history. Nice. I thought of myself as an anarchist for a while. I don't want to work. I want to go back to bed. Hey, so we're kind of in the same boat today. Because I'm also sleepy. Like, I'm just, yeah. I've got that post not getting the amount of sleep that you need just feeling. Hence my 4th cup of coffee today. Don't do Prime. It's if you do Prime. If you already got it, I understand. Trust me, guys. I'm one of those guys on like YouTube and Twitch where honestly, just any way you can support the show, even if it's the free way, just by hitting the like button and subscribing and sharing. Oh yeah, sharing. I forgot to even share my own stream. Whoops. All right. Let's take care of that. What a big dum-dum I am. Also, shout out Alex for kind of getting on me about that, where he's like, wait a minute, are you telling me that you don't post when you go live? I'm like, am I supposed to? He's like, yeah, what are you doing? It's one more avenue where somebody might see it. It's like, oh yeah, right. Come join the circle. Get it? Get it? Ha 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 ha. There we go. Spliff rolled. Nice. I need to one good spliff. I like doing nice little spliffs. Those are my preferred way of rolling. Help start the Pony Express. Oh, the BDS thing? Yeah, I know. I'm aware. There was an unfriendly drunk waste man in the park. Well, I am sorry that you're dealing with somebody who is unfriendly. Man, what is going on with YouTube today? Keeps going. All right. I'm not even going to focus on this, but it only gets to me when I watch. So I have a live view count, right? Which, yeah, occasionally I check. This, it says 0, which I'm 90% sure that that's not the case. But if it is, what happened? Yeah, if you're over on YouTube, shout out, because, yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, but also, for some reason, YouTube's telling me that you're not. You're all ghosts. You're all somehow ghosts of the internet. There's so much empty space in cities, but there's cameras everywhere. What do you mean by empty space? There we go. Okay, I guess, yeah, that proves it wrong. Amazon is one of the few I don't blame people for still using, as it's taken over to the point that it's hard to buy certain things elsewhere. I honestly, I wasn't really going to go into it, but since you put it, yes, I still use Prime, and I kind of have to. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to be able to really do a lot. Pep, I was never here if they ask. Who's asking? What'd you do? Wait a minute. If I'm going to lie for somebody, don't be vague. Like, this is a real thing, by the way. I had this with my roommate where I was just like, hey, man, can you, like, if you're going to implicate me and, like, or, like, if you're going to try and get me involved in something, at least have the courtesy to just be like, hey, man, I fucked up. I did X. Now I need your help. Don't do that vague shit. I have had too many people try that with me where they're just like, hey man, I really need some help. Can you bail me out of this? It's like physically, like, do you need money? Like, what's going on here? It's just a different vibe in the country. Yeah, it is, yeah. I was out there recently, kinda. I call it country because it's very spacious. You want to talk about spacious? It's like the suburbs and like the country. Holy fuck, man. There's so much space. So much wasted space, too. Like my buddy, he lives in this neighborhood that's really nice, but it only has like one park. And they could easily have like 4 or 5 parks just with like the space like in between all the houses and then the empty lots and just, I don't know, man. I think that like my perfect version of like suburbia is kind of like at least have a town square in every suburb and then kind of make it to where like the people of that suburb can go to said town square, but that does not seem to be the case. That's not saying it's better or worse, just clearly a whole different thing. Oh, it is. It is. As somebody who like lives in like, so my buddy, he lives pretty much on an island, right? Like for real. He lives on one of those like Wisconsin islands. And when he comes back, he's commented like how it's just like, dude, like you can feel the anxiety out there just being on the road. And then you get reminded that it's like, oh yeah, I'm back in Chicago. It's like, yeah, dude. But there's that part of me that's just like, welcome to Chicago, bitch. Drive right. Pay attention. Yeah. I can tell you how many times I've almost gotten hit by somebody that is like obviously not from like where we are. And it's just like, hey man. People who stop at yellows. What's with that? Gotta say, what's with that? Is that a thing in like smaller towns? Because who has that much fucking time? Like, Jesus. My town is kind of a town that sold the public school to become a private school for like what the hell? You live in a shit town, my friend, and I'm not trying to be mean. If they actually did that, that's insane. I went to a private school, and I can tell you right now, no bueno. No bueno. Because they can get away with that religious bullshit, and they can discriminate based on that religious bullshit. It is not good. But, yeah. Oh, I was dead serious about that, by the way. Like, do people usually stop on yellow? Like, I know it means yield, but I don't know if you guys are outside of a city, because I think this goes for pretty much anybody that lives in a city, that nobody stops at a fucking yellow. Nobody. But I'm only harping on this because it happened like so often when I went like to go visit my buddy in the country, and I was just like, I think I'm gonna go nuts. Such a weird thing to like to harp on, but hey, what can I say? I don't like it when depends on the yellow and when it changed. It's like from green when I'm okay, specifically this happened to me. So I am waiting to turn left, right? And it was pretty cool too. Like they have an arrow that flashes yellow. But this person they just stopped right like at the line, which I'm pretty sure that it's like you're supposed to actually like move out and go the car length, and then it turns red and then you complete your turn. I think that's the legal way to do it. Because if you do it any sooner, that does run the risk of somebody blowing the yellow. So it's like, no. This is like the understood way of doing it. Yeah, this person just stopped. Just didn't turn. And I may have like kind of lost my shit. Like I didn't like get out of my car or anything, but I was just like, what the fuck? Anyway. Schizophrenic enjoyer. Shalom. Hi. Small town cops will get you for the smallest shit. Yeah, so I was driving through this small ass town. Speed limit was 25, right? I was going 27 and I got a fucking ticket. But I showed up to court for that one. And that was really funny because it's the first time I've ever seen a judge like straight up yell at a cop. Just like, if I ever have you in my courtroom again with something like this, I will throw out every case you bring me. I was like, whoa. That guy got in deep shit. Prosecutor did not look happy either. Wait. Just in case thing. Especially at the end of the month. Yeah, the quota thing. Yeah, we got that. We totally got we have a not quota. What do you mean? Police quota? That's so fake. What are you talking about? My buddy's actually, this guy, like, he was my original like dealer. His dad was a CPD commander. he told me about it where he's just like, yeah, there's definitely quotas. He's like, yeah, we look at our numbers and then we realize it's just like, okay, so I haven't had, enough, people like sometimes, they did say that they go up for performance review. And I do know that like with certain precincts that have like the dash cams and shit like that, that's when that happens. And they'll pull some of the dash cams and just be like, hey, so you just let that guy go. You just let that guy go. You just let that guy go. What are you doing? So yeah, I do know that tends to be a thing. I experienced the ticketing teens they don't like thing. Yeah, even worse, I got told straight up that I'd keep getting pulled over unless I quit hanging out with the wrong people. Yeah, I had that. I also had a school. I'm not sure what you guys called them, but we actually had like a school officer that, like, it wasn't a security guard. It was like a cop. And he would do the same thing. And dude, he was so lazy. He was definitely not there for security because he would, most of the time, be in his car just making sure that none of us, like, were trying to escape. That happened once. I got... Dude. So, yeah, I might have been skipping. It wasn't exactly the greatest example. But, this asshole, he follows me out and he pulled me over. And I was dumb because I looked at his normal spot. He wasn't there. I just didn't realize he was sitting at, at the end of... So, like, the way my school was, like, it had, like, this weird hill where, like, the trash was. And he was, like, kind of halfway up the hill, halfway down the hill kind of thing, kind of hiding. So, yeah, it worked for him. Yeah, that sucked. When he saw it was me, too, he was just like, it's always you. Man, damn it. One time, I got a ticket, and he kind of gave me the choice, where he was like, all right, do you want me to turn you in to the authorities, like the principal? Or he's like, do you want a ticket? I was like, I'll take the ticket. It was just, it was like a speeding ticket, because I was speeding, whatever. I was speeding. I was so dumb. I was such a dumb kid. Here I'm trying to even play the game of like, it wasn't my fault. It's like, no, it totally was my fucking fault. I was trying to be like all fast and furious outside of the fucking parking lot. Yeah. We're all dumb teenagers at one point, right? Nicest ending. Wait. I experienced the ticketing teen. I kind of felt radicalized because our town is literally like draw a line down the highway on one side of town. Other one is... Oh, wow. Really? That's... Yeah, so it's super segregated. Damn. Not supposed to be hanging out on the other side. Nicest ending is things got a lot better since, like night and day. Change takes time, but a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we kind of have a similar thing. Our prison population has dropped by almost 50% in 10 years. Wow. Yeah. I know that, like, when they talk about crime rates and even prison rates, like, ours are significantly down. It's not just a whole bunch of talking points that J.B. Pritzker's throwing out because Trump is an asshole. It's true. And anecdotally, I can say that it's like, no, things have gotten way better. Like, they were a bit sketch during, like, COVID, I'll admit. Like, it was a bit scary. It was just but I was more afraid going anywhere. Like, actually, oddly enough, it was always going out and thinking that was a deal with a bunch of, like, the anti-vax, anti-mask crowd. And just the whole war of, hey, you can't tell me to wear a mask. It's like, oh, fucking Christ. Every time. Just be like, just put it on. Like, why can't you? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but you gotta make this your hill to die on? Really? You big fucking babies. God damn. I still can't. I'm not over that. Makes me feel good that something is getting better. Not to ignore all the shit going on. Well, yeah. Well, okay, so I have had segments on that, though, where I've talked about, like, some people burying their heads, and I have this weird thing where I'm all about prioritizing your mental health, but doing it at the cost, like, of being informed, I'm not sure if that's the right way to go about it. But makes me feel good. Wait. Some of them aren't over it. Oh, no. No, they never got over it. No, I still get that shit in my chat. Like, I've literally had people, and this is where I do think they're bots, like, they just haven't been updated, where they're just like, oh, are you vaxxed? It's like, really? That's where you... Okay. 2025, we're doing that, huh? Whatever. No, I still can't get over just how big of, like, babies they were. Just, and how that wasn't said enough to these people. It's like, shut up and quit being a baby. Like, we entertained that shit way too much. We really did. We treated them like the children that they are, where we just went, ignore them. But that seems to be, like, a common thread in America. I have to say, as someone who does not have kids, I do have that little bit of insight where I'm just like, it kind of does seem like that's a bit, like, it's a lot broader now than it used to be when I was a kid. I can just say that I've seen some behaviors in certain stores that if I had acted that way in front of my mom, that would have resulted in us leaving the store. And also me getting a spanking, because I did have spanking parents. I fucking hated the COVID age. Was in public trash service, so emptying trash cans and shit was literal hell. Normal day, that would take 4 hours, would take 12 hours because every trash can would be full of masks. Really? Ugh. Well, I mean, yeah, especially like the disposable ones. God, I couldn't stand the people that, like, I had a friend like this where he kept a disposable mask and he like just put it on his mirror and that's what he would wear in places. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, no, no. I still just can't. I can't get over just the attitude of we didn't know what was up. You know, you do know that, like, regardless of what you guys believe, and this is, I don't care who's in the audience here believing what, but it's regardless. There was a certain period of time where nobody knew anything. Whether it was a fucking scientist, politician, anybody, nobody knew anything about it. The novel coronavirus was scary as fuck because we did not know how it attacked people, and we just knew that it was killing healthy people. Plain and simple. People immediately had to go and be like, I'm going to be a pain in the ass, and I'm going to make it everybody's problem. This selfishness that has to, like, that exists in your brain for you to be able to do that, I can't even fucking comprehend. I really can't. And I'll be honest, like, I'm glad I'm getting this out now because, yeah, that bothered the crap out of me, guys. Now it's effing normal flu-ish. Not really. It's not normal flu. My wife has cancer, and I can tell you right now it ain't normal flu. There would be a reason that every oncologist is just like, no. We can't even run the risk of bringing cancer or COVID near anybody that is a chemo patient. Gee, I wonder why that would be. And I will say, like, yeah. My work shift was 18 hours because it too took so effing long to empty every bin. Park that would normally take 4 hours. I have friends that were effed by COVID. Yeah, I have a family member that is like, I think it's permanent with him. And he was a Trumper. He got it at a Trump rally. That's my favorite part about it, and he has to admit that. I love it. It's my little brother. My little brother who's God, he's gonna be turning 30. Well, no, hold on. How old is he? Like 25, 26. Still. He's still a baby to me. Every time I see him, I'm like, look at you. I wish I was kidding about that. I'm a little bit of that condescending older brother where it's just like, dude, I was already like out there living my life by the time you were born, bro. So plus he was an annoying little shit of a kid, but yeah, still love him. I'll just say though, yeah. That's where I've taken shit for that. I have literally, because I've talked about it here, where it's just like, yeah, some of us have shithead family members that we disagree on almost everything, but I still love him. He's still my kid brother. Took the vaccine, started as shitting blood. After it, still as shitting blood, even after the doctor shoved a camera up my ass and found nothing wrong. I'll let that one go. Well, then it sounds like you have colon issues, actually. Which, don't fuck around with that. That could actually, like, that could be cancer. That could be, like, colorectal cancer. Right after the vaccine? Sure. Or you had an allergic reaction to some mRNA, and it was a very special reaction the way that it was for most people. You do understand that, like, this is where I don't like the anecdotal bullshit. It's like people who experience something just for themselves and then go, everybody must be experiencing this. Look at the numbers. Look at the danger. And then they take from it where it's just like, because I thought I was going to be dead. According to everybody that took the goddamn vaccine or like didn't take the goddamn vaccine, they were telling me I was going to be dead. So we'll die in under 20 years anyway, so don't care. Aha! That's what they want you to do. Good day, Bandit. How you doing, brother? Are you sure it was the vaccine, though? Did they verify, or are you assuming? He's assuming. He's doing the correlative thing where he's like, the doctors couldn't find what was wrong with me, so it must have been vaccine, because that was what happened. I got vaccine, then started doing that. Again. These people that would have rather taken an ivermectin shot and knowing that that wasn't going to do shit, and then using the same logic where it's like, well, Big Pharma, blah, blah, blah. It's like, Big Pharma makes ivermectin, you fucking dumbasses. What? The fact that, like, nobody bothered to listen to a single scientist about the mRNA stuff just because they didn't want to be told by a Dr. Fauci or get the Fauci-ouchie or whatever. Fuck off. You know how anti-science most people turned, and then guess what that did? Made everybody into fucking bigger morons. Again, mRNA vaccines, the fact that we even got there was crazy. It is crazy. And that kind of shows just how effective mRNA, either vaccines or cancer research, because that's the biggest one, is that mRNA was pretty much being used for, is to attack cancer cells, which they have now proven is happening. But yes, I don't know if I have long COVID or just fat symptoms. Bandit. Well, as I said, my brother, he has long COVID, and he was as healthy as a horse, man. Like, he was in college all-star baseball player. He was, again, as healthy as you can be. And he was also a stubborn asshole who was a fucking Trumper who he lived in Florida at the time and was going to Trump like he went to a Trump rally. He went to multiple ones, but he knows the exact one he got it at. And he has said to me how much he regrets not listening to doctors, because he even said, he was just like, yeah, you know, I can sit here and argue with a bunch of shitheads online all day, but my doctor's telling me like that I would not be going through this had I actually taken the vaccine. He's like, I tend to believe my doctors on that one. But, you know, big COVID or whatever. No, I get so tired of these shitheads that think they know better than, like, medical professionals or scientists or anybody there. Like, that shit is crazy to me. Because guess what I didn't go to? Medical school. Guess who I'm going to trust? Somebody who did. Over my stupid fucking self? Fuck yeah. Listen, my brain can do the thing where it's just like, I don't know about that. That doesn't make much sense. It's like, again, you didn't go to medical school. By the way, one of the experimental cancer research projects was canceled by Doge. We know helped cure someone's cancer. Yep. So we killed a cure for cancer. Yeah, that's almost like we constantly do. It's the same thing why we're going after Cuba, because they have an actual vaccine for lung cancer. Nihilism. Oh, so we've got a nihilist in the chat here. Well, I happen to have a very nihilistic character. He happens to be German, but that's no fault of his own. My name is Eric. Listen, if you're going to be nihilistic, you might as well have some fun with it, okay? Wait, I mean, I literally sleep 1 to 3 hours because schizophrenia, so we'll either die from heart failure or lose my mind, so literally don't care. Oh, okay, my bad. Can repost if you want. No, my bad. I didn't mean to even skip it. It kind of got lost in my chat here. My goddamn car broke down today. I'm taking it to my Starbucks barista to get fixed tomorrow. See? Hey, COVID logic. I like it, Tony. You know? Oh my god. Honestly, sorry. I didn't think I was going to have to go on a COVID rant, but what the fuck? Like, I'm not even sure if I can say that. Like, because I know that oh, damn. My stream is going to get flagged now for that. Well, community notes. Do your thing. I'll just say this much, man. When I have somebody in my family that had every reason, and still to this day, still at, like, he has every reason to kind of fight this because he really still loves himself some Trump. Doesn't blame him at all. He actually is one of the weird ones where he's just like, yeah, he got that vaccine that you love so much. I'm like, then why didn't you take it? He's like, I don't know. I do love the fact that even in our serious arguments, I wish I was exaggerating this. In our serious arguments, it does turn into that. He just like, he gets mad and kind of stomps away. Go to my room. It's like, okay. Oh, man. So you can understand my nihilism literally doesn't matter what I do. Well, I get that, but playing into talking points that, you know, could actively hurt other people. Because I'll just say this much. I'm not one of the people that, like, would get hurt by this. My wife is. My sister is. My sister's she is has an immunocompromisation that legit, like, her entire COVID existence was just trying not to fucking die or get this shit because it would kill her. And guess what? She did. She still has never had it. Thank God. And yeah, unfortunately, there were just so many times that some maskless asshole just put her at risk because, you know, his freedoms. Does my sister not have the freedom to walk around a store because, again, she happened to be born with an immunocompromisation? Or not? Oh, no. Are we doing the Spartan theory thing here where it's like, your perfect fucking little body is working just fine, so you get to walk around with your fucking privilege? Go fuck yourselves. I hate people like this. I can't stand people like that. Ableist motherfuckers. God. You realize that half of that's where it comes from? You do realize that, right? That's why they're obsessed with the autism thing. They think autistic people are literally below them. Fuck them. Bunch of fucking room temperature IQ assholes. Wow. This feels good to get out. I will say that much. Hell yeah, Pep. Thank you. I mean, death is imminent for all, so for all of us. So me just saying I'm going to die pretty soon could hurt someone's feels. Again, my wife has cancer that could literally take her at any time. You know, knock on wood, but I just have to accept that. This is where I don't feel so bad. My mom also had schizophrenia. She died when she was 72, randomly. She had a heart attack caused by pneumonia brought on by COVID. Only reason she's dead, though, is because she put off going to the doctor because the one that was in network would have cost her thousands of dollars. So, whatever, man. Everybody's got problems. This is the weird part. I don't have those problems, but I can still say that I'd rather cater to people like you than my able-bodied fucking ass where I can just be inconvenienced for a second. I could wear a mask if it means even giving a level of mental comfort. Because that's the thing. They're like, oh, it's just like a face diaper that's like, you know, it's your little safety blanket. It's like, okay, then let them fucking have it. The idea is that you, again, for 20 fucking minutes can cover your goddamn mouth. No, I'll wear it over my face like this. Fuck. Seriously, you do understand how just absolutely ridiculous it was. Like, absolutely. Is this guy me? I don't know. Does the shoe fit? All right, there's Cinderella. Fucking A. I really did not realize how much that bugged me. Like, I kind of did, but just talking it out with you guys, like, 2025, yeah. I still got those feelings. It's just like, you immature assholes. LeMayo, it only applies if you're offended. when you know one day you will be gone and it won't matter to the universe, it's very frustrating. I mean, that's how I feel. Yeah, it sucks. It does. It sucks. You know, watching people just kind of move on. Even me. Like, I have, like, survivor's guilt with my mom. Like, I have, like, the imposter syndrome that came with it, which has only made my imposter syndrome with this shit a little bit worse, I'll admit it. Honestly, that's... I think you guys, if any of you have psychological training or just you have ever been diagnosed with anything, then I think you guys kind of understand. But yeah, I definitely have a little problem with that. And I think I talked about that with my comedy career, but that's kind of why I didn't continue. Is because, yeah, I hate the fact that I have to use the Joe Rogan quote, but you know what's up. Yeah, it's a real thing. It is a real thing. Live life to the fullest because it's the only one you got, YOLO. Yeah. Yeah, no, for real. I mean, I wish it wasn't taken and diminished by YOLO. Like, ew. Because it's the whole reason that people usually throw out a YOLO and then do something, like, financially stupid. I don't know. I've had that one a few times, but like I said, and it's just the pipeline, the MAGA to fucking maskless we don't like vaccinations. Just don't tell me what to do, mom. Like, holy fuck, man. That entire contingent of people, you do understand the common thread that they're all retarded. They're sitting here talking about autistic people when they're walking around being as dumb as they are. Sitting here telling us how it's like, you guys are gonna die. The unvaccinated sperm is gonna be worth a fortune. I'm gonna be selling my seed back in the 2030s. Yeah, I literally had that conversation with some dipshit. I'm like, oh. Okay. Okay. Well, I hope that you understand that we can just... we know you're going to be sitting there sucking that shit, so... you have my admiration. No, I mean, and that's why I'm not trying to, like, get mad at you. I'm not mad at you at all. Honestly, because you're also not, like... I don't know. You're not, like, a dick about it. So, but like I said... schizophrenic enjoyer, because I don't know why in pop culture we started calling it schizo, but it's schizo. Yeah. At least that's how I learned it when they were telling me my mom's diagnosis. Rereading this person's message, he's about 53.4893% me. Well, that's by my calculations. All right, he went Vulcan mode to figure out that it's like, hey, we got something in common. But to wrap up my little rant here, all I want to say is be kinder, be better people. And if you before were somebody that's like, I'm not going to wear a mask if they ask me to in a medical office or any of that, don't be that guy. Just don't be that guy. You should feel like the whole, I don't want to be that guy. So don't be. Fuck. I always liked the comparative where it was just like, okay, so we understand the science between farting in your pants and then doing a bare ass fart like at somebody, and just how it's like, no, there's a level of like added insult that if you're getting it with like the moon, if you're getting like a full moon and then they're ripping cheeks, like, oh god. Pretend it's Sub-Zero cosplay. Anyway. Nihilism can be very healthy. It can be very unhealthy, too. No, there's there's definitely the old adage of a little dose, just a little dose. Otherwise, yeah, too much of anything can be bad. So, always try to find some balance. I don't want to say the joke that just came to my head because that's very, very mean and derogatory towards schizophrenia. So I'm just going to let that one sit. Damn. Yeah. Anyway. I think framing and purpose matters. It does. Did you get the Mortal Kombat bundle? No. I didn't like MK1. Not a fan. How you gonna release something like MK11 and then just go to that? Like, come on. MK11 is one of the perfect ones. What's the core goal? What are the methods? The pedagogy? I don't know what that is. Because I'm dumb. I'm not a college guy. What's that? Pedagogy? All the academic puffery. Hey, trust me. Literally, couldn't even read that. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, fuck them academics. Who needs books? Yes, I am living proof. You might need books. God. By the way, I haven't forgotten, guys. We are still going to be doing this. Just going to save it for a little bit later in the program. Oh. It's a good word for leftists. Google it. Thanks for that. Oh my god. I haven't been told to Google it legit in a long time. I'm not even insulted. I'm actually kind of like, ooh, throwback. All right. Pedagogy. Or is it G? Like, wait. Is there a thing here? Where is it? Pedagogies. Right. Example of usage, the method and practice of teaching, especially as an academic subject or theoretical concept. Pedagogy. How do you? Okay, I wish it had the thing where it would say how to say it, but your daily drop of Marxism, that's actually just good old Western philosophy that leftists practice better than any conservative. We're going Zephyr teach out here. Well, I mean, hey, let's not don't have too high of expectations here. What up, Pinkerbell? Hey, Pinkerbell, you missed the COVID rant. Oh man. You know what? For all the content that I have ever done, I don't think that I've ever done my my thoughts on that. So that was nice. At least got to, purge that. I really do. Like, I actually feel like kind of lighter. Oh no, do you have COVID? No. I went down the rabbit hole of kind of just reliving all the assholes that just refuse to wear a mask and, is encroaching on their liberties, and the fact that it was like the hill they died on, and here I am with the, my wife, taking chemo, and then I revealed that my sister has an immunocompromisation that, she could have died at any moment had she gotten COVID, and she's never had it, so. But it's scary. It's really scary to think about, like, if she did get it, even to this day, like, her telling me that she has COVID is just, it's bad. Like, that, I fear that phone call, which, why is hemp ban, why is hemp ban, is easier than alcohol and tobacco, and those are legal? It's because alcohol and tobacco literally paid for that hemp ban. It's not even just obvious, it's in the writing. Like, and the receipts. They paid Mitch McConnell $800,000 to go and throw this fucking pork into the continuing resolution. And the only people that this benefits realistically is and this is because they saw the writing on the wall, because there was this big trend shift to CBD and THC beverages and, edibles. So they were just like, oh, we can't have that. We're seeing a huge dip in market share, and unfortunately, they're not coming back. So we have to ban it so we can bring them back. We need people to we still want them to be miserable. Do not fix their lives. Make their lives more miserable so they go and drink more. Oh fuck! I hate how selfish people are. Oh yeah. And that's where, again, the fact that people don't get that, and that's where my big rant came from. Where I'm just like, no. I still get the fact that people come into my chat still talking about that stuff and then arguing their positions about how it's like it was a tax on my freedom. Yeah. Instead of just recognizing that they're big ass babies. Most of these people were like well into their 40s, 50s, should have known better. Like anytime that I saw that they had kids, I'm just like, oh my god, really? Like, god damn, this is why I'm glad I don't have kids. So I don't have I don't have to worry about, my offspring fucking dealing with that shit. And then also, the biggest thing that I was always scared of when I thought about becoming a parent is, oh god, they hit that age where they start meeting other kids who have parents. Then they want me to interact with those parents? Fuck that. It's a weird embarrassment on sociology and polling science because the happiest countries in the world are Nordic countries and they don't have religious purpose to feel hope from. Yep. No, I can tell you right now, as somebody who grew up with that whole thing, like the religious background, yeah, I'm perfectly fine where I'm at now. I personally don't think the concept of a soul is still kind of like, all right, sure. I guess if you need that, but that is the worst part, Pep. The other parents, is it? Thank you for at least telling me that I'm right on that one. Because I wasn't sure, again. I do, I don't know, there's the occasion. I think I've talked about it. I won't go too into it, but yeah, there's days where, it could be fun. It's usually the ones where it's like my nephew was good and didn't have any temper tantrums, and then I'm like, okay, this could be fun. But, and big one, there are the other times where I'm just like, oh, outside of the stuff that I can't control, oh, it's the whole. Yeah, there was the one of my favorite times was nephew's having a breakdown, and we found out later that it's because he was so backed up because he just wouldn't poop. He was afraid of pooping, which kids made himself real sick with it, by the way, too. But yeah, he was having a massive breakdown with it, and I was just like, bye, have fun, hey. Yoy. I mean, I'm actually very in favor of reforming ATF, but we need to stop flooding the world with arms bought at small-time auctions here in VA. I mean, can we fix some of the problems that we can actually fix first before we go to the ones that we've been trying to fix for the past 40-something years and always failing on? I heard of kids being afraid of the flushing sound. According to him, he didn't like the pooping part. Hearing his explanation took a lot for me not to bust out laughing, I'm just going to say. And I did good. I'm a good uncle. I validated his concerns. And then afterwards, ran into the garage and laughed my ass off. Because it was funny. Especially when he's going into detail, just like, I don't like the feeling of it coming out. It's like, I'm sorry. Again, this is why I don't have kids. It's because I am immature as fuck, so I might cause permanent damage by just being like, you do what now? Oh, my favorite one. I think I told you guys this story already, but it is funny. So he's obviously like him and his dad. Like his dad is millennial too, but man, it was so funny because he comes up to me and he sees my socks. And he's just like, "Oh, Uncle's wearing the good socks." I was like, "What?" And I was confused, and my mother-in-law, she was just like, "Oh yeah, you didn't know that the low-cut socks aren't cool anymore, so you have, the good socks, just socks, normal fucking socks." Wait, here, camera, there we go, socks, that's how you wear socks. This shit, what? That's my thing, is seeing him cuffed like this again brought it back to like my old good high school days where I was just like, what's the point of buying socks that go up a certain amount and then cuffing them? Like, I'll do that if I buy the wrong ones, which I've done before. I've accidentally bought like the soccer ones where they like go up pretty much to your knees, so you're just like, oh yeah, just. But I'm also, too lazy to go buy new socks, so it's still gonna use them. Toddlers are very entertaining. That they are. I will say that much. The stuff that comes out of that kid's mouth, it definitely is like, wow. Dude, one of my favorite ones was he walked up to my mother-in-law and it was just like, "You're old." And like her face just, yeah. And he's just like, "You're gonna die soon." I was like, what the fuck? This was at like Thanksgiving, just out of nowhere. That one I did bust out laughing. I was just like, damn. And then I think he might have seen that like he scared her because her face went ghost white. Just, what? And then he's just like, "It's okay, Grandma, you'll make it to 80. She's just like doing this. She's like, "Oh, so I have just under 20 years. Oh." And so he leaves, right? And after, like, it was like almost right as she closed the door, she was like, "That little shit." He must have heard that from the parents. I know. The fact I didn't say anything. I did not say anything about that, but I thought that I was just like, he didn't come up with that on his own. Like, he had a conversation with somebody. That seems like somebody was curious about death, and somebody might have had a bad answer, and that somebody was not me. I mean, you're already putting a lot of stuff away. Not saying I see it your way, but I appreciate that you don't want like radioactive weapons in homes. Yeah, that's a good thing not to have. Yeah, definitely. I'm still in canvasser mode, where I convinced a lot of pro-gun people to vote for a Democrat. Candid, were you here for the end of show on Friday? My buddy Kaz was here. Made his big announcement on stream. That was cool. Didn't know that I learned with you guys that he actually was going to do the city council thing. So that was neat. I'm proud of him, man. Like, it's cool to have friends out there making big moves. I'm not doing the Cardi B thing. I can literally like picture my sister just be like, "Don't do it. Don't do it." It's a bit of an inside joke, but last thing before I get back to working because of civilians, Japanese, whatever. No idea what I'm out of the loop. No idea I'm out of the loop, but congrats if they are a local seat of any kind. Oh, yeah. It's his city council, which is a big deal because he will likely be the deciding vote for more progressive candidates in that area. He lives in a pretty deep red, deep purple. But when it comes to like the local positions, mostly red. So, although it seems like that's changing, it does kind of seem like a lot of people like our age have started kind of figuring out like, okay, why are all these going uncontested or just open seats? I found out that mine actually has an open seat. I do not want to become a politician. Where are you, if you don't mind me asking? I'm in Chicago. I'm actually in Kat Abu Ghazali's district. So, which, I'm not doxing myself or anything with that. Trust me. You look at her district, and then you will also get the glories of gerrymandering, because I live in one of the perfect examples of when you look at it, you're like, what the fuck? Like, you guys drew a snake and just went, yeah! Oh, damn, front lines. Yeah, no, I mean, I already have done petitioning for her, which went really well. She got more than enough signatures. I had multiple clipboards, so that was cool. Yeah, she had a line at one of the protests, too. That was crazy. So I do think that there's some excitement for her campaign, but that does not mean that Daniel Biss does not have just as much support. I did see he had a lot. He had a lot. So, lucky I had to canvass for Abigail Spanberger. Oh, yeah, no, I'm very lucky that I finally get to canvass for somebody that's, DSA, which is great. Like, I'm very excited about that. But she also has told me, there's reasons that she can't run, like, with DSA, and she's had to kind of change her affiliations, because, yeah, to work within the Democratic Party, you do have to do that, which sucks, man. I'm not a big fan of, like, that. I'm not a big fan of the way we have to do that, and then I'm also not a big fan of the way that we have to register ourselves to even vote in a primary. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I get it, though, because open primaries, there's a bit of a problem there with, sandbaggers. Or sandbaggers, carpetbaggers. Which, yeah, you don't want that, especially in an election that's pretty, highly contentious. Now with Kat, here's the main takeaway that I had with her and Dan Biss, or Daniel Biss. Either way, I win. So if either of them win the primary, I'm good. I'm totally good with it. I'll back either candidate. I will. The only one I will not back is Lisa. Crap, I keep forgetting her last name. She's the APEC funded candidate in my district. Fine. Lisa Fine or Laura Fine? God damn it. It's the one candidate that I have done nothing with. I mean, even Mike Simmons, actually. Okay, still hasn't gotten back to me. All right. Hopefully, I will be having an interview with Mike Simmons coming up here. Hold on. Let me check my other email. Oh, shit. I did miss it. Okay, hold on. I just love how bad I am at this. Where it's like, oh no. Yeah, check your emails, folks. Not sure what you do professionally, but when you do, especially if you do something like this, check your emails. Why can't everybody just get a hold of me through Discord like a normal person? A lot of people 30 and under in the VA. Dems are pro-Palestine. The rest writes itself. Well, I'll tell you what. The fact that the Israeli lobby has as little power as they do right now is kind of crazy, and it happened fast. You got a lot of people that are looking at AIPAC as a third rail now, which that was not the case even in the last election cycle. Then you got the Fetterman debacle, which, listen, I understand he's a disappointment, but I'm glad that he did what he did, because it did make us aware of that kind of fuckery. Because I don't think that Kirsten, or I can't pronounce her fucking name, Cinema, I don't think that she did enough to bring that, like, enough awareness. Same with, what's his name, Manchin. Like, they all did similar stuff, but Fetterman was, like, the most egregious because he pivoted so hard. And then just the uncompromising position. And also, what really pisses me off is the way that he doubles down on, like, oh, you're victimizing the, the Jewish people. It's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, because you're not 100% for Israel. It's like, wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. I would not be surprised to see him become a Republican at all. Okay, so let's get to some news. We're going to do the Epstein stuff. Like I said, it's going to be most of the show. Wasn't expecting to go on my COVID rant, but again, and I'm glad that I got to make my piece. Also, if you guys are enjoying the show, you know what to do. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And let's stick around, because there were some clashes that erupted today outside of Broadview.
We are keeping a close eye on protests outside of Chicago, where demonstrators and authorities have been clashing in front of an ICE detention center in Broadview, Illinois. Broadview's mayor said 4 officers were injured today. 21 people have been arrested, according to law enforcement
21
officials.
people?
It follows weeks of protests.
Jesus Christ, and these are from the Stadies. This isn't even ICE.
Between federal agents and community members in the Chicago area who have been demonstrating.
That's crazy, too, because I know that this one was led by the church, like multiple churches.
The Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. And
I love the resist with the rebel flag. Oh, man, that's cool.
ABC News correspondent
like
Shaquille Brewster is in Broadview, Illinois. So, Shaq, these protests, they have been going on in this area for weeks, right? Do we know what caused
actually, I think it's months now.
Things to escalate today.
Back to August.
Yeah, I think you and I have talked about these demonstrations in recent weeks that have become these flashpoints. Today's escalation really was sparked by what was a demonstration, a weekly demonstration here with religious leaders who are calling for religious services
okay, that's what I thought.
for detainees in that.
Because I saw on Status Quo that it was the Religious Leaders Day. Like, they literally have, now they have planned it where it's just like, okay, so you got the inflatables day where you can be a little more wacky. Then they have the Religious Leaders Day where it's like, nah, you want to be a little more respectful and serious about this. Like, no.
Processing facility, again, here in the suburban Chicago.
Even though the T-Rex guy didn't get the memo, he was just like, what?
And there was a clash with law enforcement that you saw on this street. And I'll let you see some of the scene behind me right now. It's a cleared scene. You see it's very calm right now, but that, of course, conflicts with the images that
the sheriff.
you were just looking at. Man. Now, what Broadview's mayor is saying right now is that there were 4 members of law enforcement.
Just so you know, CPD hates these guys.
Who were injured.
They absolutely hate these guys. The Super Troopers dynamic between the Blues and the Browns, totally there.
In these scuffles, including 3 who were sent to the hospital. We also know that there are about 21
hey, look, it's Carl Ramrod.
Protesters who were arrested. Again, many of them were members of the religious community calling for better conditions at this facility and the stop.
So they actually, wow, these aren't even like the Cat Abu Ghazales or like the people that have been there since day one. This is just their the religious guys.
We have the statement from the mayor of Broadview making clear who she's blaming for these clashes that we've been seeing and that we saw today. The mayor saying the violence by out-of-town protesters is unacceptable and outrageous. I have repeatedly pleaded to protesters to raise their voices, not...
I will admit, it's getting a little turning pointy.
Their fist.
Where I'm starting to see, like, the people there have been kind of coming out and saying, like, hey, so some of these people coming here with, like, leftist signs and everything, they ain't acting like leftists.
We will see them in court. We do not know the specific identities of those arrested. We're promised those by authorities later today, Ellison.
Shaq, all of this comes after a judge this week ordered hundreds of individuals detained by federal agents to be released. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, we know the release of about 600 people is not imminent, but it has been ordered, at least that process, to start by a federal judge. This goes back to a consent decree, essentially a court agreement that dates back to 2022.
Yeah, and it's weird that you're normalizing this, dude. I mean, I know you're just part of doing the news coverage, but the idea that they are just kind of doing the maybe we'll get to it with 600 people. Like, what are we doing where, like, the Trump administration is openly mocking our legislative system?
Hundreds of people.
And they're just like, yeah, normal.
Who attorneys say were arrested without a warrant. And the judge saying that if they are not dangerous, then they should be released. Based on that agreement, we do know that there are about 13 people who were ordered to be released today by noon. At last check, some of them have been released, but we're still waiting to hear exactly how many have been let go. Ellison.
We thank
you. All right. And here's the actual clash.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Love your neighbor, love your God. Love your neighbor, love your God. Save your soul and quit your job. Save your soul and quit your job. Love your neighbor, love your God. Love your neighbor, love your God. Save your soul and quit your job. Save your soul and quit your job.
I mean, the fact that you got clergy out there doing this. All right, guys. Well, I put it off long enough. Let's do the Epstein stuff. We have a lot to get to with it. Holy crap. That's a great yeah, that was. That really was. Out of all the chants that I have heard too, also been a little critical of, have I not? Dude. All it took was just another comedian that I respect going, yeah, that's progressive voice. I was like, progressive voice is like, I was like, that's reductive, but God damn it, you're right. I'm so mad at that. I hang out with some funny motherfuckers though, so one of these days I gotta have him on the show. I'm worried about that one though, because it is kind of like, oh no, will people just be like, wait, Pep Talk should be a podcast type show where they discuss things, because we don't have enough of those. Actually, Kaz, I can talk about this. Kaz is going to be coming on the show a little bit more. He's going to be, hopefully, like maybe every other... All right, I don't want to overcommit. He'll be like a once-a-month guest, at least. But maybe I'm corny, but protest chants get me so hyped. No, you're not corny at all. Like, not at all. Like I said, I got bothered by the fact that like he was being reductive about it. Like, there's no arguing it. But he was also like, it was the embodiment of that meme. He's out of line, but he's right. And just know that that's the way that it happens with my perception. Like, honestly, like, sometimes I do have, like, legit critiques of, like, when they get overcomplicated. And what I don't like is when they switch it up too much. And then they, like, the protesters get confused and they're just like, what are we doing here? Gotta keep it coherent. But like I said, just progressive voice, which sounds literal. I feel like progressive voice is like a page, because I feel like I've heard that somewhere before outside of me talking about like it just being a thing where it's just like, nah. Because that is, I'll be honest, we didn't protest like that. We always were like, we were boring. We were literally like, you know, power to the people. Like, as far as many syllables as we used. Yeah, we were just very power to the people. And, you know, what was the big one? Like, let's see, what was the big chant from? It was like Occupy. We had a bunch. I also don't remember a single one. Progressive, you. Stop it. Poggers. Wait a minute. How did. I know that we've talked about this and I'm gonna boomer out for a minute, but how in the fuck did poggers become a thing? These kids don't know what pogs are. Unless you had a bitch and slammer, then I don't want to hear it from you. If there was any doubt, we know for sure now what kind of person Michael Wolff is. Oh, yeah. I mean, we already kind of knew, although... So there was this part of me that was just like, okay, so he's from the New York Times, right? You know who else is from the New York Times? Ezra Klein. So it's like, makes you think. I'm just looking for more reasons to hate Ezra Klein, which, do you need any more? God damn. You want to talk about a dude that's just blatantly bad for, like, any leftist cause? He's beyond centrist. He rides that fine line of, like, oh, you're an op. You're definitely an operative. Whether or not you know it, that's the question. All right. So we're going to do it this way. We're going to get some of the updates. Whoa, just went full ass... Oh, God, what's that guy's name? Oh, wow, we haven't done a comedy thing. Tim Dillon. I'm going full Tim Dillon. Oh, man. Actually, that's more like Corey Feldman. Oh, wow. Hey, guys. It's the Feld Dog. All right. Did you guys know I was in Gremlins? Yeah. There's this weird little thing called a Mogwai. I watched it spit out like 4 other Mogwai. You know what I did? Just went, meh, started reading comic books because, you see that shit all the time. By the way, I know this is something that's completely random to me. Yeah, when I was watching Gremlins and I noticed that, I was just like, that was a choice. Like, okay, so you just watch this thing spawn literal clones of itself from its back, and you're just like, meh, 3D glasses, whoa. It's okay. I'm pretty sure that I would have been like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Holy crap. That would have been a proper reaction to the Mogwai reproductives, which again, the fact that they're reproduction, it's, so what is it? Oh my God. Asexual reproduction. The fact that they like made that a plot point, where I was, I don't know, it always makes you think, where you're just like, so you're telling me that none of these ever fell into like a lake or a pool or anything, or just got left out in the rain and we just haven't been overrun by gremlins? Like, I don't know. But anyway, I had reasons I could go into, but what's the point? It's like how I hated Mr. Beast his entire career, bad vibes from the jump. Yeah, no, there's people like that, which Sometimes it's not always the case. Like, sometimes I just don't like people, but let's put it this way, you know, if something came out about a Piers Morgan type of, I'm saying just a Piers Morgan type, I'd kind of be like, well, that tracks. But anyway, let's see what she's laughing about.
Joining us now, MSNBC White House reporter Laura Barone.
We actually probably don't know what she's laughing about.
The New Yorker, Susan Glasser.
Poggers still have not gotten back to what Poggers means,
Washington correspondent
or how it
for Puck, Leanne
originated.
Caldwell. I mean, Laura, I asked you this yesterday. I'm going to ask you it again today. Why is he so nervous about these emails, about this information? If he says there is no there, and that he thinks Jeffrey Epstein is a creep, why not just say, yeah, take it all, I'm fine.
Okay, so this is the basic line that everybody's kind of going with right now. That's good, because it seems like that's crossing all networks.
Take it all.
I even saw that on CBS.
Look, Katie, I don't know if I'm going to have a more satisfying answer today than I did yesterday. What I will say is that obviously we want to ask the president those questions. I'd like to ask him that question. I think other reporters in the White House press corps would love to ask him that question, which is, why does he appear to be whipping against the vote next week, tried to get names taken off the discharge,
which is weird. Like, why not just let it get to his desk so he can veto it? Like, does he not want the optics of that because he knows that technically that makes it kind of like, yeah, he's definitely covering something up if it goes to him, and then he's just like, nah, we're gonna not do that.
And try to get House Republicans to take their name off of it. Why not be willing to release it? And no one has been able to ask him that directly, especially with cameras on in the public view. And when White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked very directly about some of the substance of these emails the other day, she was asked by CBS reporter Wei Zhizheng, did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim? And she didn't answer it. So they're not necessarily engaging on the substance of the emails. They're not engaging on why the president is trying to divert and distract by saying he's going to now direct the Justice Department, ask the Justice Department, the Attorney General, to investigate.
He's Supermaning. He's just
others
like this.
Who he knows may have had some relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But obviously the president had a long relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That's well documented. So despite eventually saying that he kicked him out of his club years later, he had a relationship with him, as all those videos and those emails show. And apparently...
Sorry, I had it in reading mode. Kind of forgot about that.
Does not want these to be released.
There's a new survivor's letter out to members of Congress, Leanne, and here's what it says. You have the ability to vote to release the Epstein files, and with it deliver a promise the American people have awaited for far too long. We implore you to do so. Several weeks ago, when a few brave survivors stood before you and recounted their harrowing stories, many of you were shaken to your core. We urge you, when you cast your vote, please do not forget the horror you felt that day. There is no middle ground.
Or just go have another meeting with him.
Here, there is no hiding behind party affiliation. The testimonies you heard are just a fraction of the unimaginable suffering endured by more than 1,000 victims alike. How much influence does a letter like this have? What do you expect?
But Megyn Kelly, you know, out of those 1,000, how many of them were at that barely legal age? Like, Jesus Christ. I still can't believe that she said that shit. Like, how did she not think that that was going to have major pushback?
Congress, Leanne.
And then to find out she has a 14-year-old daughter, like, that really kind of was like, whoa. Didn't expect her to just openly blow up her career, but good job.
So Speaker Mike Johnson said that the vote he would bring it up this coming week. So we do expect that to happen unless he changes his mind, which of course he could. But it will have to come up soon, regardless. And from what I'm hearing from my Republican sources is that there are going to be a lot of Republicans, perhaps dozens, who in fact vote for the release of these files. For many, it is politically untenable.
Yeah. I mean, if they go back to their district with a no vote, because they already tried to do this anonymously, which everybody was like, nah, we need you on record for this one.
For others, they think that it's just the right thing to do.
God, he hates this video so much.
And
I love the fact that he hates
the
it.
pressure is too great for them to ignore it when they have the choice in front of them. And so I do expect, based on what Republicans are telling me, that this vote will pass overwhelmingly. That doesn't mean that these files are going to be released imminently. It, of course, has to go to the Senate next. And then if it passes the Senate, then it's up to the president. Does he veto it? Or
well, again, that's great, but can we also talk about the impracticality of him doing something like that because of the optics?
Or does he sign it? And that could be a very interesting decision, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be interesting and potentially.
I mean, the way that he was talking about it, where he was just like, you know what, screw it. We released all the text messages. Fuck, like, there is this small part of me that wouldn't be surprised if he actually just does it.
Damaging. I mean, Susan, I'm so happy you brought up what happened in the 90s with the Ken Starr investigation and where it started and where it led, because I think we do forget that once you, it's like a snowball rolling down a hill. You know, it really starts to gather steam. It gets bigger.
That's why it's called
becomes
snowballing. Wait a minute.
Do you foresee this potentially happening here?
Well, look, I think, frankly, it's already happened, arguably. Remember that this has been a scandal that has it crept up in different incarnations from the beginning of Trump's time in public life. It actually claimed one of his first-term cabinet secretaries was forced to resign, Alex Acosta, because he had signed off on what later, people came to view as a sweetheart plea deal for Jeffrey Epstein when Acosta had been a prosecutor in Florida. Donald Trump was very defensive, asked repeatedly about Epstein in 2019 after he died. In fact, interestingly, in terms of how the White House is handling this now, right, it's often there's underlying conduct in a scandal, and then there's the question of the handling it or the cover up or the associated spin-off investigations. Well, in this case, the White House this week, Caroline Leavitt, claimed that Donald Trump fell out with Jeffrey Epstein and that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was, quote unquote, a pedophile. Well, in 2019, Donald Trump was asked very directly by reporters, did you have any suspicions at all about Jeffrey Epstein? Did you know about him? And Donald Trump looked in their face and said, absolutely no. No, I had no suspicions at all. So explain to me, and I wish someone would ask Caroline Leavitt.
This is my favorite part where it's like
that Donald
Trump legitimately forgot that he said that because he lies like he breathes.
Out of Mar-a-Lago for being a pedophile if he had no suspicions at all about him being a pedophile. So this is the kind of example where White Houses dig in to trouble. And there's an abuse of power that's already occurring. Trump today is demanding an investigation by his Justice Department of Democrats on the basis of, no specific allegation of illegal activity, simply to take attention.
Well, it's interesting because what you're seeing are a bunch of people who have email exchanges or relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. And I guess the logic here is that everybody who's been talking to him, if they have a D in front of their name, must be implicated in some way, must have done something wrong.
I'm glad that everybody's kind of, everybody, mind you, this is MSNBC, so.
But who also...
It seems like a lot of people are on the Republican side are even kind of like, nah.
So had a relationship.
That's not how that works, but okay.
Relationship with him. I am completely clean. That's a hard pill to swallow. I know there are a lot of Trump allies out there who are
I didn't know about anything, even though I knew these guys were dirty. It's like, so you knew something. Why would you say something like that? Come on, guy. Come on, guy.
To do that and trying to make
he
this
really
look
is
like
becoming
Donald Trump
He's
is
becoming
the
the South Park character.
Or this exonerates him in some way. But it's difficult logic is how I'll put it, Susan.
Yeah, it's not a circle that you can square right away. I think it's really important, again, that it's MAGA itself that is fueling this political dilemma for the president, by the way, because they've been obsessed with proving the idea that there was a secret cabal of Democrats and celebrities surrounding Epstein who were all implicated in it. And it's very politically inconvenient at a minimum that one of the people who was in Jeffrey Epstein's circle happens to be the leader of their MAGA movement. And so, that's what's happening.
Someone needs to make fun of him for the Jan Brady Russia. Yeah.
Here right now is it's a political story for Donald Trump, not because we're talking about it. Frankly, he doesn't care if we talk about it, but because his own base has been the ones that have fueled the idea that there's something terrible hiding in these files all along.
Honestly, QAnon really did him a disservice with that one. Although it is funny, I was watching the Kyle Kulinski take on this earlier, and he at one point was just like, it's the left who's always been here. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. No, we have a little egg on our face because we all were looking at QAnon going like, it's crazy. Oh, pedophilia cabal. Oh, really? Okay. And then all of a sudden we're kind of like, oh, this is a little fucked up, isn't it? Like,
so they're outraged when Donald Trump is the one who tells.
Do we acknowledge that it's like they constantly go down the rabbit hole, and it like that's on them because they do have to own the fact it's like, hey, you did lose a lot of people just by like going, like you kept going instead of just kind of settling on this one. But yeah, for any leftist to just be like, we were always here, it's like, come on.
They can't have the files.
So part of what the House has
Jake?
done here,
How you
and
doing?
what Republicans will point to, is that they don't really need to get on this discharge
I was about to say,
petition,
was
even
that
though
a
it's got enough votes to pass if it is brought to the floor. Part of the reason they don't need to be a part of that is because the House Oversight Committee has been getting information from DOJ and from the estate. So far, they've gotten a lot more from the estate that has been revelatory than they've gotten from DOJ. I wonder, Leanne, anything else coming soon? What should we expect next?
I actually just asked the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Garcia,
smells
about
like Alpo.
this the other day, 2 days ago. I said, what should we expect? What else is there? And he made the point that he's not sure. He also said that, as you said, Katie, that the Epstein estate has been a lot more cooperative responding to these subpoenas, and that is where these 20,000 emails have come from. But he also noted that all of the information is with the Justice Department, and that is the information that is absolutely critical
Just looked at me like,
to have.
no.
He reminded reporters that when the Justice Department released information earlier this year in response to the House Oversight Committee, that most of it, he quoted 97% of it, had been released before. So there seems to be more out there that we haven't seen. Katie.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'm also just very struck by, and this is for a long...
This isn't a bad thing. I'm just going to say that if she does a kick-ass rendition of Zombie, that would be almost creepy.
Conversation. The way in which it seems Jeffrey Epstein is searching for some sort of leverage over Donald Trump. He's trying, he says over and over again to multiple different people.
True, they had a cartoon version of events, but probably they weren't wrong. There's a conspiracy of diddlers at the top.
Emails.
Yeah, no, exactly. Where it's just like, yeah. I mean, they lost you with the whole, hey, JFK Jr.'s still alive and he's going to reveal himself in Houston. It's like, what?
To, a woman named Kathy Rumler. I know how dirty.
They got to own that one, and Pizzagate too. It's like, guys, just because you were right about the Epstein one doesn't mean that you're still not batshit crazy.
Donald Trump is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York business people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip. Also, the grammar and the punctuation on
Trump
these
needed
emails.
the MAGA Q true believers to get elected, and now he doesn't, so they can piss off as far as he's concerned.
It's really hard to follow. I don't understand what was going on in his head.
Seems like he's doing that to a lot of his base.
Over and over again. I can talk to the Russians. I've got stuff on Donald Trump. I can explain Donald Trump to them. He seems like somebody who at the very least knows the walls are closing in. He's looking for a way out. All right, Leanne Caldwell, Susan Glasser, LBL. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Well, again, they made it their entire personality. All right, we're going to stay with her since she's got multiple days of coverage of this.
Joining us now, MSNBC senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, MSNBC White House reporter Laura Barron Lopez, and Punchbowl co-founder and MSNBC political analyst Jake Sherman. All right, so I want to begin with you, Jake, on what's happening on Capitol Hill. How significant is...
It's Punchbowl, right? Not Punchable. I still can't... I hate my brain.
What is the expectation?
The release is huge. I mean, it's remarkable in a few respects, Katie. Number one, this is a House controlled by Republicans and a committee controlled by Republicans unearthed all.
Wait, are the big like collared sweaters back
these
now?
emails. Like, let's just start with that.
Or is this guy just like rocking a look from 2007?
There's a reason a political reason. I'm not saying it's a good governance reason. There's a political reason that leadership usually keeps a tight clamp on House committees because they want them to.
You're not wrong there, but there is a lesson here. I just don't know what the lesson is.
Execute an agenda that they agree with. But James Comer, who's the chair of this,
we can. So in this circle, we definitely can make fun of them, but now, like, if you do encounter a QAnoner, try and do the thing where you talk them off the other ledges and just get them to be laser focused on this one. Because if they are QAnoners that are still, like, doing the mental gymnastics where it's everybody but Trump, then fuck them. Like, there's nothing you can do there. But it's the ones that are just like, no, I don't trust Trump either.
Committee has clearly...
He's obviously covering up for these people. It's like, all right, we can talk.
Unearthed emails that are at least embarrassing for Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, this discharge petition is going to come to the floor next week. I agree. There's probably going to be a jailbreak of Republicans who vote for this because they don't want to be seen as voting against a release of documents by Jeffrey Epstein. I had Tom Emmer on our show Flyout Day this morning, and he said he doesn't care. He doesn't care how many people vote, how many Republicans vote for this. I don't know that that's true, but I do think I'll put my...
Then why? Why do you keep trying to fucking throw a wrench in it? Dude!
Analysis hat on now. I think the White House and the House Republican leadership...
So much of Trump's actions really do, like, just kind of... They're based on the, like, this whole idea that nobody's going to question him in his base. Like, he really does that. It's just
made a bigger
crazy to me that he's like, nope, nobody's going to say anything about this. It's going to totally just blow over.
Than they needed to. This discharge petition, once it passes the House, which it will, it's not like the documents are going to come flying out of the Justice Department. This still needs to pass the Senate, and there's no sense it's even going to get a vote in the Senate. That's number one. Then Donald Trump needs to sign it. Donald Trump is not going to sign this thing.
But you're here talking about this. This was, again, at least we can admit, optically, this was a fuck up. Why would you just, like, again, if it was such an easy win for him to just release it and then it's like, you know what, let them speak for themselves. It's like, nah, dude, you don't want to be called guilty. Quit acting guilty.
And then if he vetoes it,
like, if I was a lawyer, I would be like, I am not presenting you to the court.
House and the Senate then have to overturn the veto. That's not going to happen.
He's been able to bulldoze his way through everything else. Why wouldn't he keep doing what's worked so far?
Law, the Justice Department still has...
It's assholes like this, though, that just, they whitewash it and they don't even realize it. Like, this is where the media... This is why people are coming to channels like mine. And I'm not even trying to, like, blow smoke up my own ass here. But for real, like, this is why smaller content creators, outside of the fact that, and this is a totally different subject that we'll cover later, people are also getting tired of watching millionaires and, you know, people who are very well off talking about, you know, the working class and how they need to stand up for the working class, you know, a la I've Had It and Hassan Piker. I hate to even bring that up, but it is a thing.
Relatively wide berth on what it can and will not.
Because I don't know. I personally feel like it's... I like getting my my leftist news from people that definitely are at risk of feeling some of this because, you know, we're all in the same boat here.
It's under the terms of this perspective law.
That's why I'm here, Pep. I like your perspective. Oh, thank you.
So I think politically they just made a way bigger deal of this thing than they needed to.
I know I'm at risk of, like, being a total ass. Like, if I did make a couple $1 million, then it's just like, I don't know what to do.
How much pressure I mean, Donald Trump signing it or not signing it, I'll get into that with LBL.
It's like, guys, I bought a new camera.
But the Senate, I mean, you say the Republicans, there's going to be a jailbreak in the House. How are Republicans in the Senate going to feel if it gets to them? And I mean, how do they feel if John Thune never brings it to the floor? How do they feel?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the Beetlejuice blowgee. Oh, it wasn't a blowgee. It was a handgee, but whatever.
It to the floor, and then they have to put their name on a vote.
Yeah, remember, I think it was a couple months ago, Chuck Schumer forced a similar vote in the Senate, and Republicans all voted it down. So
when the brings a whole new meaning to the juice is loose.
Mostly voted it down. So they seem to be quite comfortable in voting against.
So why is it so different in the House?
The House is a different beast, Katie.
I know, but why? But if
every 2 years.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm just trying to think of the Epstein pressure and the demand for the release of all this information and, you know, what exactly he was doing, who knew. If it is as loud as it is, so much so it's
next week Pep's gonna come in wearing a shit ton of bling. Guys, you won't believe how good of a week I had.
Republicans to vote. Why would it not force the Senate Republicans? I mean, there are some of them who are up
coming here looking like Mr.
for
T.
re-election in 2026.
I pity the fool. I pity the fool who doesn't listen to the working class leftists.
Number one, I think they have a stiffer spine. I think that's could be one of the cases. And they think, and listen, it is true that tons of documents are coming out. We now see that, right? I mean, they have. If you're looking at it, from a pure political lens.
That's the real reason Trump invited Bear to the Situation Room. Change your vote to no.
It does seem that.
You know what? I saw that videotape. You know what? What do you have to say it 3 times to get you hot? Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
Documents are coming out, which gives Republicans a place to quote unquote hide. Like, why do we need this if we're getting all these documents? And some of them, as you were noting in the beginning, are quite embarrassing to President Trump. I mean, they are. They reveal things that we did not know. I mean, emails tend to about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. I mean, that's the basic reality of it.
Yeah. All right. So, Laura, tell me about the president. Does he see any risk?
If she didn't take their bribe, it's got to be for a reason. I mean, according to her, they weren't even trying to pressure her on that. They were just talking about, Congress stuff.
Does the White House see any risk in him signing a veto if it gets to him?
Man, she out here looking like a freaking one of the companions for Doctor Who.
Oh,
like, seriously, if I heard the TARDIS wind up right behind her, I'd be like,
they would certainly see a lot of risk in that, Katie. I mean, right now there's a bit of a sense of inevitability here at the White House, which is that, look, the president tried yesterday. It was a last-ditch, last-minute effort, bringing Lauren Boebert, the congresswoman, into the situation.
He just doesn't make sense. It's all timey-wimey nonsense.
No less. And I think everyone knows that the Situation Room doesn't allow phones, so she would have had no ability to really record.
Oh, my God. Actually, no. I just realized she's kind of dressed like the TARDIS.
That conversation had she wanted to. But bringing her in, talking to other ones who had signed on to the discharge petition to try to get them to take their names off of it, and it didn't work. And so I think that right now the White House is regrouping and trying to figure out what exactly they're going to do ahead of this vote, if the president is going to do anything beyond posting on True Social. The last we've heard of him on this, and the only things that we've heard from him are on True Social, and he posted about some 24 hours ago.
Although I don't like her scarf wrap. I mean, with the peacoat. At least do the tie wrap. At least just go full. Why not?
Now, of course, this is a 180 for the president and for all
of
those across his administration, like the Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director.
She pulls out a chain, just like turtleneck and chain.
Who all were calling for the release of these files. But I think that there is a lot of risk here, Katie, if he were seen to very directly veto something like this.
You have a half-sized TARDIS on your porch.
Base, who we know was really adamant about trying to get these files released.
Why are they so nervous about that?
I have a little one.
Why call Lauren Boebert into this Situation Room?
It's not Funko. It was made by a different company, but it's kind of cartoony TARDIS.
I think yesterday the White House believed that their best shot at trying to kill this was to get those signatures off the discharge petition.
Yeah, but
why?
What a picture! Wow, did they do her dirty? Oh, whoever the graphics guy is knew what he was doing, and I high five to the MSNBC graphics guy.
Why did he kill this?
Well, why? I mean, I think
she's wearing 3 different shades of brown. I know.
This is as good
That's why I was kind of like, huh.
As mine, Katie, which is that essentially over the campaign trail, the president said, yeah, I think I would do that. I think I'd be willing to release the Epstein files. He was never as gung-ho about it as the
I can't unsee it now.
Cash Patels and Pam Bondis of the world, or
it's as
even his vice president, J.D. Vance, who called it, quote, important when he was on, the podcaster Theo Von's.
They picked some of the best pictures. I got to say, that one was special.
Podcast, who's one of those
that guy had that one saved in his file where he's just like, wait, you're telling me we're doing a Lauren Boebert story? Hold the fuck on.
MAGA influencers who was trying to say that he was ultimately disappointed this past summer when the Epstein files hadn't been released. But I think that the reason is because obviously those emails don't look good for the president, and
shoulder pads are so
wants this.
Nah, again, in a peacoat, that looks fine.
And if more emails reveal,
she doesn't look like a Super Saiyan. It's the ones that go out looking like Super Saiyan Politico. That's a problem.
At the very least, as Jake said, are embarrassing.
Yeah, I was about to say, I actually think that on the peacoat, it looks good. It's just, personally, the brown, maybe a white turtleneck, to kind of offset it. But yeah, the 50 Shades of Brown here is a bit
That
much.
could potentially hurt the president, not just with his base, but with independents, who he's already suffering with for a variety of different reasons. But I was just texting with a Republican lawmaker who said that they plan on voting for this when it comes to the floor next week. And I'm sure Jake is getting a lot of texts like this. And they said that they have not heard from the White House. And they essentially accept the fact that
They didn't want to be the ones on the hook to be like, oh, we betrayed MAGA because we wanted to put this up to a vote. But now that it is up to a vote, they're just like, what? Were we supposed to not vote for it?
they think that the White House is accepting the fact that the reality is a lot of Republicans are going to potentially vote for this. The lawmaker thought it would be a sizable number, and this Republican lawmaker said that they thought that the White House mishandled the entire situation, especially at the beginning when the Attorney General Pam Bondi brought in all of those influencers I've been talking about, all of those conservative MAGA influencers, and handed them binders.
Did we not cover that? Yes, you need to get your eyes checked because guess what? I'm getting my eyes checked. Finally.
Saying that they were going to release the Epstein files. So from that point on, it has been chaotic, and there's been a lot of backbiting, behind closed doors at the White House, especially between Bondi and
Yes, I mean, the fact that all day today has been spent with these people just going back and forth with who to blame. It is crazy how this is working out. Here we go.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has chosen a
So, yeah, guys, this one was breaking right before I went on. So apparently they're hiring a special prosecutor to oversee the Epstein case.
prosecutor to investigate people and companies associated with Jeffrey Epstein, quickly obeying a public request from President Donald Trump. Bondi writes this, quote, "Thank you, Mr. President. SDNY U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton is one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country, and I have asked him to take the lead," end quote. That's in direct response to this announcement from President Trump, which came less than 4 hours before. The president wrote this, quote, "I will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI,
Oh,
to
geez,
investigate
yeah, here we
Jeffrey
go.
Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions," end quote.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he's got a bunch of accounts with Wells Fargo and not JP Morgan Chase.
That post, perhaps the clearest example of how the president
saying.
is personally directing his administration's messaging when it comes to Epstein. Multiple
There's a 100% chance that the special prosecutor is also in the files.
sources telling CNN that Donald Trump himself
I
dictates
would be,
how and when the White House
I put my money on that one. What up, Joe?
responds to Epstein-related
How you
developments
doing, bro?
as he tries to avoid anything
Welcome to
that
the
pushes
show.
the story forward. One source says this, quote, "Everybody has been instructed
Special prosecutor Kid Rock.
to wait until information comes out and then respond that it is a hoax.
Mr. Kidd, can you please present your case? Ball with the ball, the bucket. Compelling.
All of this, just the latest instance of the president telling the nation's law enforcement who to target and of his attempts to divert attention from his own relationship with Epstein. But it should come as no surprise.
Special prosecutor Ghislaine Maxwell. Man, you guys are outdoing each other.
You should focus on
Although, come on, with the ball, you can't get a good ball with the ball with that one.
Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein.
That's it. Look anywhere but here.
I sure as hell didn't.
This
All right, let's
motherfucker.
get off the sidelines, head into the arena.
How did we miss that one where he's just like, yeah, look at the president of Harvard. You know, anybody who's a political enemy of me, they might as well be there.
My panel is here. We're going to get started, though, with our reporters, CNN White
Your Honor, I would like to direct your attention to the Osmosis Jones
House
soundtrack.
correspondent Kristen
It's a banger.
Holmes and our senior justice
You ever watch Osmosis Jones? Didn't do too well in the theater, but you know what? Real good movie.
correspondent Evan Perez. Kristen, let me
What a Bill Murray's unsung hero moments.
start with you. There's been so much discussion this week about how the
Gotta be
president
mad.
himself, how the White House has been reacting to this story. And this is a lot of your new reporting on that. What else do we know?
Yeah, Casey, I mean, look, what I was told essentially is that there are allies and people around President Trump who have been telling him for months that he's getting bad advice, that he's not handling the Epstein case correctly, the controversy correctly. And we have learned that just in recent days, one of his allies on Capitol Hill told him the same, particularly when it comes to denying, deflecting, downplaying these quote unquote Epstein files, that there's another strategy at play. And we certainly saw, whether or not this is why,
I love the fact that, how has nobody really brought up that Jeffrey Epstein would continually just wear denim with a tux top? I mean, that's a choice and a half.
President Trump shift the strategy here. Instead
Like, listen, I'm one to rock a Canadian tux. I literally got married in a Canadian tuxedo. Except for I didn't have a denim top.
I'm just saying that this is a Democratic hoax.
I did at least do the thing where I was like, I'm going to get a smart sport coat.
He is clearly trying to take control of the narrative and asking Pam Bondi, the Justice Department, to now investigate his political foes, particularly Democrats, many of whom were named in those emails that President Trump was also named in that were released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. One thing to keep clear here is that it's not as though the Southern District of New York hasn't already investigated Epstein's ties to various high-profile officials. They,
like, if he was alive today, do you think he would just wear pajama bottoms to everything?
Point have not only gone through that, but decided that there is not enough evidence to charge anyone else. So a lot of this is, or at least seems to be, performative, but it is a notable shift when it comes to how President Trump is addressing this. All of this, of course, coming as it's become clear to the White House, to the president himself, that bill that to release the Epstein files is likely to not only be brought to a vote, but pass in the House. And there are many who believe it will then go on to pass in the Senate, and that's the inevitable. Now you're seeing, again, President Trump kind of shifting his tactics from being defensive to being offensive.
That was a lot of words for you to just be like, hey, he kind of saw the writing on the wall and he was like, you know what, I might as well make the best of this.
Really fascinating. Evan, what do we know about who this prosecutor is that was just announced by the AG?
Well, Jay Clayton has a good reputation. He is the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. He's a former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. And what this does, this instruction from the Attorney General, it does put him in sort of a bind, right? Because you can see that she screenshotted the president's announcement, his social media post, which clearly says that what he wants is an investigation of prominent Democrats. In other words, that's what Pam Bondi appears to be endorsing here. So the question for prosecutors
good luck with that one.
In Manhattan will be whether they're going to do a fulsome look of everyone who is associated with Epstein. Now, a couple things have happened in the
You're going to do it to one person, trust me. You don't think that a Democrat that's going to get implicated in that is immediately going to throw a bunch of other fucking people under the bus and then be like, hey, I have receipts.
Last few days that have...
You don't think that they, like, honestly would play this game at all?
Really put this squarely back in.
You do know that people, in these positions of power, tend to all kind of do that, right?
The hands of the Justice Department. First of all, the Democrats surprised a lot of people with documents that they got from the Epstein estate that it's clear the Justice Department did not have, and so that put the Deputy Attorney General in a sort of an embarrassing position where he was tweeting at George Conway yesterday saying that the Epstein estate had hid documents from law enforcement. We got a pushback from the.
I mean, the fact that we got these from somebody just being like, hey. Have you even bothered to subpoena the fucking the estate?
Epstein estates.
And then the prosecutor at that point just going, you know what? That's a good idea.
The attorney saying they did not hide anything. They simply responded to any requests for documents. So now the question is, will the Justice Department ask for these new documents, these documents that they did not already possess? And Casey, keep in mind, this summer, before they put out this the statement in July saying that there were no additional documents to be released, the Justice Department and FBI did go through everything they had and determined that there were no additional prosecutions that could be brought against anyone associated with Epstein.
His tie? I know, I'm having a problem looking at it.
This new investigation is going to yield a different answer. Also, one last thing. While they're doing this new investigation, you guys just talked about the discharge petition that is going on in the House right now. What this means is that there are no documents that the Justice Department is going to be able to turn over because during an
All right, there's resting bitch face and then there's resting face. They both have resting face.
Investigation, their practice is to not release documents that are subject of an investigation. So what that means is that we are now back into a holding pattern, right? They're not going to be able to release any new documents so long as that investigation is ongoing.
How convenient. Kristen Holmes, Evan Perez, thank you.
Finally, somebody actually came out and kind of went,
you both. Really
a little sus.
Appreciate your time today. All right, our panel's here in the arena.
Thank you for not normalizing it completely. You get a point for that one.
For Axios, CNN political analyst Alex Thompson, CNN legal analyst, former federal prosecutor Elliot Williams, former DOJ Director of Public Affairs Sochi Hinojosa, and Republican strategist Michael Singleton. They're both CNN political commentators. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for being here. Elliot, this is looks like a day for you.
Last name's Hosa.
But actually, the point Evan just raised there is a really good and
interesting one. She shares a name with the best two-way hockey player ever to hit the ice.
Yeah, I mean, whether they could be using it for this reason, right? Attempting to launch this investigation, basically to keep these documents from seeing the light of day.
That's plausible only because once something is an active investigation, obviously they can't be or shouldn't be released to the public. But let's step back and be clear. No matter who you voted for.
Wait, the arena text chain. This is amazing. Wait. Michael Moore? Is this not like Michael
America,
Moore?
no matter
Michael Moore?
How much your support for Donald Trump may be, we
What the hell? Wait, they have a comment section that's from text?
should not normalize or get used to this idea of a president dictating investigations to a Justice Department. That is true, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican or anybody else. It is bonkers, bizarre, and a gross breach of every norm in the United States that the President of the United States is sending out social media posts.
You know what's crazy? This is how my mom thought chat worked.
Directing the investigations into 20-year-old conduct at times.
There was one time she legit asked, like, does your chat see when I text you? I'm like, no.
Even of his political enemies. So that's sort of the big step. So whether there's something strategic
it was adorable, but still,
about it within the Justice
she
Department,
never
or whether
did
they're
figure
just
that
throwing
out.
stuff at the wall to try to make this go away because of political crisis, we may not know.
So you worked at Justice, and I think you were on the set fighting back and forth about a version of this very point, perhaps yesterday.
Yes.
But how would you look at the points Elliot's making here?
Well, I think that's right. We never want a president to be dictating what investigations you should open or you should not open. I'll also note is that you never start investigations based off of a political affiliation.
No. And that's why, like, this motherfucker going, like, they political persecution. It's like, keep telling us what you're going to do next.
So the fact that the president is naming off a number of Democrats, you don't do that. You investigate people based on the crime, and then if it leads you to a Democrat or Republican, then that might be the case. In this instance, obviously Donald Trump is one of the people that is mentioned. So they can't necessarily reopen an investigation and start looking at everything, because that potentially means looking into Donald Trump. What does that also mean? That means that they would potentially have to interview him. The last time we interviewed a president, as Alex remembers quite well, because he wrote an entire book on it, was Joe Biden. And there was audio. Then there was a whole fight about the audio, and there was a whole fight about the transcript. My guess is the Justice Department does not want to open this book. So they're trying to keep it very, very narrow. They have the president to fall back on, which is not right. You should never have a president dictate the investigation. But if they do open it, again, it could lead to potentially looking at Donald Trump. And I don't think they want that.
Yeah,
Who is Michael Moore and who's this Kara lady? And why are only these two? Like, okay, we get it. Your production staff is back there just being like, here.
Thompson,
The
what are you hearing from
text
your sources
chain.
about this? Because obviously Democrats have really seized on it. They weren't as focused on it, obviously, when Biden was in office. But it's not as though, there's a lot of, nobody's hands are clean.
No, and they definitely have drawn blood with
The arena. I can't, like,
Republicans and people very close to Trump have said.
like, I have active cringe right now.
They're worried. Trump is known to be.
Oh, good. Annie's chiming in. We got a third person.
And they're worried that, that once he gets in a funk, sometimes he stays in a funk for like months at a time, and he gets very frustrated. And clearly, this investigation has
Oh no, boomers are Discover streaming next. Oh no.
frustrated him.
Oh
but
no.
also to your other point about there
Keep
are no
him
clean
away.
hands.
Keep him
I mean,
away.
it is true that Larry Summers is in these emails and was one of the top economic officials in the country for the
Don't
Obama administration.
Facebook.
You had, Obama.
Don't Facebook YouTube, please.
Era lawyers, very much talking to him, and I think it really shows, broader than just the political impacts, is that people with power were willing to overlook a lot of what Jeffrey Epstein did if it meant having access to him and his wealth and his connections.
Oh God. Trump asking FBI, DOJ to probe Epstein relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, and others. Yeah, we kind of got that. I like how it's always like, here's a recommendation for the story you just watched from another source. It's like, okay, cool. All right. Can't wait for the boomers to discover IRL streaming. Oh. Well, as long as, you know what? Let them discover that one, because then that does away with all the shithead prank channels. I'm all for that. Groove Dragon, what up? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Happy that you're here. Well, no files to be released now that there's a DOJ investigation. Oh. Is that how that works? Now Congress can't even get them because they'll be like, yeah, there's a DOJ investigation. Sorry, guys. Well. I'm going to say this much. Don't let them get away with this. You do understand that, like, it's not all up to us, but we cannot let anybody forget about this one and just be like, you do understand that the way he keeps pivoting makes it sus as fuck. Like, I don't care how much you love this guy. You need to look at yourself and what you're doing here and just go, yeah, maybe I am just standing up for him because I like him. It's like, that's a problem. Just gonna say, like, that's a major fucking conflict of interest. Well, if they can't look at it objectively. Groovy to see you. Hell yeah. Also appreciate the unicorns. Shout out Unimoogle. I know that she has not been able to really watch the show. So I'll have more information for you guys soon, but right now we're kind of keeping it more private than we did before, because I don't care who's in the files. It needs to be released. Exactly. But the thing is, now he's doing like the picking and choosing thing, where he's gonna like, do the little bob and the weave, do a bob and a weave. He's gonna bob and then weave. He's gonna take some Democrats, put them over here, weave them into here, and then do the bob, and then jerk off Bob. Actually, Bubba. Boomers have their drawbacks, but I am the only one here that has seen Hendrix, Bob Marley, and Rage Against the Machine. Badass. My mom saw Hendrix. It's awesome. Actually, it's one of the cooler pictures that I need to find of her is her and her sister. They snuck off to go see Hendrix in Milwaukee, and they ended up meeting him, which I got my questions, trust me. They will never be, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe my aunt will be a little more honest, because according to my mom, nothing happened with Jimi Hendrix, but I'm only now starting to come to terms with the fact that it's like, my mom, she had some fun time being single. I'll just say that much. She definitely did not let that get the best of her. She was not what I would call lonely. All right, can I just tell you guys a quick story? So, yeah, my mom liked to have fun. And she had boyfriends. My favorite one was she was dating this one guy that you could just tell she was not into. And she calls me up one day, and she's like, "I was bad." I'm like, "Uh-oh. What? What'd you do?" Immediately, I'm just like, "Oh, God." Because when my mom would say, like, I was bad, it usually meant, like, I got in a car accident, I need you to come pick me up or something. And, there's always something else. But this one was, she's like, "I'm a bad person. I did she used to call it the noodle dance, which, yeah. But she's like, "I did the noodle dance with the Schwann's guy." I was like, no. Oh, man. I'm like, "Mom, what the fuck?" Oh, man. My mom out there doing the equivalent of like, "So me and the milkman." It's just like, please stop. Just stop. Please stop. I had to go, so when we were in Paris, I had fun. I'll just say that much. I had fun. I went and had myself some fun. My girlfriend at the time had broken up with me over a $54 phone call. I remember that one vividly. And, yeah, I went and made sure I had me a good night. I'll just say that much. But then, come morning, I make my way back to the hotel, and I can't find my mom. So I started panicking. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I lost my mom in Paris. Holy fuck. And I was a teenager too, so I was just like, I don't know what to do. So I go downstairs to go talk to the concierge guy, and sure shit, there's my mom walking out of the room that the concierge was in. I was just like, "Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me." Did you see the Bill Clinton news? Yes. Wait, which is their new Bill Clinton news? The one where apparently Trump gave, there's a reason that he does a little sucky thing with his mouth. Asked his brother. Yeah. No, I saw that. No, I saw this one on Kyle Kulinski. Kyle Kulinski covered it. It was just like, I hope it's not true. I'm like, it's like, come on, man. I'll just say this much. That one seems like a joke. I don't really believe it, and I do think it was meant to be a joke. I almost think that, you know how we do like the hi FBI? I think it might have been like that, but I don't know. They also want to investigate Bill Clinton bank connections to Epstein, I think. Okay. Do it. Don't just stop there, though, motherfuckers. I can see what you're doing there if you're only stopping at Bill Clinton. Weird how that works. Weird how it's not a bunch of the other, billionaires that happen to be in his fucking cabinet. Fucking Christ. Are we really going to play this game where Donald Trump is, like, going to get to control the narrative of this? Is this how this is? Like, we're going to let the dumbest fucking regime ever actually kind of win because we want to believe a funny? Because I do see that being a problem. I don't know, man. I gotta say, like, the fact is, the right wing reacting to this, we should be able to just sit back and enjoy. But I have major issues with how they're already starting to craft the new narrative, and it's already, dude, we're 2 days into this release, and they're already fucking there. Anytime he gets on Trump, he investigates his enemies, but if they are in the files, they might snitch on Trump. That's what I was just saying. I was just saying how these rich motherfuckers, they usually stick together, so if he's going to burn that bridge, trust me, do not be surprised if there's a bunch of dirt that comes out on him. Like, this is why he didn't want this to happen. It's because he knew he would be, like, he would have to do something. And now he is playing that game where he's starting to listen to his cabinet, and they're like, listen, Donnie, buddy, pal, Brohan, you need to do something about this, and you're going to have to throw somebody under the bus. And he's just like, but if I do that, that could create some more problems for me. Hold on. Can we do the same thing we did with Ghislaine Maxwell? Or, I mean, with Jeffrey Epstein? Hold on. I mean, I'm just saying things. The fact that the dude died in prison under Donald Trump and nobody's, like, we're not focusing on the fact that it's like, dude, he totally did it. Like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Fucking Christ. I will just say that much. The quickness in which this got normalized. I mean, here, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just go into this one because this is just insane. I know that Majority Report covered it earlier, but we're going to cover it too. And Pondering Politics, since he was one of the first ones to get on it, he's the video I want to use here. But for real, like, I cannot understand how anybody is standing up for this shit and then listening to Megyn Kelly say what she said and just going like, huh? Wait. Yeah, that's... Oh...
All right,
that's
folks,
bad.
This is pretty shocking. Former Fox News host and MAGA podcaster, Megyn Kelly, how's that for alliteration, reluctantly acknowledged that the latest Epstein bombshell was pretty bad for Trump. It looks pretty bad. On the other hand, she also dedicated a surprising amount of time to try to desperately downplay this scandal. And in doing so, she may have made a career-ending move when you see what she said to try to downplay it. Pretty bad. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, we have some clips to play of Megyn Kelly here. And again,
did you really just say that's no wonder your mom died?
Potential career ender here. And
wow, dude, how much of a piece of shit human being do you really have to be? Like, you do realize that nobody, even if they side with you into, like, on any of your political stances, is going to look at you and be like, base, dude.
She has...
Good job. You're actually getting banned for that one. Fuck you. Goodbye.
Even though I think she's awful, she has a lucrative career indeed.
What the actual fuck, bro? Yeah.
But you be the judge first.
That's why I was like, yeah, I'm going to let him sit with that one, but...
Let's play the part where
I was going to let you guys go and, like, engage with him and intellectually cook him, but this is the thing, guys. You got to be a little quicker on that one.
Acknowledges this isn't good for Trump.
Documents have been subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee, and this is basically kind of a middle finger to,
I'm glad that she was the guest too, because honestly, she's such a fucking numbskull that I'm glad that this is like, oh, you can associate this with her too.
Trump and Pam.
It's like, oh, so you're the one who totally was normalizing the fact that, grooming is, I guess, just part of your existence.
Bondi, who didn't want anything more released, but there was enough.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Republican and Democrat pushback that they did issue subpoenas on the Epstein estate and on the DOJ as well. But most of the documents that we're talking about today have come from the Epstein estate, some 30.
The thing is, that guy was waiting to get banned from, like, he's been trolling my channel for damn near a year now.
3,000 of them. And the Democrats are now salivating over the latest releases. And I'll read what they say, but my overall take on this, Batya, is why didn't Trump just release these? Just release them. Just release them, right? Like, now he's in a position of being, like, singled out as the only one, allegedly, as opposed to one of a slew of names. The Democrats, of course, are going to make a ton of hay over it. And
yeah, rightfully so.
I don't know that there's any there whatsoever, but I concede that
I guess hate watching is still a view.
they sound
yeah, sure.
bad. They don't sound good. If I were a Democrat, I could easily make some hay with these, which.
So very generous of Megyn Kelly to acknowledge that these Epstein scandal bombshells sound pretty bad for Trump, not particularly good. That's good. That's good to see someone as popular on the right and the MAGA movement as Kelly admit that Trump screwed up and this looks bad for him. Again, she will occasionally do that. That separates her from, you know, somebody more MAGA like Benny Johnson or other people like that, okay? That's part of the reason why I'm interested in what Megyn Kelly has to say. Then we get to the kind of career-ending stuff. So we're going to play some clips here, but Megyn Kelly spends 2 solid minutes on how maybe Jeffrey Epstein was actually, quote, not a pedophile.
Mm-hmm. Glad that she did this. I'm really glad she did this. You have a 14-year-old daughter, and you're going to go out here just being like, well, technically, that's not kiddie stuff.
Not sure that's the hill anybody wants to die on, but let's play some of these clips, and you be the judge.
Or Epstein. I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into, like, 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal.
I'm so glad that, like, did she not, like, have that very, like, quick moment where she was just like, did she just say what I think she said? Well, that's weird. But no, watch what she does.
A passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi.
Yes, Megyn prepping MAGA to learn that Trump is on the list, but since they weren't 5 years old, it's actually, yeah, exactly. No, this is definitely manufacturing consent for the whole, like, it's like that Roy Moore shit where, like, he was doing the same thing. It's like, yeah, you know what? It's not pedophilia when they're teenagers.
That they had tens of thousands.
Like, okay, guys, let the right die on this hill for fucking real. After all the QAnon bullshit, let's let them handle this one, because I'm glad that she said this on her show, because there's no excuse about, like, oh, it wasn't in our algorithm. It's like, no, you guys saw this one too. That means that you just, like, heard this and went like, yeah, she's got point.
Of videos.
Come on.
Of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on his computer.
Oh, absolutely.
That for the first.
No, the fact that she is doing this. And again, she has a 14-year-old daughter. She goes home to her 14-year-old daughter and is just like, yeah, you know what? I could see how a grown-ass man would totally confuse it. Like, fuck you, Megyn. You're a bad parent. You're a fucking horrible parent.
Oh, no.
And a horrible person to boot.
He was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true.
What? Like, again, how did she, like, think that this would be anything but the mega viral moment that it is, and not for a good reason? I haven't seen one person in good faith, come out and say, yeah, you know what, Megyn Kelly, she technically was right, though. She was technically, like, every single person, even on the right, is going like, well, that was a little out of fucking pocket.
I have to be honest, I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore.
Nor should you trust Pam Bondi on anything, but yeah, this has gone viral. We'll get into the reaction of it. Let's see what Mediaite has to say. Epstein dominated
Mediaite. Wait, Mediaite has a dark mode?
The news after
Hold the fucking phone. Mediaite has a dark
Republicans
mode.
each released tranches of emails from the Epstein estate, many of which involve shocking or mysterious revelations about Donald Trump. The news was followed by completion of the long-awaited discharge petition to force a vote on releasing more Epstein documents.
Hey, I can actually use Mediaite now.
On Wednesday's edition of the Megyn Kelly Show, she spent a significant portion discussing the issue with pro-Trump host Batya Ungar-Sargon, who, by the way, is a moron.
Yeah.
And should be.
She really is. Her Destiny debate really was the first time that I'm like, who is this moron?
Be made fun of.
And then seeing her on Piers Morgan and just constantly her being like the IDF shill that she is.
She's awful.
Yeah, she really is. She's certifiably stupid, too.
Psychotically awful, the way that, like, a bunch of other MAGA, like, apparently, interpersonally, she's quite nice, but, like...
yeah, so is Andrew Wilson, but you know what? You can also point out that they're kind of scummy.
Really dumb and bad faith, and therefore should be made fun of. Just putting that out there.
I mean, it's kind of scummy to go out there, say the things you do publicly, and then just be like, yeah, actually, I'm a really nice guy. It's just a wrestling character, you know, kayfabe.
But Kelly eventually went granular on that count, exploring the difference between a 15-year-old...
I'm concerned what kind of people she allows around her family if she makes those equivocations on live TV. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly,
...year-old and a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
So...
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that fucking Megyn is just her husband's cheating on her, and it's like, I don't know, is his girlfriend a certain age, and are you just like are you doing these mental gymnastics for that reason, and then just being like, well, technically it's not being a cuck if I'm okay with it.
That's really awkward.
Like, for real, what is she doing? What is she doing?
Not sure why. Not sure why you would go down, again, that particular road. I want to play another clip here, and in which, again, I think Kelly is sanitizing Donald Trump's past. So take a look.
We have not seen some slew of young women come forward to say, me too.
Yes, you have. What are you talking about? There has been slews of them dating back to the early fucking 90s. What are you talking about, Megyn? Oh my God, she also doing this thing where it's like, because she has a problem where she sees these women and she's like, that's a grown woman. It's like, what the fuck, Megyn?
On Donald Trump.
Jesus Christ. Like, honestly, this woman. Use more, like, I'm going to say it again, use more filters. It's still not fixing how ugly you are.
Them.
Holy crap.
Or having paid for sex with them when they were barely legal or otherwise. It just hasn't happened.
What a soulless, empty husk. Look at her. It literally, like, this is something, I'm going to just say it. I'm going to just fucking say it. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad that she's so good at, making sure that she remains thin. Yeah, it didn't work for her. Yeah. She looks, honestly, she looks like she's fucking sick.
In fact, at that same press conference, the lawyer for a group of the women actually said Jeffrey Epstein would prey upon women when they were underage, true and disgusting and horrible. And then the lawyer said, and when they came of age...
And here she is with her certifiably stupid take to almost outdo Megyn Kelly.
He was no longer interested in them. He would then pass them on. So there was no pedophilia ring.
Yeah. I'm glad that Josiah is also just like, what? Just
nobody. Well, there is no evidence. There's no conclusive evidence that Donald Trump engaged in the exact same crimes that Jeffrey Epstein did. Now, Epstein said in those emails that Trump knew about the girls, indicating that he was aware of Epstein's conduct. But set that aside for a moment. This
the grossest fucking take of the year.
encouraging either. Like, hey, Donald Trump didn't engage in, like have sex with, minors. He just waited until his sex trafficking best friend was done with them. Then once they aged into maturity, they were no longer legal minors. Then he would allow his sex trafficking best friend to.
Yeah, like literally, she's just like, they only got groomed. I mean, that's not that bad. Like fucking A. How in the hell is she not just getting cooked by every single person she's ever done an interview with?
Pass them on.
Piers Morgan, you might want to fucking bring her on and have her explain herself.
That's not exactly a sterling defense of Donald Trump's character in any way that is.
I love how they will be describing grooming and trafficking with a straight face, say that they don't see anything wrong here. It's self-reporting. It totally is. 10,000%.
Person should acknowledge.
And if they, no, where's the allegedly here? Like, you're the ones using this language. I'm just fucking speculating.
Rather, the same person would find commendable.
The fuck, man?
Right? That's pretty gross.
No wonder QAnon's just like, see?
At best. And again, insinuates that Trump was aware of the heinous crimes of Epstein, which would be a moral indictment, condemnation of Trump.
Yeah. I mean, he did lie and say I didn't know it. I never saw anything bad. You know what? I knew he liked him young, just not that young. I don't know.
But again,
dude, we as a collective mind have just kind of gotten used to that shit. I mean, this is the ultimate gaslighting.
It's like, well, we haven't had these Me Too moments, perhaps not of underage women or girls.
Like, I thought we were all of the mind that we could just agree that, pedophilia bad.
But Trump.
Megyn Kelly's out here to give us her take.
Has been credibly accused of all sorts of sexual impropriety by like more, I think it was 24, I believe, maybe more women. So again, how granular, how and why are you getting this granular? For what purpose? Well, this again went viral. It's all over Twitter. Megyn Kelly minimizes Epstein's teen victims after Trump emails release. House Democrats released emails on our SiriusXM show. Megyn Kelly stated that Epstein targeted 15-year-olds rather than younger children, distinguishing between ages to argue he was not a pedophile, which drew sharp criticism.
No, I'm glad that she's getting cooked by like even MAGA on this one, where they're just like, "Hey, that's not what? That's your argument? That's the best we got?" Oh,
for downplaying sex.
It's like I'm not repeating that.
Trafficking. So let's take a look. Ali Samarco. This is career ending for Megyn Kelly. 15-year-olds are children. They can't drive. They can't see.
Wonder how much they got paid to spew that bullshit.
R-rated movie.
I don't know if she did. I don't know, because that really did just seem like it was organically her being fucking stupid as hell.
Movies. But disgusting 50-year-old men should be allowed to have sex with them without their consent. Again, I don't want to violate terms of service.
Dude, she was an attorney too. Like it's crazy to me that like
goodbye.
What?
Forever.
How is she going to maintain an audience that is just like, yeah, it's totally normal for what she said?
Think
yeah,
Trump
totally.
had sex with 15-year-olds and they're getting ready to defend it, said another Twitter user. The Epstein files must be worse for Trump than we thought if his allies are already making
exactly. Yeah, see?
That rape.
Most people are kind of figuring that out where it's like, all right, if you're trying to manufacture consent here, for something this bad, that tells me that you guys are about like there's something real bad about to come out.
Sexually violating, having sex with someone.
Like definitive proof. This is all theoretical. So in theory, it seems like what will come out is evidence that a certain person was with a certain woman from a certain age, but they're doing the thing here where it's like, well, technically she was of age when she was trafficked.
Without their consent. With kids is not that bad. Quote,
wow. I can't get over just how bad this is. This is like brain breaking bad. Like this is reality. This wasn't like just an AI synthesized like theoretical that was like, wow, that would be nuts.
Pedophile, he just like 15-year-olds is not the defense you think it is. Megyn.
Yeah, no shit.
Said,
what the fuck?
Alex Cole. Sarah Longwell of the Bulwark said, I'm sorry, what the hell is this? Shannon Wass says, Megyn Kelly is trying to convince her listeners that sex trafficking girls is less offensive if they've gone through puberty. Adam Park Homenko says, so Megyn Kelly is fine with pedophiles now. It's fine to, again, I don't want to violate terms of service here. You're familiar with that word, to have non-consensual sex with minors. It's not just Trump and Epstein we're learning about. Jeet here says, let history record. I called it in 2017. GOP 1984. It's morning again in America. 2000. Compassionate conservatism. Conservatism 2020. The proper term is ephebophilia.
Yeah, I guess that's the hill they're dying on here.
Predictable, but still amazing to watch people who spent literally years accusing.
Holy fucking Christ, dude. Like, I knew these guys, like, we all knew these people were evil and their morals were definitely lacking. But this is like a whole new level of, like, you're really trying to normalize this? What?
Every librarian team.
Like, everybody should unilaterally just be on board with, this bitch is fucking crazy. And she really shouldn't have a show. What?
Teacher and trans person they can find of sexually grooming children suddenly throw themselves in with, quote, it's actually ephebophilia.
Same with that absolute dunce next door.
Tim Miller, he's an ephebo, not a pedo, was the Roy Moore campaign slogan as well. Roy Moore, famous and infamous Republican lawmaker who had similar such scandals.
Yeah.
Tennessee Holler, seriously, WTF.
I thought that was kind of where, like, everybody was on board with, like, it's not an excuse there, bro.
F is wrong with these people. Matthew Gertz, the new motto of MAGA is, quote, actually, it's ephebophilia. This is your legacy, Megyn.
It will take this country decades to recover from putting an absolute pedo in the presidency twice.
An apologist and a disgrace.
It really is.
Yeah, folks, again.
Like, this is insane, guys.
And this
like
is...
it was already, like, the misogyny aspect of things and just being openly okay with the fact that it's just like, so you're telling me that the religious sect is telling us how much we need to love this guy who's a serial adulterer and sinner in their eyes, and, like, he just never apologizes for it, won't even put his hand on the fucking Bible. That one, I don't even know, like, Christians, how they didn't just look at that and go,
it's not good. I'm not sure, again, why she...
I realistically thought that would be the end of it.
Decided to get this granular. I don't know.
Nope. Here we are, months in, and now we're doing the thing where it's just like, well, teenage girls, technically... It's like, what?
It was an effort to downplay the scandal for Trump.
Hey, at Pep Talks, I got a seasonal job at my parents' job. I hate this Nepo shit. I don't even like their organization, but I just wanted to give you the inside scoop. Hey, you know what? I'm glad that you're working.
Given that she's Trump-aligned, and remember, Megyn Kelly said that
if you got to do something to get money to survive, and you don't have many choices, then you know what?
She voted in Trump primarily to protect children, right? She believed that...
Depends on how bad it is, though. Like, it's not like Megyn Kelly bad, is it?
Democrats and the left were a threat to children because of hormone therapy and sexual reassignment surgery that she believes is just being pumped out to children for the sake of the trans ideology. And so this all cuts against who she voted for, who she supported, and maybe she's just trying to get granular to try to make him look as the lesser evil or the better option. But this is a really bad look, and I would not be surprised if Megyn Kelly tries to walk it back in the foreseeable future. But
yeah, does she, though? We'll see tomorrow. Well, we'll see by Monday, actually, because I just realized that, today's Friday, guys. Although this weekend, even though I'm not going to be live, look out for some clips. Going to try and get some clips out there. Maybe do an exclusive video. Try and fill this YouTube algorithm thing since, apparently that will help me. I got a recommendation from YouTube where they're just like, hey, so, if you do this thing where you kind of just put out more of your content, just in smaller doses for people, that will help your channel grow. It's kind of like, yeah. But either way, guys, we're going to continue into this Epstein drop stuff with what I consider the most important video on this right now. But, oh, actually, you know what? I lied. That one comes after this one. So we will take care of that in a second. But if you are just joining us, welcome. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and like the stream. Really helps me out. This link comes with a trigger warning. It's graphic AF if the allegations made against Trump, the rapist clown, and Frankenstein's monster are horrific beyond measure, and I believe Katie Johnson. Well, the fact that they're trying to make the whole case where Virginia Giuffre came out and said, but Trump didn't do anything untoward. Even though there's other victims coming out and being like, well, maybe to you. I don't know, man. Isn't it convenient that they're using the dead girl? Isn't it? Isn't it so fucking convenient? Jesus Christ. And they wonder why they have every conspiracy. You don't even have conspiracy-minded people thinking that this is all a conspiracy anymore. Now it's just your normies looking at this going like, they did what now? And she's dead? Mm-hmm. Okay. Kind of convenient that the people that really would have all this information that'd be so super damning just happen to be gone, and then you got Ghislaine Maxwell there that's preemptively just like, I'll say whatever you want, just commute my sentence when it is convenient for you. Until then, I will pet this puppy and I will pretend that I'm not trying to strangle it and trying to abuse it. I was actually worried about that, legitimately, when I heard that she had a puppy. I'm like, this abusing piece of shit, you're giving a puppy? Yeah. I also think she died under mysterious circumstances. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a little weird that, I thought that, where it's just like, okay, so you're telling me that she did all this. She's talking about her daughters. She's talking about how she has to live for her daughters. And then conveniently, around the time that this would become a major story, she hangs herself? Where have I heard this one before? But, okay. But we're supposed to take everybody at their word because the dead one, the victim, the one that was, it was disingenuous to black out the name victim because, it was the one that said that Donald Trump didn't do nothing. Fuck off. God damn it, dude. The fact that people are so willingly just yeah, you know what? It's so obvious what we're seeing, but we're just going to continue to fool ourselves because we don't like you guys. We don't like leftists because you guys want to raise our taxes. Realistically, that's what this comes from. Bunch of rich fucks that are just like, oh no, we can't have that because we wouldn't have that extra bit of tax that we wouldn't even notice was gone. All right, let's get to this. This is the more centrist view of things, obviously, from BTC. And yes, trigger warning!
Just in case you thought Donald Trump was taking the new Epstein email drop in stride, his latest post on Truth Social suggests otherwise. He posted, quote, now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures, I will be asking Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. This is another Russia scam with all arrows pointing to the Democrats. Records show that these men and many others spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island. Stay tuned. Now, first of all, I think I speak on behalf of just about everyone on the left when I say we do not care about anyone who was legitimately implicated with Epstein. If anyone on the left
they think that we're playing the exact same game,
participated in his disgusting schemes, they should be held to account without a second's hesitation, period, full stop. The left is not a cult. We do not blindly defer to anybody. And if somebody did something illegal or depraved, there's no room for them in the coalition. Now, I would challenge anyone on the right to be able to say the same. But beyond that, it really does give the game...
Shut up, you Antifa terrorist. I mean, that's what they classified you as the second that they said, oh yeah, Antifa are technically foreign terrorists.
Way that he's sicking his DOJ on his enemies.
Hope you guys
for
understand that happened.
Donald Trump traffics in straight projection more than anyone else on earth. He called for Hillary Clinton to be prosecuted for her handling of what were believed to be classified emails, only for Trump himself to steal classified documents from the White House and refuse to return them. Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed that elections were rigged or stolen when he lost.
Republicans can't get that we aren't sheep like they are. Yeah,
to then engage in an effort to rig the 2020 election, an election that he still claims was rigged to this day. He's criticized the Clinton Foundation while his own businesses continue to not only operate, but pull in billions from domestic entities looking to curry favor with the White House and foreign entities also looking to do the same. He encouraged the prosecution of Hillary Clinton by leading chants of lock her up, while later claiming that investigations into him represented the weaponization of the government. He called Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, while literally days ago, this was him in the White House. And I could go on and on. The truth is that the best indication that Donald Trump has done something wrong is when he starts to insist that somebody else did that thing. And finally, notice that he calls it the Epstein hoax. Which part exactly is a hoax? That there are emails written as far back as 2011 where Epstein tells Ghislaine Maxwell that Donald Trump was at his house with one of his victims? Was that just a long-term play by the Dems where 15 years ago, the Democrats forced Epstein to write that email in case Trump ever became president and they needed some dirt on him that they wouldn't release until midway through his second term? Like, what are we even talking about here? Or was it a hoax that Donald Trump and Epstein were best buds?
Why do you play the audio on this? When you know that's going to affect you too, Brian. Fucking Christ. It doesn't matter if you have...
Or was it a hoax when Donald Trump's now cabinet members
That was a bonehead move on his part, because he's going to literally get struck for that just as quickly as us.
Fanning the flames of Epstein while they were building their brands.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
You wondering why we're not hearing more about this Epstein case?
We have that clip.
I mean, the guy was only connected to just about every major player in the swamp internationally, and yet you don't hear much about it. And what the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein?
Or was it a hoax when Trump himself fanned the flames back when it was politically convenient on the campaign trail?
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool.
So it was real when Trump was exploiting the issue for votes, but now that the truth about the issue points to him, suddenly it's made up? Convenient, huh? So Donald Trump can try the whole, actually, you did it, not me, shtick, but all he's doing is broadcasting how stupid he thinks his supporters are.
Yeah.
The sad reality is that they are not falling for it anymore. And
they literally keep going like, duh, we are that stupid.
Even Trump's most ardent supporters are beginning to speak out.
These women have been waiting, some of them for decades. I talked to several victims that were raped by Jeffrey Epstein back in the 90s. And so this is information that has needed to come out for a very long time. And the American people have demanded it. And so the American people deserve to see transparency from their government. Rich, powerful people should not be protected. That is completely wrong. And it's a message to victims everywhere.
Conveniently, his supporters are stupid. This goes back to when he was actually like starting his run. He explained, I think it was to Howard Stern, but I know that it was in an interview where he was pretty candid about it, where he was just like, you know what, no, it goes back to what he said even this year, or what was it, during the election, where he's just like, college educated people, they don't like me very much. And he kind of said plainly, like, just like, I love the uneducated, I love them. And I know that that was also on the campaign trail, but in an interview, he even said, he's just like, you know what? It's easier to manipulate the people on the Republican side.
Rape, human trafficking, and children who are trapped in terrible situations, that the government will not protect the predators, that we will work hard to protect the victims.
I want the Epstein files released. I'm with Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. Let's go, baby. I don't know why Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, or anyone else is saying there's nothing going on, and they haven't given us a good enough reason to believe nothing is going on. So they botched this one. Let's see the Epstein files released, what they've got, what they can release. I'm assuming most of it's gone anyway, and I don't necessarily trust any of it, but I'm not playing these games.
Why would Trump run on releasing these files if when he was in office and Epstein got locked up and they got all this information and he know this can't get out to the public, why would he run on releasing it?
Because he's dishonest.
Point blank.
All right. I mean, Trump is dishonest. I think we all understand Trump is a dishonest character.
Right? I mean, he told us that on the pod. He said, I'm a mostly
is that his name, Edgett?
Truthful person. Basically saying, I lie sometimes.
Yeah.
The guy with shit on his, Andrew Schultz's shit on his nose.
When it's strategically relevant, when it's beneficial to marketing, when it advances the cause, when it gets him what he needs in the long run, it's a short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
So was it just a huge miscalculation? He thought people would not care after he gets elected? Like if he know he couldn't.
Well, he did release. I think he thought, oh yeah, we're going to give him some red meat. We're going to put together all these influencers. We're going to give them these files, and we're going to leak all the stuff, and they're going to eat it up, and we'll be good. I'll have done my job.
Oh, that's what it was. No, Hermit. I had my clips mixed up. No, you're right. That was it, and it was Howard Stern. If I ran, I'd run as a Republican because they're stupid.
And then no one ate it, and then he was like, "Oh shit."
Is that what you think, Andrew?
I listened to those interviews live, and the thing is, on Howard, he would surprise them. There was a few times where like Howard would be talking about something, and they'd be like, "Hey," you would get Baba Booey back there, just like, "Oh, hey, boss. Actually, we have Donald Trump on the phone that wants to come and tell you a story or two, boss."
You got to keep in mind that like Donald Trump was there from the beginning of all this with his first presidency. So none of this is new to him. It's almost like a boomerang that's coming back to him.
He was back there with Epstein too.
Funniest thing.
Or the Epstein files is a hoax.
Bro, the fucking Epstein thing is just
nothing but a hoax.
It's almost like you guys put all your support behind this motherfucker. I'm a Kyle Kalinske you guys on this one where it's like, nah. Listen, I will forgive you and I will even welcome you into this shit and just be like, listen, you had Zoran on. That's great. And if Joe Rogan had Zoran on, I would also kind of be a little bit more forgiving. But the fact is, here they are, and they're just like, hey, what's the problem? You know, he's kind of crazy. Hey, what up, LT? Who the hell is this?
I don't even understand.
So,
I don't get
his ratings are going to hell. Only tens of views. I've seen it.
I don't get
barely cracks 20.
It is the easiest political victory. Like if you just
it is, but it isn't. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not supporting anything. Just be really clear, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But if you have
you're not exactly clear when again, dude.
relationships with all these insanely wealthy people that are going to be severely impacted by this. Like this is the ultimate political football. Because I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know who the people are, but I've heard things. And if those things are true, you're dealing with some of the most powerful people in the world, some of the wealthiest people in the world.
In fact,
so we agree on this. They got to go down. Okay, cool.
even Republicans defected and voted for the discharge petition to force a vote on the release of the files, which will take place next week. And Thomas Massie, who led the charge, offered this warning to his colleagues.
And how many Republicans do you think will vote for this on the floor?
Well, I've already had a couple Republicans tell my office privately that they're going to vote for it, and I think that could snowball. I mean, the deal for Republicans on this vote is that Trump will protect you if you vote the wrong way. In other words, if you vote to cover up for pedophiles, you've got cover in a Republican primary. But I would remind my colleagues that this vote is going to be on your record for longer than Trump is going to be president. And what are you going to do in 2028 and 2030 when you're in a debate, either with a Republican or a Democrat, and they say, how can we trust you? You covered up for a pedophile back in 2025.
Don't think that Republicans didn't hear that message loud and clear. So while Trump may be perfectly content to try and manipulate his base with the most bargain basement tactics possible, the reason he's getting so desperate is because he's lost control of the narrative. He exploited the issue when he was running for office, and now the chickens have come home to roost. And all of the fake investigations in the world at the hands of his henchmen and women at the DOJ are not going to change the optics or the reality of Donald Trump's relationship with the world's most notorious pedophile.
I mean, the facts are, yeah, like he kind of summed it up well there as far as like nobody on the right is buying this. Actually, I have Sagar here specifically because even Sagar is just like sick of this. LOL, who's Bubba? I mean,
turning now to the emails themselves, which we've been teasing here for a little while. Let's actually get into some of them. Crystal and Emily went into the 3 big ones that happened yesterday, which you'll recall, but it's actually worth knowing. The House Oversight Committee ended up releasing some 22,000 new pages. Now, I want to say at the top, part of the difficulty for people like us is that they have put them out as individual images, not as searchable PDFs. So we have to individually go through all 22,000 files.
Ooh, I have a guest coming.
It would take weeks, if not months, to actually go and read. I've done my best, and we have collated a lot of stuff here that various researchers and all of them have flagged. But we want to give you a fulsome taste here of some of the Trump stuff that remains in the emails. Let's put the first one up here on the screen. This is B2, actually, guys. Let's just jump ahead to there. Jeffrey Epstein, this was a June of 2019 email where Epstein says specifically, quote, recall Prince Andrew's accuser came out of Mar-a-Lago. So this is Virginia Giuffre. And this is in a text chain that was with Steve Bannon. So this was from June of 2019, and saying, quote, can't believe nobody is making you the connective tissue. And he says specifically Prince Andrew and Trump today, too funny. So presumably there was some meeting.
There was a meeting between Prince
the two.
Andrew and Trump that day.
Right. So that's what Epstein and Bannon are like joking about. I mean, this is only months before he's dead in federal prison and indicted. Just flagging that one. Let's go to the next one. This is nuts. Okay. So this.
Notice how Steve Bannon isn't like doing the media circuit.
Was a email chain with Landon Thomas Jr., who is a New York Times reporter who worked there for years, who it turns out had this.
Do you think Trump understands what's going on, or is his brain too mushy now? I don't think he understands the actual implications and how they aren't winning the narrative battle on this one.
Deep and long relationship.
That's why like this doesn't go away. Honestly, this is where I'm gonna just have my little bit of hopium here, and I hope you guys kind of can take it and run with it. Is that if he truly had like the cult of personality that everybody claims that he does, this would have gone away the first time. The fact that it came back the second time after the August recess, the victims had their press conference, which was that was devastating for them. Then they went and did their second vacation, and shut the government down, only for it to come back again. I'm telling you, like I don't think that him or his cabinet, for that matter, really grasp just how much the public is not going to let this go. And the only thing he can do now is kind of what he is doing, where he's just like, you know what, that one girl, the one that happens to conveniently be the one that's dead,
Jeffrey Epstein, and he's sending him some.
She told you guys I wasn't a bad hombre.
Stuff specifically about the Trump campaign, kind of asking him for some questions here about previous BuzzFeed news articles about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And what he says is, my 20-year-old girlfriend in '93, that after 2 years I gave to Donald. So what that shows is, you'll recall, Michael Wolff and others had talked specifically about this girlfriend that they appear to have shared or whatever, who was 20 years old.
I appreciate you guys telling me when you're in lurk mode.
In the year 1993, there were several jokes about that and being depreciated in the birthday book, which you will also recall. Just again, to show some of the relationship. Let's go to the next one. This one is in emails with Michael Wolff, the quote-unquote journalist. Yeah, I mean, the emails from Wolff here are like a secondary conversation about how disgusting that is. But anyway, he says, well, I guess if there's anybody who can wave this away, it's Donald. Let me know if there's anything I can do. This is from Michael Wolff.
This was
about the lawsuit.
This is in relationship to the lawsuit from an accuser, I believe, named Katie Johnson, who alleged that both Trump and Epstein had raped her when she was 13 years old.
Yeah, that's right. So this was in a lawsuit.
So he's talking about, well, if anyone could wave this lawsuit away, it's Donald. I guess he was right.
Again,
next time.
How are we in a moment in politics where this dude can just escape it? And we have had the dumbest scandals. Like this goes, I hate to do this, but we go back to Biden, even like his fucking blatantly ignoring fucking Gaza, which again, horrible. But this shit, like, what are we doing?
let's put this up here.
How is this just not enough for it to even be a question, just to be enough to be like, you know what? I really don't think he should be the
On
president.
screen, this is for Epstein on Donald
Fucking
Trump.
Christ.
Quote, he feels alone and is nuts. I told everyone from day one, evil beyond belief, mad. So it sounds like he had TDS. Most thought I was speaking metaphorically. It's obvious he could crack
Also,
Stormy
by
Daniels'
the way,
question.
I will just say for the Palestinian thing too, how that ceasefire has been broken like 6 times now.
Mark, lies after lies.
Not really a ceasefire, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein. Is,
And it kind of does play into that. I think Israel might have something on Trump and Epstein. It surely seems like he might have had something on Trump.
lecturing you on morality, like what
Because it's the United
you have
States.
gone seriously wrong somewhere in your life.
Next one. This
Again,
is
I don't
from
understand how we've done this thing though.
2015. Again, landed.
Where we can hear about like Al Franken. Al Franken's a good example where it's just like, oh, okay, so he grabbed a boobie through Kevlar for a picture, even though he didn't actually touch her boobies, but he resigned after pressure from his caucus. But this is what. Okay.
Thomas Jr.
Who I think was fired because of his relationship with Epstein.
Right. And so he emails him about the infamous quote.
I'll never get over that one.
I've known Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years. And Epstein replies, read the
Why make laws when the big bads don't ever face the consequences of their action? Nothing matters. People voted for a known PDF. They will never care.
BuzzFeed.
Yep.
Must be BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed. Ari, airplane logs, Hawaiian contest. Have them ask my houseman about Donald, presumably almost walking through the door, leaving his nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. He was so focused, walked straight into the door.
Donna.
Pause on that
That
one for a second, because he's talking
That's my alter ego, Donna Trump.
about. So they're talking about Trump. Landon Thomas Jr. says now everyone coming
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me.
to me thinking I have juicy info on you and Trump because of this. The story will never die.
He
and
does the
Epstein
lipstick, but he gets
replies,
it all
read the
wrong because his lips are always like in weird positions.
BuzzFeed, read my airplane logs and Hawaiian tropic contest, so some sort of a beauty contest, and then have them ask my houseman about Donald almost walking through and leave as young girls, blah blah blah. So anyway, he's gesturing towards like some of the dirt that he would have.
Right, that was
on
in a
Trump.
exchange about that. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what. Let's go to the next one. This was about Ghislaine and more. Or sorry, this one was a very weird email from a victim where they say, "I'm at the door. I will wait for my time. I don't want to come early to find Trump in your house." Laughing emoji. Laughing emoji. This is from 2017 in December. There is no evidence because Trump was president at this time about the visit. I mean, you can't really go anywhere without the White House press corps. But I guess they were still joking about it or alluding to something while at this time period with one of the victims. Again, it's this. I see these being passed around, but I'm telling you, I mean, I was covering the White House at this time. It's literally impossible. Like, you can't go anywhere without the White House press corps that was tagging along. So I don't think it's likely at all. I mean, he was definitely at Mar-a-Lago a ton, but Jeffrey Epstein, if he had been at Mar-a-Lago at that time, that actually would have been a story. It was under Secret Service control. I mean, theoretically, I guess, possible, but very unlikely. This just seems to me, there's a lot of winking, nodding, joking, and Epstein, in the emails to me, he loves how important he is of his relationship with everybody else, and he's constantly alluding to the dirt that he has on everybody around him, including Trump. Trump was one of the figures that he constantly alludes to in the emails.
And this is confirmation of, one of the things that has been posited about Jeffrey Epstein is basically like he was using blackmail to make money, ingratiate himself with the rich and powerful, keep himself out of trouble. And you can see him using those tactics in this email, saying basically, I've got, I could take down this person. I've got information on that person.
I'm sorry I have to say it, but that shirt makes her look like a fucking linebacker.
And then you also see him having these high-level meetings with, heads of state and leaders from countries around the world. So you really get, Trump included in this, but
we know who carries who in that relationship.
Even separate and apart from Trump, you do see.
She literally got Kyle up there, and he's like popping little bubbles and trying to catch butterflies. Like, yay!
How he really operates and the way that he presents himself in these emails. Back to the question about his connectivity with Trump. What's the year that Trump claims he cut off all contact with Epstein? It was like 2004 or something like that. Early 2000s is when they supposedly. I think they did actually have some kind of falling out over like this mansion that they both wanted or some sort of.
Well, it was that, and also Virginia Giuffre being stolen
from Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, that's because Crystal is the beast.
Yeah.
Don't believe me. Trump said that.
Trump
okay?
said it, and Epstein. It's like,
no, he literally.
She only makes one trip with the groceries.
Confirms it in these emails effectively. In any case.
Oh, come on, Pep. Crystal's my progressive crush. Oh, I can also mention when she wears an unflattering shirt.
But you have some indications in these emails, this one being one of them, but others as well, that Epstein still, wasn't in direct contact with Trump. He was certainly in contact with Steve Bannon, who was, obviously Trump world insider. A lot of questions for Bannon. We knew that Bannon had all of these hours of Epstein footage that has never been released. And then you see him regularly texting back and forth with Epstein. Again, this is a long time Trump world.
She literally looks like the way that, like, when you buy an action figure and they over accentuate something, like the arms and like the kind of sleeves.
World insider that is clearly
I'm here for the puff
continuing to
sleeves.
communicate with Jeffrey Epstein right up until he is dead. So that exchange with regard to Prince Andrew, that is, I think, like a month.
Oh, going back to the shoulder pads.
Before he ends up dead in a prison cell.
Yeah.
So all the way up to the end, he was certainly
Totally not mysterious at all, totally normal. He
connected directly to Trump world.
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, man, could you imagine her with like the actual 90s shoulders fat? Oh my God, she would look like Powerline.
Another email where someone is asking him to pass some sort of a video along to Donald Trump, suggesting that they at least thought that he still had that kind of access. So I think that's a really important piece of this too, as we, put these pieces together. And, you may ask, like, what's going on with the Steve Bannon thing? I mean, I think the most logical conclusion is that he wanted to keep Epstein close because reportedly he had said that he knew that Epstein was the one guy who could take Trump down and that he was worried about going back to 2016. So I think the probably logical conclusion is that he wanted to keep this guy close and keep tabs on him to make sure that nothing that was going to be damaging to Trump was going to be coming out.
Let's get to BA. This might be the craziest one. Let's put it up here on the screen, okay? Trump said he asked me to resign. Never remember ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Elaine to stop. That was one of those that was
Of course, he knew about the girls.
Yeah, of course he.
Oh yeah, if Hillary was president during when Epstein died in federal prison, imagine the meltdowns MAGA'd still be having. Yep.
And that seems to confirm the Virginia.
Maybe that's what we need to do, though. Is I hate to say it, like, do we just need to constantly keep melting down because this is the double-edged sword. We've also tuned them out.
Virginia Giuffre at Mar-a-Lago. That dovetails with that story about Virginia Giuffre being quote.
To be fair, I will say what the MAGA people are also
allegedly.
Virginia Giuffre did testify under oath that she never saw Trump do anything wrong, which I don't think is all that exculpatory. I get because for Trump per se, because that's not really the alleged accusation.
Type allegedly, just to be safe.
Accusation here was about knowing about this and some of the relationship that preceded, but did want to throw.
But read this part from Michael Wolff too, though, because so the first part of the exchange is this is when I believe they're talking about this potential CNN debate. Oh no, this is later. This is 20.
Yeah,
it's 2015.
This is 2015.
Okay, so 2015, they're talking about this potential CNN debate exchange and brainstorming how they would want Trump to respond.
I feel like ignoring all the insanity and culture war nonsense is only emboldened the MAGA movement.
Which again indicates that there's some way to get this information to him and to press him to respond one way or another. And Michael Wolff says, I think you should let him hang himself, interesting choice of words, if he says he
wait a minute,
hasn't been on
whoa, foreshadowing.
or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So here you have Michael Wolff saying we should hope that Trump lies, because then you have leverage over him. You have valuable PR and political currency. And if he wins, you could save him generating a debt. So again, strategizing.
I mean, laying it all out there, weird.
About how basically to wield
fitting choice of words, chef's kiss,
this information against Trump and have power over him. And so that email was in 2015, and then the one above it is from
a few years later.
Separate exchange about, of course he knew, of course Trump knew about.
It just cuts to a picture of his feet.
The girls. He asked Elaine to stop.
Yeah.
So extremely revealing there in terms of how they were talking internally and how Epstein operates.
Let's go to the next one, shall we? This was another pretty extraordinary one. This is a joke where he talks about, well, it may not be a joke. He's saying, quote, Hillary doing naughties with Vince. So this is about Vince Foster. This is some 1990s stuff if you've never.
Actually, yeah, I agree. Dave, Dems have sort of just kind of ignored a lot of the MAGA BS of offering. Hold on, I got to scroll down. Offering a robust counter narrative, and I think has done a lot of harm, allowed them to hijack every issue. Yes.
Never gone down the road of the Vince Foster suicide,
but they really have, because in my everyday life, the amount of regurgitated Fox News talking points that I hear is alarming enough for me to be like, so are you I have a feeling that if there was a little bit more pushback, like, I don't know, maybe like what's her face, that chick from The Five, the one that fought with Hassan a little bit. Oh my God, Tarlov, Jessica Tarlov. people like her, where it's just like, okay, it shouldn't always just be like, okay, so I'm going to give you like the facts and just break it down for you and just be, you know what, and we're just going to ignore the craziest shit you just said.
The Clinton body count.
Well, I mean, go and read it for yourself. It is objectively a crazy thing. There's no
give me 1 second.
Let's
I gotta
get
go
to
get my
B11,
guest.
shall we? This was from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. Quote, subject
Wait a
that was
minute, how
fun
did
to
I
you
beat him?
in 3 weeks. Just put a pin in that. I will return because it actually just tells you about how crazy his inner circle was. Go to B12, shall we? This was another one. Quote, would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen? This was from December of 2015. Let's go ahead and skip to B14 just because I want to show everybody how deep he was still in DC. This is an October 2017 email from Larry Summers, who remember is like former president of Harvard, World Bank, Treasury Secretary under Clinton, like as respected as it gets in liberal establishment circles.
Still is
and
somehow.
Epstein says, when we meet, I will endeavor to mesmerize you with stories of DC. So wild! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Interesting. B15, please. These were all some of the ones that I was noting that I dug out. So here is Epstein keeping tabs on Alex Acosta before Alex Acosta's hearing. He says who will represent Acosta at hearing. And his lawyer, Roy Black, who, by the way, helped Epstein with the sweetheart deal with Acosta, says he will be by himself, perhaps a Trump aide, to assist and to accompany him. The reason why that's noteworthy to me is, number one, he's keeping tabs on Acosta at the hearing. Number two, the alleged he belonged to intelligence quote about Acosta happened while he was being vetted, allegedly, according to whoever leaked that story. The he belonged to intelligence quote happened while he was being vetted for his potential confirmation hearing in the belief that he may have been asked about it at some point during that confirmation. So that's why it was important to me that he is keeping tabs on Epstein. B16, please. This is the perfect one for me because this just shows you, like, yeah, look, obviously Trump is a headline because he's a president, but this is how deep this stuff all goes. So this is just 2014, September 2014, during the UNGA, when the global elite is all in New York City. These were all of his meetings that he lists out, and please keep this on the screen so I can read from them. Peter Thiel, Larry Summers, Bill Burns, CIA director, Gordon Brown, Prime Minister of Britain, Jagland, who was a Nobel Committee person from Norway, the Mongolian president, the UAE leader, Qatari leaders, Leon Black, that Apollo hedge fund guy who, they had a long relationship with. That correspondence that he has back and forth is with Obama's recently departed White House counsel. And he's listing like the Clinton people, the Security Council. He talks about the climate summit that's happening there for the Clinton Global Initiative. Woody Allen, right? Fair weather friends, I guess, there between the two. But my point is just like, you can see how deeply interconnected that he was into this global elite. Like, it's not just Trump, it's like everybody, Indian energy ministers. And just to flag here, the Mongolian president part is, remember, one of the first stories that Ryan reported is that Epstein helped broker an Israeli security agreement between Israel and Mongolia. So here you have him meeting with this head of state around the same time that he's working on behalf of Israel to broker this security. So this just is confirmation of the drop site story, number one. But number two, look at the level of access that this guy just had. I mean, it's just so crazy. From prime ministers, CIA directors, billionaires, Nobel Committee, sultans of Dubai, people at Harvard, Woody Allen. I mean, it's everywhere. It's entertainment, it's the presidency, it's finance. It's like at the highest levels of government, including many of these people they never even answered, like Bill Burns when those stories came out. He was literally our CIA director under Biden. And everyone was like, oh, yeah. He was asking for career advice from Epstein. In
dog sitting for my buddy.
In a lot of his emails. So it goes deep, man. It's an actual, like, this is a full-blown conspiracy.
Oh, you did? You played the Humanist Report? Oh, it's funny. You know what? I'm glad that we played separate videos then, because I played the Pondering Politics one.
I want to be clear. I'm not alleging that they all have compromat or any of that stuff on them. I really actually don't think that's the case. I think a lot of it was money, influence, and power. That's enough. You and I have lived here long enough. We know. And people will just look past it. But what I think I would hope most moral people are above is
finally Sagar's catching on. I mean, this entire week has been him reframing a bunch of stuff that Crystal and the left have been saying for years, which, again, to disservice from Crystal is the fact that she's not calling him out on that and kind of being a little smug about it. Like, honestly, that kind of plays into what we were just saying about how we just allow them to say things and just don't really challenge them very often because we'd rather not argue. Sometimes you need to argue a little bit with someone like Sagar to really hammer home how much of an idiot he is.
All the people that you're associated with, they're just a registered sex offender at the end of the day. And none of them cared, as long as, you can get access to money and to power.
And
trust me, there's more than the Megyn Kelly clip in the new video. I might have to check it out.
Wealthy, famous people continue to associate with him to be like, well, I mean, Bill Gates still hangs out with me, so it can't be that bad. Like, these like Larry Summers or whoever, they still think that I'm cool, so it can't be that bad. One more that I just saw here this morning, because by the way, this is important to remember, as Sagar was saying, 22,000 emails and messages got dropped yesterday, and none of them are in a searchable format. So
They're
there's
in a Google Drive in image folders, which are unsearchable, just so everybody knows.
So what we just went through is a sampling of what has come out so far. There is going to be more, okay? And so here's another one that I just am seeing for the first time, where it's Michael Wolff again, going back and forth with Epstein, talking about Trump. This is in early 2018. And so Epstein replies to him, "The rich and powerful always send lawyers letters. A book about any one of them takes more time to publish, as I must be."
It was funny. He got like mad as his dad was just like kind of walking out, but then he looked at the door for coming to the studio, and he was just like, "We going?"
Am meticulous about
He knows what's up.
documentation and backup. Now, again, maybe that's not true. There are some, indications from the FBI search of his townhouse and, victims saying that there were video recording, that there was cameras everywhere, et cetera. There is some indication that that is actually the case. But that was the perception he wanted people to have, was that he was meticulous about documentation, that he was recording everything, that he was keeping track of everything. And so the reality of what he actually had or didn't have doesn't really matter. What matters is what
before you came here, did he?
Powerful individuals like Trump think that he may have, and assume that he must have, and assume that he must be sharing with various entities that he's also associated with. So, I think that one is significant as well in terms of the way that he's portraying himself as this sort of like all-knowing, all-powerful, with all the receipts to back it up kind of a guy. And so there's, the power, the proximity to power, the genuine influence. I mean, the amount of, now we've seen, it honestly goes beyond what I expected. The amount of globetrotting power that he had to shape world events is mind-boggling to contemplate. So you have wealth, you have power, you have proximity to all of these elites, and then you throw in that you have dirt on any number of people that can make your life very difficult. Then you see how this conspiracy of silence develops and is sustained over so many years.
No, I mean, the thing is, there's nothing unbelievable about why this was so hard to get to, especially when you realize how many people have gone out of their way to cover it up.
Point I wanted to make here, and like I said before, there's going to be stuff that continues to come out. Whatever's new, we'll also put in the show tomorrow, the Friday show tomorrow as well. But Jill Filipovich made a good point about these.
Yeah, the fact is they have to like really go after Bannon, Lutnick, and Peter Thiel.
Emails with this New York Times report.
Because he's already doing the thing where he's just like, listen, breaking news, I'm going after the Democrats that were found to be in the Epstein files. It's like, hold on, but there was more. Nope, just Democrats.
These were from his work account. So New York Times fired him because he had an inappropriate relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So they knew that he was having this like personal relationship. And these emails about Epstein and, Trump have been sitting on New York Times servers, presumably.
It's ridiculous that that Democrats are not yelling about this every damn day.
For all these
It's all about decorum, though. They don't want to be seen as being hysterical now.
years,
Come on.
And they just, I guess, never bothered to think of that, never bothered to search the
Right there
emails,
with
never
you.
bothered to see if there was anything relevant there that they might want to look into and report out. And that is wild and gets to what you were saying, Sagar, about like, how is it possible that none of this has come out before? You literally had the email sitting on New York Times servers and they did nothing with it.
Yeah, weird. Interesting.
And look at Ryan right now reporting out all this.
Honestly, I think the Bubba thing is a big nothing because I think that one was an inside joke.
Stuff that any reporter.
If we're going to do the thing where we're going to look at a lot of the Epstein emails and then be like, okay, that was weird. Like, there's a lot of it that is not grain of salt. There's a lot of it that's just like, oh, okay, that was pretty blatant.
Could get access to and report out. But they are the only ones.
Reading
who are
that
doing
one
it.
comes across as like, nah.
I mean, this goes to the heart of the Epstein story from day one. Remember Amy Robach, Good Morning America?
Oh, yeah.
Had the story, couldn't cover it. Actually, in some of those files, he is giving advice about how to help quash stories for the royal palace.
It is for Trump to answer.
Plus, when the Duke, Andrew, is in his emails being like, please, I have nothing to do with this. Please quash this story for me. And Epstein is like,
all of a sudden they get really awkward around each other and you're just like, oh my God, it might be true.
we help this, then we're going to be at, parties in Buckingham Palace for the rest of our life. He literally says that in the emails. It's dark, crazy stuff.
Wild.
All right. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning.
I know. Give me a second here, buddy. Give me a second. I gotta click this link because I'm gonna watch. I mean, I don't think I've really covered anything with that, so screw it. I'll do that. Is this the same video that I was going to watch? Let's see. It's not letting me do it. The hell?
We have yet to see.
I think this is the same one, but we'll give it a watch. I mean, I still can't believe it. Like, I don't know, man. I'm disgusted. I can't believe that Megyn Kelly said this. I can't believe that she's not getting just pushback from every which way in all of media. Which that in itself is like the weirdest part. Like CNN's and like the mainstream not picking this up and going, this is a very questionable take that we should try to, I don't know, get her to explain. It could create some buzz on your on your network, but you know what? No, keep being fucking obvious about the way that you're scared of the administration because you don't want to have to deal with a fucking arduous lawsuit.
See anybody
pansy
come forward
asshole,
and say,
like,
I was
bunch
a
of pansy assholes.
like I was under 10. I was under 14.
It does kind of insinuate like, hey, you know, what are they so afraid of going into discovery on their end? That's weird.
When I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. You know, it's just.
You are absolutely I was about to say despicable, but it's hard to not do the Looney Tunes thing. So, AALT.
Care to
You're despicable.
guess what she was talking about there? She was talking about the age of Jeffrey Epstein's victims in order to downplay the severity of his sex crimes in the event more evidence comes to light that directly implicates Donald Trump. They're actually doing it. They're doing it. They're making technically it's a feb.
Is this the 9,000 in the LT? LT? Wait a minute. We just didn't know that it was going to be like, no, the Looney Tunes is going to be your life and the politics we follow.
Philia argument.
Suffer and succotash.
I don't know what to say, man. That's pretty gross. Now, in the lead up to those comments, she said that she wasn't trying to make excuses for Epstein, even though she did just that. See for yourself.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything.
Cortez is partying like it's the Super Bowl.
This person has told me.
I mean, to be fair, the fact that we went from the discourse of like the MAGA Civil War to this.
From the start, years and years.
I mean, this really should just be like, oh, this is a layup.
Years ago.
What are we doing?
That Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we're the fucking Portland Trailblazers.
For a lot of this. But that he was into the barely legal type.
Wait, they're not good, are they? Like, I haven't followed them in a long time, but that used to be the joke for the 90s, where it's just like they were such a bad basketball team that you just kind of forgot they existed.
Like, he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is just...
This is such a... Every time. This is like the 4th time I've seen this clip. I cannot really piece together in my brain how she continued talking. What is with you?
I'm definitely not.
What the fuck went through her head where she was just like, yeah, it's perfectly normal.
Trying to make an excuse for this.
You totally are, though. You can't just say you're not. I'm not making. I'm trying not to make an excuse for this. I don't want to seem like I'm gross or anything. It's like, no, you fucking are. You're making an excuse for this. You're manufacturing consent for us coming to the and normalizing the idea that a 15-year-old is not a 5-year-old, and that, you know what, that's not really that's not child sex trafficking. I mean, what the fuck is with you?
Giving you facts.
And you're a mom. Ew, of a 14-year-old daughter. Like, you can't. This gets worse and worse and worse the more you analyze this.
That he wasn't.
This pick me bitch. What the fuck? She's literally willing to just be like, yeah, you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. You know what? Yeah, it's kind of crazy like that. Does she understand what she's insinuating there?
Into like 8-year-olds.
Fucking A, man.
But he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even.
Okay. So you're telling me that you like if you were on To Catch a Predator, you would actually come out with the cookies and you would tell Chris Hansen to just be like, "Oh no, it's okay. I actually told her it's okay."
Younger than they were.
Like, what the fuck?
But would look legal to a passerby. And
I swear to God.
And
guys, like, I don't know, man.
That is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that
I feel sick. I'm feeling sick. Damn, this is gross.
that they had
And the fact that this other dummy is just going,
tens of thousands of videos of alleged,
like she's literally,
forgive me,
I was about to use a Big J Okerson joke where it's like she's giving a speech about how we need to give the natives back their land.
they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on his computer that for the first time I thought, oh, no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him.
I'll tell you, Megan, he was a notorious child rapist. You don't have to split hairs.
I'm glad that he just said the R word there too, because again, I hate the fact that we're playing this in this ecosystem now where we can't say what the crime is that the elites are guilty of. That's fucking crazy. Or we have to use baby speak. Grapes. Oh my God, they graped her. Like, what the fuck? Can we, honestly, I hope YouTube transcribes this and it does get back where it's like, you do understand that you guys are contributing to this ecosystem, right?
Nuance,
like
troll.
Your whole idea of TOS is actually contributing to a less safe world, but cool.
In order to minimize his crimes. He was a child.
Nixon resigned for way less. Yep.
Child rapist. Period. End of story. And the only.
Yeah, that's when the public wasn't, I don't know, lead poisoned. I don't know what the fuck is up with us. Like, our country is fucking just so dumb.
The reason why
we have the most information we have ever had, ever, at our fingertips, and somehow people miss this?
You're saying this is because you know there's...
Like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be mean here, but if you have somebody in your life that is honest to God trying to stay away from politics, fuck them and start, like, telling them, like, no, then I'm going to send you the most important stories of the day because you can't just you can't keep burying your head because you're contributing to this.
There's a very high probability.
Silence in the face of this type of fascism and this type of, like, pedophilia and all the fucking crimes that are going on is totally consenting.
Ability that Donald Trump.
I'm just going to say, man, like, how
Trump is too. And we know that she knows this because she concedes that the things we're learning about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, quote, don't sound good. And she calls Trump's handling of the Epstein files a self-inflicted wound and questions why Trump doesn't just release the Epstein files. Gee, I wonder why. There's got to be some reason why he doesn't want to release the files. Right, Megan?
I miss when the biggest controversy was the president banging an adult secretary.
I can't quite figure out why he doesn't just, like, put this all to rest and put it all out there for us to see. I mean, here's what we've learned in just like the past week. Epstein confirmed that Donald Trump knew about the girl, seeing as how he asked Ghislaine to stop. Epstein confirmed that a victim spent hours with Donald Trump. We learned that journalist Michael Wolff was explaining ways that Epstein could use the dirt he had on Trump to blackmail him during the 2016 election. We also know that Epstein has pictures of Donald Trump with the girls in bikinis in Epstein's kitchen. And we now know that Trump spent Thanksgiving with Epstein in 2017 during his first presidential term.
That's, again, not confirmed. See, we have to be careful here, man. I know that we're going a little gung-ho in some of the coverage here, but I'm going to be more responsible than he is. That this is not the confirmation that he thinks it is.
Which
focus on the ones that are.
Contradicts the previous time.
Like, God damn it. I actually hate to do this, but it's like, you don't have to make this any worse than it already is.
Line that Trump gave us where...
By, like, even, see... Me, personally, would have edited this part out, and I would have just been like, nah, you know what? I don't even need that.
He claimed to have kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago long before that. And this is on top of what we already knew, which was a lot. We knew that Trump appeared on the flight logs at least 7 times. We knew Epstein claimed that Donald Trump was his closest friend for 10 years. Not to mention, we knew about this.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
If you're innocent, why are you taking the Fifth Amendment?
Right? That's a good question. But I just can't figure out why Donald Trump doesn't just release the Epstein files. It's crazy, right?
Do you need to come back
It
up?
doesn't
Is that what's
suggest culpability that he won't, of course, because according to Megyn Kelly, there's no reason for us to be suspicious of Donald Trump.
We have not seen some slew of young women come forward to say, me too, on Donald Trump molesting them or having paid for sex with them when they were barely legal or otherwise. It just hasn't happened.
Yeah, except Donald Trump was accused of sexual misconduct by 26 women, Megyn. He was accused of walking into changing rooms of teen beauty pageant contestants as young as 15 years old. He called his own daughter Ivanka a piece of...
You think there are Democrats there as well? Oh, yeah.
Ass. Rapper Uncle Luke of 2 Live Crew said that he had...
Yeah, but notice how nobody on the left or even in the Democratic Party is saying like, well, you know what? We really got to protect those people. And if anybody does, then immediately we're calling those people out as sus as fuck.
Attended a party at Trump's mansion in the 1990s.
No, this isn't a fucking what about the both sides bullshit.
But he left because he saw men having sex with girls that appeared to be underage. He was found liable for rape of E.G. Carroll in civil court. He admitted on tape that he rapes women.
What's up?
He said he grabs them by the pussy and doesn't even wait for consent. Yet, Megyn Kelly is going to look us in the face and she's going to tell us
Write the name there.
that it is not conceivable that Trump would have also committed sex crimes comparable to Jeffrey Epstein. She's actually going to say that with a straight face.
Ooh.
Really, Megyn? As stupid as she is, I don't think she's that stupid, right? I think she's being disingenuous, but she's not alone because her co-host, Beta Ungar Sargon, also downplayed potential crimes that Epstein's associates may have committed.
The lawyer for a group of the women actually said Jeffrey Epstein would prey upon women when they were underage, true and disgusting and horrible. And then the lawyer said, and when they came of age and he was no longer interested in them, he would then pass them on. So there was no pedophilia ring. There was a pedophile who did unspeakable things to vulnerable girls, and then they would age out of Jeffrey Epstein's pedophilic interests, at which point he would then...
This whole stream has been filled with dog farts.
And start to pass them around to his friends, meaning that there were not actual crimes committed by anybody beyond... There's no pedophile ring. There's a pedophile and then a bunch of friends who were getting massages at that point from women who were no longer underage. This is from the lawyer at that press conference. So I think that kind of dispels a lot of the salaciousness of the story. People are like,
she may not be stupid, but she's making her audience stupid. No, she's absolutely stupid. Both of them are.
Where is the justice?
You don't have, again, she might be a lawyer and she might have media savvy, but this is one of the dumbest things I think that could have come out of her mouth at this time. If she was trying to manufacture relevance, she did a horrible job because this right here is not it. You have so many people on the right even going like, Megyn, what the actual fuck?
Justice for the victims. The justice is one of the people.
Damn, they playing both sides now? Yeah, they're trying.
Who did unspeakable things to them, died in prison, and the other one is still in prison. So they got their justice. And the whole ring idea, I think, has been wildly blown out of proportion for these political reasons.
I don't know about ring.
Holy shit.
It breaks my brain how fucking stupid they are and how this is the political discourse.
Hey, riddle me this.
That we have today. What
do you call it when a man passes on another woman?
Yeah, it's called trafficking.
To his friend without her consent, as if she's a piece of property.
Remember when they had to gaslight the country the Epstein list didn't exist after they had promised to release them? Yeah, I remember. Pepperidge Farm members.
What do you call that?
America will fail or will fall. Yeah.
See, she would say that that's
ignoramus.
not a crime.
Hey, we got to bring that one back.
That's how she characterized it. I guess because by her logic, it's no longer rape once you become an adult, and coercion isn't tantamount to rape in her twisted mind. I mean, the mental gymnastics that they're doing just to make Trump look good is baffling to me, because you're not making him look any better. You're just making yourselves look like scum.
Well, then every country on the entire planet is gonna fail.
Now, if I had to steelman her, I would assume.
Sorry, that's just that's how that works.
That she's arguing that it wasn't rape, and that
It's almost like, I don't know, this idea that we don't last forever, so it's kind of stupid to constantly do this thing where it's just like, this land, my land, not your land.
Encounters were consensual, when that indeed was not the case. You just have to read about what happened, listen to the testimonies from Epstein's victims. This was not consensual. So him passing on women to his friends, that's crimes. That's human trafficking, okay? But that was the most disgusting defense that we saw from Beta and Megyn Kelly. There were other right-wing grifters who didn't take it that far yet, but they also launched, some defenses of Trump that I think were laughable and worth exploring here. So a lot of them just chose to not address it at all, because if you can't defend something like this and don't want to, then you just kind of zip your lips. But people notice. For example, on Twitter, people are calling out the conspicuous silence from Libs of TikTok, who made a name for herself falsely accusing LGBTQ plus people of grooming children. And it's especially gross because she engaged in the initial cover-up at the behest of the Trump regime, and even elected Democrats are calling her a pedophile protector.
Yes. All right. There's one good thing to come out of this.
Because of it. But now,
at least she's collectively getting shit on.
All of a sudden, she has nothing to say now that we're learning more.
And yeah, I love how Libs of TikTok for the first time in 5-6 years is just silence. Nothing to say.
But she's not alone, because Sean Hannity of Fox News was also called out for his deafening silence. And needless to say, it did not go well for him.
You know what else is great about Biden's decline is that Trump is all over the Epstein files, and I'm wondering if they're going to release those. Are you covering that tonight?
Not really, because the woman that
not really
apparently they're talking about is the one that said he was a gentleman and never did anything wrong. And the person that had a grudge was the guy that got thrown out of Mar-a-Lago 25 years ago. And by the way, when you get thrown out of a club in Palm Beach, Florida, that's kind of a big deal.
I love that she's just
very
clowning on
humiliating
him
and embarrassing. And he was a convicted pedophile. So I'm not exactly putting a lot of gospel truth in what he said.
Trump was mad that he was stealing his girls, but
I don't think I've ever seen Sean Hannity so uncomfortable before.
For all the evil Fuentes has said and committed, at least he was always talking, or he has always talking and pressing Republicans about this.
But what's funny is that,
I mean,
we now know that Trump.
I'll let you say that one, Ocelot. I'm not exactly in the same thought.
And Epstein attended Thanksgiving together back.
Fuentes sucks. Okay. Oh, wait. I think I might have misunderstood what you were saying until I just rewound in my brain. Okay, so for all the evil Fuentes has said, you're saying
in 2017. Got it. So they're not going to be able to use.
Even he's right about this.
That bullshit excuse that they always use. About how Trump threw him out of Mar-a-Lago because apparently, that happened, but then they made up at some point, according to emails released by.
That's more like a brain shart.
Epstein's estate. Although, to be fair to Hannity, he didn't know about that particular revelation at the time that segment aired. But now, he's going to have to adjust the excuses that he makes for Donald Trump. But, it's why it's never smart to defend anyone in the first place who may be implicated in child sex trafficking, right? Just like, don't go there. Don't do that. You don't have to wade into those waters. You can avoid it. Because I think there are some things that are indefensible, regardless if you agree with the policy positions of the candidate or president that you're supporting. Like, if we found out that Bernie Sanders in circa 2020 was a pedophile, I wouldn't rationalize that and say, yeah, but maybe his crimes weren't so bad because I wanted Medicare for all. I would say, you know what? I don't trust him if he's a pedophile. I don't believe anything he says because he is a morally bankrupt person. There are some lines that you have to draw, morally speaking, because that's what being a good person requires. But to these conservatives, there's just no moral lines. It's like, oh, he's a pedophile. Okay, well, God, this is exhausting. I got to figure out how to defend this. You don't have to do that. And you could see it on Hannity's face. He clearly didn't want to do that, but he did it anyway because, that's his job. But I think that the safest bet, if you want to try to get out of this a little bit cleaner, is to just throw out a distraction in response to the revelations, like Laura Loomer did, where she tweeted, "You can't be outraged by the Epstein saga and simultaneously not be outraged by the fact that we have Muslims serving in Congress. Their, quote, prophet was an infamous pedophile. Nobody wants to talk about that." Checkmate, liberals. Muslims exist. Therefore, you're a hypocrite if you criticize Donald Trump for possibly being a pedophile. Good one, Laura. I'm sure that this is all going to go away soon enough when you remind people that Muslims exist. That's quite the deflection tactic, right? But another way to defend Donald Trump is to try to cook up a new...
It's so cute. When he's when Pax here, he goes down the stairs, his little butt, he almost like flipped over.
Conspiracy theory, and this is exactly what closeted homosexual commentator Jenny Bonson did. And it's a conspiracy theory that isn't necessarily persuasive to anybody with some brain cells left to rub together. Nonetheless, let's hear him out.
Virginia Roberts was just one of those people, and her voice would be very important right now.
I'm wondering what he's been
saying about
this.
Especially as Democrats try and run this op against Trump. It's almost like they knew the op was going to happen, and they needed to make sure that the key witness, who was constantly saying that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. She was constantly saying this. Again, you can find deposition after deposition after deposition where she is asked about Donald Trump. You know, it would just blow the hole in the entire operation if you have this woman out there who's saying, no, Trump did nothing wrong. It just seems all too convenient, doesn't it?
Now, you kind of have to read between the lines on this one, but it seems like he's suggesting that Democrats had Virginia Giuffre killed because she exonerated Donald Trump, and her being out of the picture benefits Democrats because now there's no
place. You place? He doesn't place.
One left to confirm Donald Trump's innocence. Now, if Democrats were evil enough to literally kill someone just to make Donald Trump look bad, why wouldn't they just Trump himself? Well, he would probably argue that they tried that and they couldn't get it done, so they had to target somebody else who was easier to get to. But I mean, if Democrats are willing to go that far just to make Donald Trump look bad, aren't there other things that they could do that would be easier to make Trump look bad? Like anything easier than, say, committing an actual murder and covering that up? I feel like that's a lot of work for a very small payoff. No, because there's no guarantee that if they're able to confirm that Trump is a pedophile, it's even going to hurt him because you're all defending him.
No, and that's what's really gross here. Like, the fact is, one of the smartest things that he ever did, you just have to admit this, was say that thing about, I could shoot somebody in the middle of Sex Fifth Avenue. Sex Fifth Avenue. At Fifth Avenue, you know, where my lovely wife, Melania, she likes to go to Sex Fifth Avenue. That's how I know even that there is a Fifth Avenue. But I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and you guys wouldn't do a goddamn thing. And it's just like, yeah, you're fucking right. You are fucking right. The media will totally just be like, oh, you know what? Did Donald Trump did he do it, or did the guy deserve it?
Now, right? So
the store,
to
yeah,
me,
I accidentally did that.
The conspiracy theory is a little bit implausible, we'll say.
Was more of a Macy's man myself.
Okay, but I want to hear from Tim Pool.
Whatever happened to Marshall Fields? Marshall Fields, you know, once a staple of Chicago. Now it's not even there anymore. Macy's took over. New York, baby.
Because he's going to accuse Democrats of trying to frame Donald Trump to make him look.
It's a fucking target now.
like he's guilty.
I couldn't believe that the last time I was there. I was like, wait a minute. When did you guys make the classic Marshall Fields location into a target? That's weird.
And his argument isn't as absurd as Jenny Bonson's. Nonetheless, I'm going to explain why it just isn't very persuasive.
Shortly after the release of these emails,
Let's hear him out. I'm sure that he has a great take here. Come on, guys. Come on.
Victims.
Megyn Kelly wasn't. It's not like he can get any worse, right? Right?
Was redacted was in fact Virginia Giuffre, who had already testified years ago that Trump never did anything wrong. So
him? No. Oh boy. No. Huh. Oh, please don't say what I think you're about to say. Oh, please don't say it. Oh, no. Tim, I'm your biggest fan. I can't. Oh, no.
Question then becomes, why did Democrats choose to redact the name of an individual who had already testified Trump never did anything wrong?
No.
It's because they know that Virginia Giuffre testified this, and by redacting the victim, no one knows who the victim supposedly is. And
yeah, see, they're playing games. Those Democrats play games. My beanie bro, my man, my hero, Tim Pool. He's not technically wrong.
It implies Trump did something wrong. In other words, they're trying to frame Donald Trump. They want the narrative to be that Trump is.
Ow, damn it, Tim. Even I know this one. He's kind of being obvious about it. No.
Pedo. And I'm like, maybe, probably not. I mean, I feel like if they really had that evidence, they would have released it, not be doing these stupid schemes. I think there's a possibility. I don't know if it's a 10% or a 1%.
I'm disappointed in Tim Pool. Depressed kickflip. Yeah.
1%? Really, Tim? Just 1%?
Aw, sad kickflip.
Come on. Now, listen, if I were to grant him that, and Democrats cynically did redact Guthrie's name to make Trump look bad, sure, I can see how that would appear obviously disingenuous by insinuating that he abused Guthrie when she herself testified that he did not. But assuming that that is indeed the case here with Democrats, you've only debunked one potential instance of criminality. There are much more. But let's take it a step further, and let's assume that Trump never engaged in any crimes whatsoever with Epstein. At the very minimum,
20 minutes until the fun
and in the best case scenario, he was still referred to as the dog that hasn't barked because he...
Dude, that alone had to piss Trump off, where he was just like, did he call me a fucking dog?
He knew about the girls, and he
did.
asked Ghislaine to stop. Meaning that he was aware of a pedophile sex trafficking ring and didn't go to the authorities to stop it, which makes him complicit. And on top of that, we know that he chose to remain friends with a pedophile after Epstein got that sweetheart deal. And I'm saying this because now we know that they attended Thanksgiving together in 2017. I personally would not want to attend Thanksgiving with somebody who was a convicted pedophile. And on top of that, Trump made Alex Acosta, the lawyer, responsible.
Again, not confirmed on that one. That one, dude. So one thing that I learned through reading Jeffrey Epstein's all this bullshit is that he did actually like play games with this, where he would do like tongue-in-cheek, like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you know what I mean, kind of shit. So just be careful with that one.
For Epstein's sweetheart deal, his labor secretary and his administration moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a prison where she's now receiving special treatment. She's getting to pet puppies, literally. Why would he do that, Tim? See, the worst interpretation is that he's trying to butter up Ghislaine to keep her from talking.
No way.
But the best interpretation is that...
All right. This is going around right now. Bro.
You know, he's not guilty. He just wants to...
He deserves every second of it.
...give favorable treatment to a convicted pedophile.
Fuck it, both of them do.
I mean, do you see where this is going? Either way, it just doesn't look good. In the most charitable interpretation, it does not look good. But again, we don't know for sure, hence why we need to see the Epstein files. But for some odd reason, Trump just doesn't want us to see what's in those files. Ask yourself, Tim.
The big, beautiful bill.
Why is he trying so hard to stop the truth from getting out?
I don't care. Right now, we live in awful times. Awful times, but goddamn, that hilarious times too, because that, come on.
I mean, they called Lauren Boebert into the fucking Situation Room to try to get her to withdraw her vote from the discharge petition so it wouldn't go through, which would then force a vote on the Epstein files. Why would you do all of this?
I just realized he has gauges. I didn't know that.
If you're innocent, if you're innocent, you just release the Epstein files so that way the truth gets out there and you're exonerated. But you see, all signs point to one conclusion that you all see, and I know you see this. The conclusion is that he's probably not innocent, right? Which is why
it doesn't seem like it.
He's fighting
I'm going to go out on a limb.
Tooth and nail to stop the release of the Epstein files. But here's the good news. Again, you don't actually have to defend him.
No, you really
can
don't.
sit this.
You don't have to defend this. Like, this is kind of the thing where it's like, you know what? If you're not a cult member, then you could just look at this objectively and go, yeah, this looks pretty fucking bad.
Well, out. You can be silent.
Like, bro, come on.
And you're still going to get made fun of. But you don't have to actively try to defend somebody who was this close to a no.
By the way, if you guys haven't already, make your guesses. Make your guesses. We're coming up to the end of the how many peppers did Pet pick. Next week, I will be making the announcement. I will do a live, 1 pepper, 2 pepper, 3 pepper. I'm going to go. Trust me, you're going to get a
notorious sex trafficking
already
pedophile.
plan on that one.
None of these conservatives have to do this.
But if you guys want to change your guess, here real quick. How many peppers did Pet pick? How many peppers did Pet pick?
They don't have to do this. In fact, more House Republicans are finally vocalizing their intent to vote to release the Epstein.
At least 3? Well, God damn it, Nate, if you're not right.
Files now, which is something Donald Trump does not want. But I mean, if it's going to happen, if there's going to be a vote, they know that we're all going to remember this, right? And the reason why some Republicans don't want to vote against the release of the...
One of the funnier signs that I saw during the No Kings protest, and this wasn't like one of the local ones, I saw it on like the viral ones where it was like an 8-year-old kid and it was just him holding up a sign that said Donald Trump hit on my girlfriend.
The Epstein files is because, they too can see the writing on the wall. And I think that Jim McGovern put it best.
The bottom line is every single Republican will go on record, and you will have to make clear whether you're on the side of a pedophile or whether you're on the side of the victims.
And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
So his whole thing on the committee, he did get kind of embarrassed because I guess he didn't have his case ready for presentation or whatever the fuck.
Do you do the right thing and piss off Donald Trump? Or do you do the wrong thing and vote to protect pedophiles and not piss off Donald Trump? Although this will be used against you in future attack ads if you have more political ambitions. Like if you want to run for Senate or president, do you really want your opponent to create attack ads about how you voted to protect pedophiles? Right? And putting aside the political calculations that they're making, this is the easiest moral test of all time. And we're about to see how many Republicans are able to pass it. But I mean,
real quick, the most important part, we give the pups their due. Whoa, you get one? You get one? Nom, 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 nom. You get one? You get one more. There you go. Oh boy. Thank you again. The dogs are very, very, very happy.
So many...
Pax is looking at me like, that's it?
Even commentators have decided that they have to jump on the bandwagon to protect...
So, a recorded vote is coming up next week. And we are even lucky that it is being recorded because somehow, some way, it was kind of brought up where they were like, okay, if we don't do this, and we're gonna look very, very guilty. So we should probably record it.
Protect pedophiles, which is
they tried,
despicable, but not surprising. So going forward, whenever somebody tells you that they're a Republican, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask, well, what wing of the Republican Party are you from?
The pedo
are you
ones
from
or
the
non-pedo
Nazi
ones?
wing? Or are you from the pedophile protector wing of the Republican Party? Perhaps they're partial to both. Who knows? Either way, these people are fucking sick, disgusting degenerates, and they are morally superior to no one, despite how morally superior they fucking act, right? And if you ever doubt whether or not it's possible for them to sink any lower, I can assure you they can go lower.
How low can they go? His name is James Cameron. I just found the bar, and they found me. Why is Donald Trump down here? Hey, relax, guy. Trump and Mike Johnson will defend those who vote against Epstein files. Oh, I mean, they are. Yeah, which is weird. Because you would think, now is kind of the time to, really play into that whole, what do you mean, guys? They were making much ado about nothing. We were just I don't know, we were waiting for things. Who knows? All right. Coming up to 420 here in 10 minutes. 12 minutes, but still. All right. What do we got? We got anything else about this Epstein thing? 14 minutes. Trump panics over 20K Epstein emails.
The top story is one Donald Trump can't escape as he caps the worst start to a month of his second term, from the Dem wins.
By the way, the newest South Park was hilarious. Oh, really? Fuck. Hold on. I hate when it does this, where it'll just be like, oh, so you want your Spotify?
Email explosion this week. He is having a tough November. These new Epstein emails have upended the White House. And they're only getting worse because it takes time, even in our rapid information environment, for journalists and politicos and any citizen who wants to look and go through these 20,000 emails. All of this started when Democrats used their power to push the envelope and release some of the emails, the ones they
Chris Hansen's just like, I wish I had those chat logs.
Why Trump is hiding as they demand a vote to release them all. Republicans got mad, remember, in the week and said, oh, well, we'll release more. And so what started with 3 emails turned to 20,000. Tonight I have more details on how it's all going, because this is a vast tranche of documents, of emails.
Gotta say, man,
that many people clearly, from the way they were typing to Epstein,
what are you
thought
doing?
would stay secret forever. Epstein made the biggest news, perhaps, from the grave, so to speak, with his now unearthed statement.
Well, shit didn't even wait. He's just like, what? I heard the bubble. I heard the bubble.
Maxwell,
he's starting to betray, dude.
Convicted and in prison right now. That, of course, Trump knew about the girls.
I think he's only been on stream like 3 or 4 times, so that's kind of funny.
Donald Trump has denied any wrongdoing and has very specifically tried to deny that he knew what Epstein was exactly up to, although the Trump story on that has changed.
All my settings got messed up.
Getting new scrutiny right now.
There we go.
There is also how the Trump DOJ has dealt with Maxwell and her controversial interview with a former Trump defense lawyer who now is paid by your tax dollars to do a people's business at the Trump DOJ. But it looks like Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche may not have been doing the people's business. We'll get to that. But in this exchange from 2011, Epstein wrote to Maxwell, Trump was spending, quote, hours at his house with one of the victims.
Oh,
Maxwell
don't you
said
beg me.
She's been thinking about that as they said that Trump was a dog that didn't bark. That matters for many reasons, but specifically whether...
Yes, thank you for the $2 super chat again.
Deputy Attorney General Blanche is worried about later professional sanctions or misconduct or even potentially being disbarred if this is part of a larger...
Again, I got a dog right here that's giving me some attitude.
Cover-up. It
make me call your dad.
Contradicts what Maxwell apparently falsely claimed with no repercussions yet when she had her cozy interview with Deputy Attorney General Blanche just months ago.
I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings.
I'm not sure if you guys just heard him, but he just went...
I think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of... I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance.
Something she suddenly says she didn't recall when the emails say she did. If the Trump DOJ were on the level, and this is now public, at a minimum, they would go deal with this with her. At a maximum, remember,
You're welcome.
even when
Thanks
you're
for
in
the content.
prison,
Oh, thank you.
if you mislead
you're welcome, but also
the federal government, if you provide false statements to a federal officer, that could be a new crime. And yet they're not obviously doing anything like that. They're giving her special treatment and a puppy in prison, and we'll get to that. Blanche says that for some reason, quote, law enforcement didn't have those emails when he did the
he's
interview.
mad he's not getting a treat.
As I've reported to you, he said, when I interviewed Maxwell, quote, law enforcement didn't have the materials. Epstein's estate, quote, hid for years and only provided to Congress. That statement is highly suspicious, and it is now getting debunked by the Epstein estate, which says we hadn't received any requests from DOJ in
right here is where you can tell he's not my dog.
recent years. Emphasis on recent years. I'll come back to that. But they say, and these are the ones who have been lately more transparent, of course, working for the Epstein estate sounds controversial, but Epstein's dead. These are the people who manage the estate. These are lawyers who have their own obligations. They are the ones who provided these emails. So they might have more credibility than Mr. Blanche right now. And they say tonight it's inaccurate for Blanche and Trump DOJ to assert the estate has hidden anything. And let me tell you a bit more about that. You might say, okay, Ari, with everything going on.
Dude. So do they not know that they're opening themselves up to like lawsuit after lawsuit with every accusation?
Why are we diving into a debate between anonymous lawyers or random obscure lawyers at the Epstein estate and the Deputy Attorney General? Well, the Deputy Attorney General...
Deep down, we all believe what Elon said about Trump in the Epstein files. Yes.
Because he's under pressure. The interview, many legal experts have said, looked suspicious at the time. Now it looks like outright cover-up, potential misconduct. And so he says law enforcement didn't have the materials. He tries to go after the Epstein estate. Maybe he didn't realize they would come back at him. They're saying his whole defense that they hid anything is wrong, is inaccurate. Another word for that would be a lie if they think he knows that it's inaccurate. But more.
Yes. All right, finally. I don't care if it's MSNBC or not. Somebody finally said the word. It's a lie.
To the point, they didn't use underlying original nonpartisan career prosecutors who led the Maxwell case. That was suspicious. I pointed that out at the time. Those prosecutors probably know everything that they requested, including the first step you take in this kind of probe, which is to try to get emails and texts, and you go to the telecommunications providers. You don't even need to get them from Epstein. We would know more about that if the Trump DOJ was on the level. And then remember, on top of that, they then fired the person who actually won Maxwell's conviction, Maureen Comey. So there's a lot more smoke here and a lot more questions, and a real investigation can get to the bottom of it. Now, you might say, are we going to get to the bottom of anything? Seems like a lot of secrecy and a lot of corruption these days. Well, you're right if you think that. And there are a lot of places where Congress doesn't do anything, and a lot of places where Republicans won't stand.
I mean, 90% of the time.
Up to Donald Trump. That is a well-known pattern. And yet here we are ending this bruising week for Trump with an unusual headline. Republicans revolting. Congress, which is controlled by Republicans, will actually hold this vote next week on releasing more of the Epstein files. Epstein accusers imploring lawmakers to vote yes. That's part of the public pressure. They write, there's no hiding behind party affiliation. When you vote, we will remember your decision at the ballot box. And there has certainly been a nonpartisan or transpartisan movement with growing heat to get to the bottom of this.
I mean, that's if the Democrats can really run a campaign that does like the tough shit. Like, I don't know, man. With the way that they leaned on the Lincoln Project with this last election, well, the presidential election, not this last one, but I don't know.
Trump is trying.
If they go back to that bullshit and I see John fucking Conway or George Conway on this shit, then it's like, nah, we're done with that.
To deflect, he made an announcement today that itself.
I almost just lit myself on fire. That was great. You ever flicked a lighter in your pocket?
He now says he wants the DOJ to investigate whether there were other crimes or Epstein's relationship with Bill Clinton and other figures, and he names the bank, J.P. Morgan, tech entrepreneur Reid
Hoffman. To be fair, it's a lighter that I'm not used to. Like, look at this.
Hoffman and others. Now, just think about that. I know we live in cynical times.
Just making sure I didn't burn a hole in my
But if this government, from the president on down, thinks there was sex trafficking,
not advisable,
any of those people, or J.P. Morgan, which of course was very controversial in how it handled Epstein's banking. Just think about what Trump just admitted, that they haven't really pursued.
Bro, did you really just cut
that? This is his DOJ.
God.
He was in charge in the first term. They could have looked at all of that. That's when the initial Epstein case came. He's been
this little fucking dog just cut a fart that's making my eyes water.
In charge now, as you know, for this year.
Oh, fuck.
And yet, that announcement, if you take it at its word, admits they haven't done it, and there may be crimes, and now they want to do it. That implicates Donald Trump.
The sad part is I don't know what he ate.
If you don't take him at his word, and you think this is a giant distraction, an effort to use the real crimes and victims and sex trafficking that did occur in a political...
All right, note to anybody here that ever has somebody dog sitting for them. If you're going to take your dog and, like, I don't know, leave them with somebody, make sure that you're not giving them something that's going to make them have, like, nuclear tubes.
...way to go after other people and distract from himself.
Glad the lighter didn't go off at the same time. Didn't think about that.
Well, that's even more disgusting and cynical. And if you know this program, I don't use those words often or lightly.
What happened to Pep?
It is indeed disgusting.
I look like Marv from fucking Home Alone.
Uphold the Constitution and enforce the laws. And here you are abusing and misusing that responsibility to play political games and your pawns or chess pieces in that are the women and girls who actually were the victims of these crimes, we do need to maintain our capacity both for outrage when it's warranted and a vigorous search for the truth. Which
Can I just say one of the funniest scenes in any movie is in Home Alone 2, where the same gag is on Harry, where he opens the door, it's the torch on his head again. This time there's gasoline in the toilet. Dude, when he goes to dunk his head in that toilet and it cuts away and it just goes, whoa. One of the funniest fucking scenes.
This is what the justice system is supposed to do. This is how it goes when Trump talks to reporters.
Classic.
Mr. President, can you respond to these Epstein emails that were released today?
President Trump walked past reporters yesterday, as you see here, as they were asking him questions about the newly released Epstein emails.
Mr. President, any comment on these Epstein emails, sir?
Now,
they're like, get out of here. Go, 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 go.
Not a lot of response from a normally voluble figure there. The conservative Wall Street Journal, owned by Rupert Murdoch, says, as is so often the case, Trump has been his own worst enemy here. He looks like he has something to hide, even if he doesn't. Now, let me tell you a word about that even if. Even if he doesn't have something to hide is charitable. But he does have something to hide. He's in the Epstein files. He's in Epstein's secret emails to a convicted sex trafficker, Maxwell, to Steve Bannon. People are getting more details on those as everyone pours through what is 20,000 documents. Some of them are quite interesting. Some of them are random. Some of them, the House release involves public information like pages from a book. So you go through all this in the reporting process. But
420.
he clearly has something to hide because he's been fighting even this disclosure, which shows he's in the files. And he's fighting the next possible disclosure, which suggests he's in the files again. As for Maxwell, she has the audacity or the sex trafficking chutzpah to use this period to prepare to ask Trump to let her out of prison. Something that would seem unthinkable unless you think, again, he would rather take the hit for that to maintain her as some sort of non-credible source to defend him. Unlike other prisoners, Maxwell already reportedly gets unlimited supplies.
Is it weird that, like,
special treatment?
I don't know. After they came out and said that she smells really bad,
quote, customized meals personally delivered to her cell, a private exercise area, access to this much maligned service puppy. She says it's
customized meals personally delivered to her cell.
Safer and more comfortable. I feel like I've dropped through Alice in Wonderland.
Better life
Looking
than
Glass.
me.
I'm much happier and safe, is her statement on the matter. Trump said he would not rule out freeing her. Think about that. He's on the run. He's in the files. And now, having campaigned on both transparency of releasing the files and justice and saying this whole pedophilia ring was a bad thing, he is now still leaving the door open to freeing from prison the only individual ever incarcerated for Epstein's related crimes.
Can I just say, and this is completely random just because of a fucking update I just got. So, as somebody who has probably heard collectively like 2 Sabrina Carpenter songs in their entire life, can I just say that this is the most obvious industry plant I have ever seen in my entire life?
Now, we've heard so many
Like,
lectures about how nothing
holy
changes,
crap.
and Trump has loyalty, and he likes to tell people he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Well, that may not be true either. There are some problems, legal and otherwise.
Like it's the way that she's just force-fed like through social media. I will say it's kind of obvious
that Trump's base has excused. But
I will even be fair here. Taylor Swift at least got her fame like organically. This one, it really does seem like it's like they selected her, they made the music, and then they all collectively just went like, we're all gonna agree that this is the biggest like pop star and with the biggest album and song. Like also, I just saw that like she's released like 10 albums or some shit. What?
Right now.
Like I only heard about this chick like last year. How does that work?
I showed you the Wall Street Journal.
I said, totally random, but it's been bothering me.
The Republicans in the House who overrode.
Because I did
Trump's
have this
strategy.
thing where like, what was the song of summer besides K-pop Demon Hunters? Like, what happened to the like, where we would have a summer, like a collective, and then a year of that song?
Of secrecy, and other members of the MAGA base are upset.
Like South Park's episode on Britney Spears. I need to watch that one again because, man,
Newsweek
starting to
reports
like
on the
mix
threat
up
to the
South
Trump
Park
presidency
episodes.
now looks unlike anything we've seen before. And over
Nice. Even Newsweek is reporting on this. That's big. That's big.
Across the
because Newsweek was totally in the pocket.
Country.
She had the Disney actor pie. Oh, she was a Disney kid. Fucking A. That's all I need. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the same Selena Gomez bullshit.
Is cratering MAGA loyalists concerned.
You just love how Selena Gomez is a billionaire, and I still can't name one song.
Across the Republican Party, there are calls for more disclosure.
The government
They selected her like some human sacrifice.
will not protect the predators.
There is just nobody in the.
I don't know. I saw one interview where she was. This is why it popped up on my radar. So obviously follow some pro wrestling sites. There was this pro wrestling site that I guess got an interview with her. Dude, apparently like she's huge into the WWE. And I was like,
The electorate who is buying.
I know Hutchkins is also into the WWE because she popped up a few times. Topanga from Boy Meets World, huge wrestling fan. Trust me, made her 20 times hotter to me.
Could one up him and
even
say,
though she was already like my main crush.
well, Johnson wants to have the vote
Is that too much?
Wednesday. I want to release the Epstein files Tuesday. And he could literally be a hero.
I think it's a huge miscalculation.
He's alienated a lot of his base with his statement that you're no longer my supporter and you never were if this is what you're for.
Imagine what's going to continue to happen.
I just realized that there's two contingents. That it's like, all right, if you say, you mean the girl from Boy Meets World? Nice. But if you say the mom from Girl Meets World, then it's just like,
And you learn even more damning information.
All of a sudden, it dawns on me where I'm like, right.
Trump continues his spy.
Oh, you know what? I didn't meet her, but I saw her at the last Comic-Con I was at. Kimberly, the Pink Power Ranger, my first like, was she like really my first crush? I think she was. I think that she was like my first like, woo. Man, she still looks great.
His cynical announcements, which may not be playing very.
Sabrina Carpenter was on Girl Meets World 2014 to 2017. I didn't really. I watched that show.
Well,
wait a minute.
And then you actually might get a vote to release.
You're not kidding. She was on Girl Meets World? Who the fuck was she?
The files.
What? Hold on. All right, guys, we're going to continue with the politics and the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, but who the fuck did she play? What? Sabrina Carpenter was Maya? Okay. She was all right. Yeah, she was the best friend of the main character. Okay. She was the Sean. Oh my god, dude, this is fucking breaking my brain. To be fair, I only watched the first, I would say season, but probably like 5 episodes of Girl Meets World. I loved Boy Meets World. That was one of my favorite shows growing up. So, of course, I was going to watch a sequel. Same with Fuller House. Yeah, I watched Fuller House. Go fuck yourself. I can say this much. That Steph and Kimmy Gibbler can get it. Pet Meets World. God damn, I didn't know she was on that. Here I am going on a whole tirade about her. What up, Kenzie? My sister overplayed those shows to the point where I became annoyed. Really? Oh, see, my sister and we actually kind of, that was like one of the few things we bonded over was Boy Meets World. Again, Full House. What was another show that we watched and loved? Oh, wasn't a show, it was a movie. Romy and Michelle's high school reunion. That fucking movie is still hilarious. Janine Garofalo, shout out Majority Report. There you go. Janine Garofalo responsible for my my little bit of having some having a little bit of a goth thing. Yeah. Anyway, her and Topanga talking about wrestling while working on the show. Probably that's probably what happened. Cool. Yeah. No, I saw her in a CM Punk shirt, and I was like, okay. Like Girls Meets World, the main girl is so bug-eyed. Mean. Oh, you know who nobody talks about anymore? Clarissa. Clarissa never did explain it all. I have to say, one of the biggest lies in all of TV history. Like, here I am, Clarissa. Can you explain this? Now that would be a great podcast or like show if your name was Clarissa and you were into politics. Clarissa Explains Politics. Just a thought. Humiliated. Do I want to watch that? I don't know. Nope.
Trump is ordered.
Want to watch these two things. I had these already lined up. All right, so we're doing a double dose of CoffeeZilla. Holy shit, Kenzie Page, thank you for your 10 months of membership. I really appreciate that, guys. For real, I really think it's awesome to see your badges and then how long you guys have been with me. It's awesome, guys. Thank you. It's moments like this that kind of make me go like, oh, damn. This is awesome. This is awesome. Have different YouTube channels, explains this and that. Yeah. God damn it. Can we just say that this was my idea? So somebody comes up with this, like, if all of a sudden there's this Clarissa character that starts politics, we just remember, in the rules of intellectual property, which I'm not sure if this actually applies to YouTube or not, but in classic broadcasting, when I say it, it's mine. Actually, there is a provision where if you can prove the date, time, and all that before, another person's, you could actually win that case. I've seen people lose them, but sad part is I've actually heard of like just people doing that shit where they're like, wait a minute, I said that on the radio like 10 years ago. That was my idea, and then they won. Happy to be part of it. Ah, cool. No, I appreciate you y'all for doing that. Also, just in general, like, thank you for following me over on Twitch. Like I said, any way you guys support me just by watching and being here, and since I'm a smaller channel, it really does help. But yes, like I've also said, all the monetization and all the donations, and it all goes a really long way, and I really, really appreciate it, guys. So, just wanted to take my moment to thank you all. But most importantly, if you have not already hit the like button, God, it sucks that I have to do this, but it's so true, especially being a smaller channel. I have to. But I'm happy it made me a better consumer. Now I hit the like button anytime. I go through this a lot. Actually, I was just watching Xander Hall earlier. He was kind of the one that got me on that. Made me a more honest consumer. Because I really did take for granted YouTube. Like, even when I started paying for like premium, then I started with the attitude where I'm like, well, technically I pay you with my premium account, which that is true. I do see a little boost if you guys have premium, so appreciate all my premium watchers. Really, thank you. I know that you guys all already kind of do it as a sub, but still, thank you. Most of technology innovations would be my property then. Dude, imagine it. I invented the mini Oreo in 6th grade, and then it came out like 2 years later. I was so mad. I'm not even kidding about this. Like, we were sitting like South Park style at the lunch table, me and my buddies, and like we were just talking about like, you know, what we would shrink. And yeah, I said Oreos. I was just like, yeah, so you make them like little bite-sized Oreos. And everybody was just like, yeah, that'd be fucking great. I was like, no, like, because I had Ritz Bits. And I looked at them and I was like, yeah. So if they were like this size and they're just like, oh, that's brilliant. And when they came out, I remember going up to my buddy Sean and just being like, dude. He was like, dude. And then we had them and we were like, dude, fuck yeah. But then I got all mad because I was just like, they had like a listening device in our lunch table. Dude, there was a small part of me that like kind of thought that for a second. Oh my god. Oh man, I was a silly kid. Do you imagine if you had those had like glasses that is also like a TV but no TV? Dude. Yeah. I hate to say I was like this even before I smoked pot. I was doomed. I really was. I remember my mom said that once too, where she was just like, oh my god. It was one of my favorite memories where I had just gotten caught smoking. And my dad's answer was to have me talk to the chief of police who happened to be my grandma's neighbor. And this guy gives me like a long ass talk, and I'm like, he's just like, yeah, you know, this is the start of down a real bad path. You don't want to go down. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, all right. So had that conversation, and this was my mom's. Like, this is when they did the swap off. So then my dad's like, come on, we gotta go. So I go to my mom's, and then. I remember this so vividly because it was one of the few times that my mom and dad sat down. They were it was like a swap off, which I could spot those, by the way, like a drug deal in a parking lot where I'm just like, oh, it's custody swap day. Yeah, I saw them having a conversation. My mom comes in the car and she's just like, you got caught? I'm like, yeah. She's just like, you're dumb. It's like, why would you go like anywhere like smelling like it? I was just like, because I didn't smell it. She's just breaking it down, just like, oh well, I mean, next time if you don't want to get caught, you need to make sure you have Visine. And like my mom kind of like broke it down where I needed this kit, which she made for me. So, no, my mom was based. The only time that she really got mad, it was funny. She got more angry that I was taking her cigarettes because her cigarettes were expensive, but not that I was smoking them. Virginia Slims. Me and my buddy sitting there ripping Virginia Slim 100s at a baseball field. Just, I felt like Cruella DeVille. Just, yes, life is such a bitch. I mean, they were the longest fucking smokes. And they tasted awful. Awful. Just got to say that much. There were two brands that got me. It was P-Funk and Virginia Slims. They were just, bleh. Anyway. Back to the Epstein stuff. I invented artisan bread at Subway in the 90s. Nice. Can we just say bring back the U-cut? It's technically, I mean, we all called it the V, like the V-cut, but V-cut means something else. It's a U-cut, and we need it back. Subway was better when it had the little center thing of bread. Let's be honest. Like, for real. Especially, like, yeah. It was a superior sandwich. Yeah, well, yeah, buy your own bread, or by your own bad habits. Maybe a lesson in grand scheme of things. Expensive, though. No, they were. They really were. Facts, Pep. Hell yeah. Back to the U-Cut. Let's go. Subway, you do not know how much more money you would make if you just brought that back. I don't care if it's even for like a limited time. Just do it. Just be like, because I know that they had a special knife for it. Which, it's stupid that I know this. I didn't work at Subway. I've never worked at a Subway, but I somehow know how and why they got rid of that fucking U-Cut. Ugh. Anyway. Oh my god. But that's also back when a footlong was a footlong. You know. That's back when they were scared that we would use a ruler, but then they were just like, American in their metrics. Come on, you really think that they're going to do that? It's like, you don't know. Yeah, Americans and their litigious nature. How about that, motherfucker? It's like, the coffee spill, McDonald's, anybody? Anybody? Huh? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, did you, have you guys watched that documentary? It was totally her fault. Like, it was 1,000% her fucking fault. Still got paid out. It's crazy. That's just crazy. And I'm not trying to, like, protect the corporation, but yeah. Turns out the tuna wasn't tuna. That is true. That is very true. The tuna was not tuna, and they lost a lawsuit over that. Man, Subway taking L's. First Jared gets, outed as being Jared, which... Jesus Christ, you guys remember the jokes to come out of that one? Wow. Anyway. Oh, I thought they ruled that it was indeed too hot. No. That's what the court ruled, but all these years later, it kind of came out like that, and she even admitted it. Like after her payout, after so many years, it was just like, yeah, it was kind of her fault. Although, hot beverages would be hot. Like, because it's not like the beverages got any colder. They just put a fucking warning. It be hot. If I can't type the jokes, doesn't feel right. Well, then don't. Oh, the Jared ones? No, dude. They were brutal. Every stand-up at that time had a Jared joke, and oh my god, Opie and Anthony, they had like almost an entire show devoted to making jokes about that. I think he was on that show. I think they interviewed him, and they also replayed that interview. They were just like, what the fuck? Oh, man. Just to think. Somehow they got out of the Jared controversy with the other controversy that the footlong was no longer a footlong. Which, again, you didn't think that they were going to take their rulers out and just be like, hold on now. This is America. You're going to say that I'm getting so much sandwich, I'm going to make sure I'm getting all that sandwich. That is not a foot long. That is 10 inches, my friend. I may not have done I haven't done many schoolings, but I can tell you 10 inches and 12 inches, and 12 inches is a foot. I don't know why they call it a foot. Whose foot is that big? My foot's actually about 10.5 inches. So I call a foot 10.5 inches. Wait a minute. I just ruined my own court case. Trump announces he won't support Marjorie Taylor Greene after her showing support for the Epstein files. Hey, let them fight. Let them fight. Never thought about it. Footlong was the bigger one. That's it. No, but then you go and you're like, well, is the 6 inch a 6 inch? And then you're like, wait a minute. Technically, it was 8. So. Anyway, enough with my Subway math. Let's get to the CoffeeZilla bits about this, and then we're just going to hang out for the rest of the show after we cover the rest of this Epstein stuff. But there's two 2 of these videos. So let's go.
Today we're talking about the 20,000 Epstein files that got released. It's a complicated picture involving a lot of powerful people, but let me just say right up front, this is an ongoing story. There's a lot that's going to be released in the coming days. So just understand we're going to do our best to explain what
And this is why we're watching your video.
has been happening, because this story has been full of twists and turns. It starts with the Democrats releasing 3 emails from the Jeffrey Epstein estate. One says that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. A victim spent hours at my house with him. Another says the victim, Mar-a-Lago, Trump says he asked me to resign.
Someone said that Jeffrey Epstein had like the most boomer way of typing. I'm like, yes.
Never a member ever, Jeffrey Epstein.
He types just like my dad.
Of course, he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine.
Like, Dad, do you ever use punctuation correctly, or, I don't know, capitalize a goddamn word?
Maxwell to stop. And then the third email is from Michael Wolff talking about Jeffrey
CoffeeZilla and Vasora would have plenty of fun with
Epstein's association with Trump, saying you can hang
Vasora does like her
him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it looks like he really could win, you could save him.
Dude, that was funny. I remember when we were watching the election coverage, she actually brought that up. She was just like, you know, if at any point I have a chart for
generating a debt, basically implying the idea that Epstein would have some kind of compromising information on Trump. But that was just the start of it, because then after that, the GOP came out swinging and they said Democrats whine about releasing the files, but they only cherry pick when they have them to generate clickbait. You deserve the full truth. And then they released over 20,000 files. Some of it had to do with Trump, some of it didn't. Importantly, 2 of the emails that were in there were some of the ones that the Democrats released, except they were unredacted in the GOP copy. And these lack of redactions are obviously very intentional. So we see first, I want you to realize the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then it says, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now that name is really important because it's Virginia Giuffre. She was the Prince Andrew accuser, but importantly, she did not accuse Trump, rather saying that he couldn't have been friendlier. This obviously is one of the main reasons the GOP appears to have released this, because in part, they're implying that, hey, if you release this redacted, people are going to speculate who this victim was, thinking that there was something that happened, but actually the person that's in there didn't accuse Trump of something illegal. And so this is sort of the implication here, with the Democrats saying, well, you're unredacting a victim's name. So that's been the battle there. Specifically, the second email, by the way, just further confirms it. It says blank worked at Mar-a-Lago. She was one of the ones that accused Prince Andrew. In the Democrat copy, all of that was redacted because, of course, it gives away the fact that we are talking about, once again, Virginia Giuffre. Also, in these emails released by the Republicans, it says, blank worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it, came to my house many times. He never got a massage. That's straight from Jeffrey Epstein clearing him of a massage, which obviously is the one person you most don't want to get a massage from. So honestly, that is good for him, which is obviously why they released it. Begging the question why they didn't release it sooner. Maybe it's because they didn't want.
Oh, she has full charts on her Discord trying to figure out the Illuminati or something like that. Following the money. Not hating looked impressive.
People to know that Trump knew about the girls. Now, one thing I want to talk about is the fact that Epstein is saying, hey, look, Trump publicly said that it was me that he asked to stop, but actually it was Ghislaine that he asked to stop. And my question here is, if it is Maxwell that was the one who poached Virginia Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago and then trafficked her, then why is she getting so much special treatment? I mean, that is the part where the Republicans
No, are they doing the monetization thing again?
Don't look good at all. I mean, what is going on with Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex offender, trying to get a pardon, getting Todd Blanche to give her a softball interview, and then she immediately gets preferential treatment. Look, we've been over the fact that she's at basically a special prison in Bryan, Texas, where normally someone of her status wouldn't be allowed to go to because it's too nice. It's
Paxi. We're Pax.
Too low security. But in addition to that, new reports are saying that top officials at Camp Bryan are sick of being Maxwell's bitch. Federal law enforcement staff working at the camp have been waiting on Maxwell hand and foot, including, by the way, reportedly she's been given a puppy. as part of the preferential treatment she's been receiving. Overwhelmingly, Maxwell has been getting a super nice ride in all of this. This, of course, makes us all wonder, once again, what do they have on Trump? I mean, why treat her like this if she doesn't have something compromising in all of that?
All right, at least he's being fair.
Just kind of begs some questions you probably don't want to ask.
Right there.
Also very suspicious is the fact that immediately after this report came out, Trump personally called Rep. Lauren Boebert, urging her to withdraw support for releasing the Epstein files. Bondi, Blanche, and Patel were going to meet today about the Epstein files. This, of course, is furthering the idea the White House has no interest in this story. I think Trump tweeted multiple times today about the Epstein hoax. Again, we've heard that a million times. And the question is, why are you acting so suspicious if you have nothing to hide, right? If you didn't get the massage, which Epstein says, why, what are you hiding? Why are you so worried about all this stuff coming out? By the way, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was actually asked about the White.
All right, hold on. Marjorie Taylor Greene on X. I'm going to just read this from my phone. President Trump just attacked me and lied about me. I haven't called him at all, but I did send these text messages today. Apparently, this is what sent him over the edge. The Epstein files. And of course, he's coming after me hard to make an example to scare all the other Republicans before next week's vote to release the Epstein files. It's astonishing, really, how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, that he actually goes to this level. But really, most Americans wish he would fight this hard to keep the forgotten men and women of America who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes after going broke trying to feed their own families and are losing hope of ever achieving the American dream. Sorry. This is where I have to go old man mode. I have supported Donald Trump with too much of my precious time, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him, even when almost all other Republicans turned their back and denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God. Jesus is my savior, and I serve the district of GA 14 and the American people. I remain the same today as I've always been, and I will continue to pray this administration will be successful because the American people desperately deserve what they voted for. For me, I remain America first, America only. Jesus, she's still trying to leave it there where it's like, well, technically I didn't say anything bad about about them.
White House pressuring people to get them not to
extra, MTG may have got struck by lightning or something.
Sign for the release of the Epstein files.
Sorry, I mixed your
was pretty insane.
Why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress?
No! You're briefing her in the Situation Room? When does that become normal?
Whenever they please. Doesn't that show our level of transparency?
Jesus!
Doesn't that show the level of transparency?
How in the fuck does Botox do the opposite for you that it does for most women with their her lips? Her lips are sinking.
See, when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns.
It shows transparency to try to go and block
hating being Trump's bitch tend to age you, I guess.
Files being released on the world's most prolific. But the fact we know about it, that's the transparent part. It's just insane. I mean, that's the kind of spin we've expected with this story all along. That's been part of what's been so...
Hate is stronger than Botox. The Botox are fighting. The hate will always win.
About all of this. So, look, I want to get back to this story because there's so many...
There's something really kind of true and funny about
people involved here. We're just going to go through one by one. I mean, look, it's a lot more than just Trump. One person that got kind of a weird stray in all of this was the fact that Epstein talked about Hillary doing naughties with Vince. Vince being Vince Foster, a White House counsel. There was a rumor about Clinton and Vince having some kind of affair, and then later Vince was found dead of suicide. And this is where we see Jeffrey Epstein and Michael Wolff's kind of symbiotic relationship. Michael Wolff is a journalist who has been prolific in all of this.
I'm gonna keep doing that for anybody he brings up.
Well, I struggle to call him a journalist, actually, because that's what Wolf...
Thank you. Okay, so I was definitely on point there. All right, Coffee, I got your back.
Fine, he was more like a PR guy for Epstein. But he was actually asking Epstein and using Epstein for a lot of access to information. Because Michael Wolff actually told Jeffrey Epstein, hey, basically, I'm interviewing him this afternoon.
Dang, the deep state is crazy. I mean, Bandit, I gotta bring it all the way back. We're calling it the Meep state again because this isn't really as deep statey as I thought, as much as it is totally Meep statey.
Anything you think I should ask. And he's talking about Trump. Epstein replies, do you want to be provocative? Michael Wolff says, job.
Alex Jones must be enjoying all this new. No, he's not, because the thing is, he's tied himself to the Trump administration so much that, unfortunately, he kinda is part of this now.
Is to get the
good job
hard ones in without being ejected from the room. What's the one that pierces through? Jeffrey Epstein basically says, hey, you can do this softball. That's
the exact quote from that night was the deep state, more like the Meep state.
It's a Hillary problem. He would smile, and then you can ask about his relationship with the electricians union and Mar-a-Lago, and out you go. Obviously hinting to the idea that he's going to get kicked out if he asks about more sensitive subjects. Michael Wolff asks,
man, it's almost a deep cut at this point,
about, hey, what's up with Foster? And then he describes what that's all about. And this brings us to Michael Wolff, who I want to spend a little bit of time here on. Although some of you may not know as much about him, you may be less interested in him. I think he's one of sort of the worst looking people in all of this. Actually, after reading these emails, he may be the most disgusting person that comes out of that. And that's saying a lot, given what's in here.
He literally looks like high-pitch Eric from Howard Stern.
But I
wait a minute.
Want to just show you.
Are you telling me that all I had to do was email Kelly Clarkson?
This because actually the Democrats initially released was this idea was that Michael Wolff and Epstein were basically planning how to respond to Epstein being brought up in the context of Trump. Michael Wolff says, I hear CNN is planning to ask Trump about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. Epstein says, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? That being interesting because it's like, wait, were they in touch with Trump at this time?
I mean, it does kind of seem like they were.
Because Trump,
which also kind of throws a wrench in the whole, ooh, I didn't, 2011 was like the last time that I even thought about having contact with the guy. I don't know, he disgusted me.
Denied being in contact with Epstein basically since early 2000s. But anyway, if he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR or political currency. You can hang him in a way that generates a positive bit.
Sorry, anytime that it is to or from Jeffrey Epstein and that's in there, we get to do a little tee-hee.
Benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a good guy that's gotten a raw deal and is victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in the Trump regime. Now, if it doesn't sound like PR, it might be sounding like blackmail to you. It's like kind of a little bit of both. Michael Wolff is basically conspiring to generate a debt for Jeffrey Epstein from Trump, who is about to become the most powerful person on the planet. So that's really bizarre because Michael Wolff has positioned himself as sort of this truth teller about Jeffrey Epstein and he's got all these tapes that he's gonna release.
I'm gonna guess an E and then an S. Oh, wait a minute. It's spelled Epstein. You mean that I did the hangman? Hold on.
Showing how close Trump and Epstein were, but it's like behind the scenes, he was actually kind of running PR for.
He sits there staring at it for a second, then just kind of gives the camera like a side glance, just like.
Epstein, which is sort of the worst thing you could have ever done. This is in 2016. Michael Wolff is talking to Epstein about a Patterson book, which later becomes the James Patterson Filthy Rich book.
Wait, James Patterson of the Alex Cross novels, James Patterson?
He says basically that would present some time issues if it was released too early. You would not be able to do a competing book or documentary before then. That's not to say it shouldn't be pursued. In a sense, better to know what Patterson's position is and a year from now be able to counter it. In 2016, he's playing like PR, I'm going to fix your reputation, Jeffrey Epstein. He then says, that being said, if you need an immediate counter to the book, I believe Trump offers an ideal opportunity. It's a chance to make the story about something other than you while at the same time letting you frame your own story. Also, becoming an anti-Trump voice gives you a certain political cover, which you decidedly don't have now. And so again, we get the idea of him kind of scheming to get Epstein cover, which is so bad because now Michael Wolff is like, oh, we're the guy exposing Trump's connections to Epstein. It's like, buddy, what are your connections to Epstein? Then we have later them discussing a lawsuit against Epstein and Donald Trump with a woman claiming that she was raped. Michael Wolff responds, well, I guess if there's anyone who can wave this away, it's Donald. Let me know if there's anything I can do. Again, why are you trying to do something for a man accused of these things? It really seems like Michael Wolff was kind of running cover here. Now, I also want to talk about the
and this is where it really
Andrew Trump scandal that appears to have been
Man, I'm glad there's guys like Coffee just actually reading this shit.
Brewing here, or at least is implied.
Midas Touch, honestly, had they been presenting it like this, would have been much better, like, for them, because I would be actually watching their videos, but nah, instead he literally goes out there like, oh, I read all of the 20,000 emails so you didn't have to, and this is my takeaway.
In the emails, I'm
gonna make sure that I just posted in 9 different videos that says it got worse.
I see some people say that Epstein met Trump and Prince Andrew back in 2019, which of course would be well after Trump said they had no contact, which would be bad news for Trump. In fact, there's a few things in here which suggest that Epstein had contact with Trump. Of course, we don't know for sure. I'll just present you the evidence we do have. So this is back in 2019, really June 3rd. They're talking about London real estate, about how financials are going to leave. Then Epstein says, once they are gone, the monarchy is dependable. Saying Prince Andrew and Trump today, too funny. And this is actually the same day that Trump and Andrew are spotted in London, of course, meeting together. Jeffrey Epstein says, recall Prince Andrew's accuser came out of Mar-a-Lago, Virginia Giuffre. Then we have a sender that's blacked out, but I think there's strong evidence that it's Steve Bannon, by the way, just to give you some context. They say, can't believe nobody is making you the connective tissue. So the connective tissue between these two being Epstein. And then Epstein replies, F&B only. Now later, Jeffrey Epstein says, report from London. Donald now thinks he's king. Ivanka a princess. He doesn't need advisors. Bannon says, yep, London trip not good. He had a gleam in his eye. Of course, this hinting at the idea that Epstein was there. If he got a report from London, if he's talking about Prince Andrew and Trump, or that's how people are coming to that conclusion at least. And then we have the thread that makes us know this is Steve Bannon, which is he gives a link where it says Steve Bannon believes Trump obstructed.
I hope you guys just saw the look on his face when I asked him what's up. He's like,
justice, Michael Wolff says. He says, BBC crushed him. He should give it up. The book is going to be a stiff. I don't know if he senses that. Epstein replies, unfortunately, I do know his comments have encouraged some to look to you for answers. This all being about an article about Steve Bannon, obviously. And then Steve Bannon says, Burke says, I have zero to worry about. Now, if you don't know who Burke is, he's a lawyer who previously defended Steve Bannon. Epstein then replies, good but unnecessary. Should I call Michael Wolff? Bannon says, what are you going to say to him? He's a wild animal caught in a trap. Epstein says, catch his breath.
Stan has a wicked side. And it says, he really does.
Tell him to lay off.
Oh, no. He's like he has the most judgmental eyes of any dog I've ever known.
Me. It's both not working and not helping. Okay. Done. Again, this is all in the context of Michael Wolff talking about Steve Bannon, and then he says, hey, tell him to...
How is Bannon going to survive this? Like, what the fuck, man?
Back off.
How is he not getting called
out? This is furthering
the
idea that Epstein, Bannon, Michael Wolff, they all had a close relationship, which is mostly public knowledge, but we see exactly how close. Now, in addition to this, I also wanted to note this very strange interaction between these two, where Epstein sends a news article about George Nader being basically caught up in some child pornography charges, and then Bannon says, not cool. Epstein, mandatory minimum 15. Bannon says MBZ must have coughed him up. How did he get extradited? Could have stayed in UAE forever. Epstein says he was not extradited. He was duped. Bannon, WTF. Epstein, there is his bail hearing today, currently in Brooklyn. Doesn't look good, pre-trial detention. Now, I personally found it strange that they were so concerned about the fate of someone caught up in such horrible charges. We'll also talk about the Thanksgiving message. This one got a lot of attention, which is that Epstein was going to Thanksgiving, and he was asked, where are you having Thanksgiving? He says, Eva. This lady, Faith Cates, replies, he's such a snooze. Who else is down there? He replies, David Fizzle, Hansen, Trump. And once again, Trump claims that he was not in contact with Jeffrey Epstein after the early 2000s. He said, hey, I cut him off. I realized he was a bad guy. And if Epstein's having Thanksgiving with him, that's obviously a problem. Now, I don't have any public confirmation for that outside of these emails, which are basically talking about it, implying it. Once again, the same is true of Prince Andrew. Do you actually think these emails are about him actually seeing them, or is he just reporting on it? It's kind of hard to know, but I just want you to know what's out there. You also should know about the foreign governments that Epstein was working with. In one email, you have Jeffrey Epstein talking about advising a Russian ambassador. He says, Churkin was great. He understood Trump after our conversations. It's not complex. And Churkin was a Russian ambassador at the time until he died. And then you also have Israel. There are a bunch of public reports.
I mean, DropSite's reporting on this has been spectacular, by the way. Shout out DropSite News.
About Israel being implicated with Epstein, how spies stayed with him at the time, and some of them even met at Epstein's house. And then you also have some emails between Epstein and a UAE royal, a sultan. So Epstein was rubbing shoulders with the top cream of the crop of our society.
Yeah. You know who that is? It's a certain man of a macho level, but not in this context. No, macho madness did not run rampant with the Epstein.
I mean, I don't think that should come as a shock. We should also probably talk about Larry Summers. He was in an article, Mogul Donor gives Harvard more than money. And then he is in emails with Larry Summers.
Just realized, weird time for Macho Man to drop his hat in, but I heard cream of the crop and needed to chime in. Yeah.
Where Epstein tells him, when we meet, I will endeavor to mesmerize you with stories of D.C. So wild. And then Larry Summers said,
that screams the dark.
I am trying to figure out why American elite think if you murder your baby by beating.
Whoa, man, yeah, not into that type of cream. I was talking more like coffee creamer, getting a little X-rated in here. Oh, yeah. On a PG product, a WWF, yeah.
Being an abandonment, it must be irrelevant to your admission at Harvard, but hit on a few women 10 years ago and can't work at a network or think tank. Do not repeat this insight.
Hulk was probably on the... you know what? If there was anybody... Yeah, brother.
Oops. Now everybody has it. So there you go. I mean, that's a high-level snapshot of...
Dude, just a complete aside, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was on AEW this last week, and that fucking... Every time I see that guy, I'm just like, Ricky!
We saw in this release lots of people being implicated in one way or another. It's quite varied. I mean, you know, some people you find out they've been playing a journalist but have been secretly running PR cover for Epstein, like well after, you know, you kind of knew he was implicated in a lot of this stuff. Other people like Clinton are catching strays on, you know, affairs that they were having. Trump gets a mixed bag where initially the implication that he was kind of given was revealed to be not quite correct because they're talking about Virginia Giuffre, although it still is a mystery why he's behaving so strangely regarding Ghislaine Maxwell, why he's trying extensively to block the Epstein files. I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers. Instead, I just want to break down what we
what we're going to do
know
is...
so far. As always, we're going
to just move on to his next video.
Trump has ordered an Epstein investigation. This is brand new. We're going to go through it because previously they said we didn't have enough evidence. This all got started 2 days ago when House Democrats released 3 emails that seemed to implicate Trump. The GOP responded by releasing 20,000 emails, saying that those 3 emails were cherry-picked and misleading, specifically in relation to Virginia Giuffre, who never accused Trump of wrongdoing. However, in this huge release of emails, there was a lot. And specifically, I should note that Trump was mentioned more than anyone, but remember, it was a mixed mixed bag. So depending on who your
It's a mixed bag. Still, more than anyone, mixed bag, and the bag is mixed in with pedophilia. Yeah, it's not exactly a bag of tricks. I would be like, yeah, that's perfectly like up and up.
news sources are, you may see them focus on one side of it or the other.
Whoa.
Some will spend tons of time talking about Jeffrey Epstein, saying he never got a massage, referring to Trump. Others will focus on the fact that Epstein claimed that he was the only one who could take Trump down, implying that he had some kind of compromising information on Trump. I will remind you that these files went way beyond just Trump. Some people like Michael Wolff came off terrible, like they were plotting to blackmail people. They were running PR for Jeffrey Epstein. Others like Bannon seemed to be much closer than we previously knew. This went to the highest halls of power, and we talked about some of the governments that were even involved. But today I just want to focus on everything that led up to now there being an investigation into the Epstein files. Because previously, the DOJ has said there was no evidence.
Not the best blind box
to do
choices
this,
on
which
this
is
one.
what's really weird about all of this. Remember the flip-flopping that's been going on over and over.
Oh, I got the chase.
I'm going to put a few clips here just to show you how much things have changed over the days, weeks, and months leading up to this.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
There are a lot of people who are.
I mean, do you think that they're mad that, again, that this is out there? I've said this multiple times during the stream.
Knee deep in the Washington swamp,
like
who are
they're
not telling you the truth.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk, is when can we see them and what's taking so long to release them?
Breaking news right now. You're going to see some Epstein information.
Dude, South Park did her so well.
Being released.
I'm not going to.
That brown nose. Excuse me, Pam. You got some shit on your nose.
Hold information from the American public ever. But I'm also not going to rush to get it out there in a format in which they can't rely on it.
Overnight, the FBI and Justice Department releasing 11 hours of footage they say helps confirm notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
That's right. First, it was a Democrat cover-up. Then they reviewed the files. They found Trump's name in a few of them. Then they said it was a Democrat hoax. They said there's nothing to release here. Jeffrey Epstein was a sole trafficker to himself, and they released a memo basically saying there's nothing to see here. They said specifically, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties, and that it did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. And yet now we are investigating people. So what has flip-flopped us yet?
Oh my God, is that a Cowboy Bebop sweater? I just realized that.
Well, after this email release, the president...
I'm pretty sure that's Spike Spiegel's ship.
...president has been acting really weird. First, he personally called Rep. Lauren Boebert, urging her to withdraw support for a bill releasing the Epstein files, and then...
If that's the case, then that's a dope-ass sweater.
Several of the top law enforcement officials met to discuss the Epstein files, specifically in the Situation Room, which was covered by a White House correspondent. And I think it's worth hearing him talk about how weird this is for people who aren't in the Washington zeitgeist.
In that same day, she was summoned to a meeting with the Attorney General and the FBI Director. So these are the top law enforcement officials of the whole United States government are sitting in the White House Situation Room, providing a briefing. I'm like, okay, so what does that all tell you? You've got very sensitive information that being briefed here to a member of Congress, presumably, you know, with a security clearance. Honestly, you know, when I see something like that, I'm like, that's just flashing intel, right? So the fact that this happened in the Situation Room really was like a whoa moment for me, because I'm like, wow. So this goes to classified setting. They don't want her to bring a briefing, or they don't want to bring her phone in. Presumably, she probably didn't have any staff that were allowed in there. This is like clearance to the max.
Yeah.
So this wasn't an ordinary reaction. I mean, they were taking it very seriously. And the fallout to all of this was Donald Trump today saying he will be asking AG Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan Chase, and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with him. And Bondi immediately accepted, saying, "Thank you, Mr. President. The department will pursue this with urgency and integrity. But notably, all these people are sort of Democrats. So there don't seem to be any Republicans mentioned here.
Wow.
Here, which makes sense given that Trump's initial statement calls it
Okay,
still
so
an
she was
Epstein
just asking, like, if that's the case, then why not release the Epstein files? And then he just told her to be quiet.
hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans. So it seems clear that they're not going to go after their own.
Sorry, in real time, I got people sending me these things where they're just like, "You see this shit?"
Instead, they're going to go after Democrats only,
I love
which
my job.
again is weird because they previously said they did not have evidence to do any of that. They said they didn't.
What are you doing? What are you growling at?
Didn't have evidence to investigate anyone, Democrat.
Don't growl at him.
Or Republican. And when people didn't buy that and said, well, clearly there's something here and you guys are hiding it, they go, okay, well, we're only going to investigate one side of it, which I don't think is going to appease anyone, especially given that these emails that we just saw crossed the spectrum, once again, as we knew, and heavily in.
Guys, just real quick. Fuck it. Look. All right. Why does it have to look like a sperm? Why?
Again, as we knew, and heavily
I don't know.
involved Trump, despite the fact that some of them were good for him, some of them were bad for him. There's just no basis to just investigate one side of the political spectrum here. And especially given that previously y'all said that there was nothing, there was no evidence.
I'm glad that Coffee's calling this out because, again, he's supposed to be the most apolitical channel.
The evidence now to justify an investigation? Well, I'll give you one theory, although to be
I need to get one of those smoke machines he has.
clear, it's impossible to know. Maybe this is just vindictive, but take
Dude, for real, I should.
the context for a second that we are about to have the House order the release of the Epstein files. Well, if the DOJ has an ongoing investigation, suddenly they can say, hey, we can't release all the files to you because there's information here that's part of an ongoing investigation, so we have to hold that back. So it's very worrisome that on the eve of these Epstein files being released by the DOJ, suddenly they have this investigation, which might mean that they can't release them. It's honestly also corrupt, and all of us are just wanting everyone to be investigated in all of this.
I'm glad that he brought that up, too.
Or, at the minimum, some transparency, which it seems like we're never going to get.
Hey.
The Epstein files are a hoax. They're created by Obama. I'm not going to say who it was, but it was Mossad.
We are in the fun house, so I get to do this.
Prove it formally tonight. Some of the Epstein files are real. Just
Where the fuck is he doing this show?
not the ones that I.
Is he at like Volo Auto Auction? What the fuck is this?
We don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. No, it's too late.
Portland?
I'm in Portland. They're everywhere.
I don't like that echo. Oh my god, I would hate that room.
So thank you all for coming back. You thought that was really funny, so just letting you know I'm killing in the front row. We're also shooting a mini special in pieces. That would be a good show name for this. Parts.
Oh no, he's awesome.
I majored in applied mathematics. That's why I'm doing comedy at an auto shop.
Oddly enough, his politics aren't even the reason that I really enjoy him as a comedian. Like his structure is great, and honestly, he's one of like the new guard. Even though Josh Johnson's now starting to make enough money to now not claim that he's working class, which again, we've already talked about this at the beginning of the show. But yeah, Sammy's one of he's still on that path to stardom.
Right now.
Yes.
Somebody asked me, Sammy, what was the hardest kind of math that you studied in college? And the answer is...
God. YouTube and comedy. Oof. If YouTube had been at this point when I was doing comedy, I don't think I would have done the stream. I think that I would have been doing something very similar.
Something called complex analysis. Its name says it all. And if you're not familiar with complex numbers, it's complicated. The truth is, we all learn complex numbers in high school. You just might not remember them, again, because of the trauma. But you remember roughly in elementary school around the time when you learned how to take square roots. At some point, you came into math class and your elementary school teacher was like, okay, kids, today we're going to learn how to take square roots. All you do is you put this number under a little house, and out comes another number.
And out comes another number.
That's
how I
unhoused.
learned
You know, like, that's kind of up.
Dude.
I know, Portland is a little weird about unhoused jokes. I get it. I'm from San Francisco. Relax. I have a friend who doesn't even like being called unhoused. He's like, I'm anti-establishment. So you put the number under the little square root, and out comes another number. And it's just like super fun. It's like the square root of 4 is 2. Yay! The square root of 9 is 3. Woo! The square root of other bigger numbers are other bigger numbers, you know? And you're like, this is fun. I can do this my whole life, you know? That's what I thought, at least. And then the teacher's like, well, have fun with it. Just whatever you do, don't take the square root of a negative number. And you're like, I wasn't going to. Why did you say that? Well, just don't do it. You can't do it. You can't take the square root of a negative number, so don't do it. I'm like, oh, I didn't want to until now. I really want to do it.
Yeah. That's the typical, don't put your hand on the stove.
Why can't you take the square root of a negative number? Because you can't. Because you put a negative number under there and nothing comes out. Because you can't do it, so don't even try. I'm like, wow, who gave you this teaching job? But you just accept it. You just have to accept that you just can't take the square root of a negative number. But you know, it's a weird moment, but you bury the trauma. You don't really ask questions, right? That's what school teaches you, not to ask questions. So you're just like, oh, just like, all right, you can't take the square root of a negative number. You put the trauma under your square root. You just shove it down. And then you go on with your life, you keep bearing more and more trauma, and now you're in high school a couple years later, and you have acne now. Your hormones are raging. You really have a great life, relatively, but you're not aware of it, so you hate yourself and everyone around you.
Yes.
Portland, you can relate to that. So now you're in high school. And
dude, okay, I never played Portland, so this would be wild.
High school math teacher walks in one day and says, all right, kids, today we're going to take the square root of -1. And you're like, the f*** you are.
Fuck you are.
You're like, is my teacher on drugs? You can't do that. Everybody knows you can't take the square root of a negative number. Your teacher's like, why would you think that? Because my elementary school teacher said so. And I believe everything my elementary school teacher says. And your high school teacher laughs. You were lied to.
Yep.
You've been lied to this whole time. Because you can take the square root of a negative number. And we're going to do it today. Like, don't do it. The world's going to explode. Nope, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to take the square root of -1. You're like, oh my God, this is so scary. What is it? What is the square root of -1? Is it 1? She's like, no. Like, is it 100? No. What is it? She's like, it is I. Like, all right, the teacher's for sure on drugs, dude. This teacher's on ketamine. I need to call the principal right now. Who is it? It is I. It is you? No, it is I. Like I, like a capital I? No, lowercase I. What the f is going on? And there's a definitive day. And I don't know if you remember it or not, because maybe you blocked the trauma, but it's the day that you learn that you can, despite what you were told previously in life, take the square root of negative numbers. And when you take the square root of -1, you don't even get a number. You just get a letter.
Yep.
Which makes no sense. And it's just a lowercase I, which we don't even do in language. And that's the day your whole life changes. That's the day you realize your whole life was a lie. You were built on lies, on assumptions that you could never take the square root of a negative number. But apparently you can, and it's I. And my life changed. I was looking at myself in the mirror like, who am I? Who am I?
All
It's
right,
like, what
Sammy,
is this
he's
mysterious
killing
I,
this.
and why am I feeling this type of way? What does I even stand for? Israel. I'm kidding, obviously, but some would say it's imaginary too.
Oh, dude.
It's a long way to get to that punchline, but
No, that was, but you know what? Masterful, because he didn't lose us. Like, that was great.
I took you on that journey.
Nah, that was, man.
But really, the day I
I'm
learned
happy
about
for him.
imaginary numbers was just like the day I learned about Israel. Nothing was going to be the same after.
Even though he's doing this in an... Do you see that ceiling? Do you see that ceiling?
It's weird. Suddenly,
you know the echo? Like,
you can take imaginary numbers by finding
There's a reason there's low ceilings in comedy rooms, by the way.
root of a negative number.
Bet you guys know that.
Apparently, these are also numbers you can work with, imaginary numbers. They're basically multiples of I. So you have I, or 2I, or 3I, or 4 I's. That was my nickname. I was like, this is so f***ed up. This whole time, you told me you can't take the square root of a negative number, and you also told me that my imaginary friends weren't real. But turns out they were just the square root of my negative friends.
Smart people joke.
And as if that's not enough trauma, apparently you can combine imaginary numbers and real numbers. You add them together and you get something called complex numbers. So 2 plus 3i is a complex number. 4 plus 5i, these are complex numbers. The whole time you're like, why the f are we doing this? And then you don't find out till
Too bad you missed the, Emma Vigeland on the Bituation Room.
way
I'll watch it this weekend, then maybe cover it on Monday.
later. If you study
It's
like
never too bad. Have too much content.
20 math courses in college, you
She was also on Pod Save and all that bullshit too. So
don't find out till way later. The reason we do that is because you can solve
I'm happy that she's making the appearances, but
crazy problems that you weren't able to solve by just using real numbers. So for instance, polynomials, okay? You guys are poly, right? Make some noise. Yeah, they're nomials that are poly. They have a lot of love to give. A polynomial, for most of you, is one of those expressions that has exponents of x in it. So like 3x squared plus 2x plus 3 equals 0, and then you solve for x. That's basically a polynomial equation. And sometimes you can't always solve for x, but once you introduce complex numbers, apparently you can solve them every time. And yeah, you should know this, especially if you're poly. And yeah, so, and I personally like exponents because they speak truth to power. But what I'm saying is you can do a lot. You can do a lot with complex numbers. And I know you guys haven't been traumatized enough to appreciate it, but I appreciate it. Lowercase I appreciate it. And one day, all you 500 plus I will appreciate it. And so I studied complex numbers for 5 years, and that's why I'm doing stand-up comedy now, because where the f do you go from there?
I mean, you could fail out of high school.
I read this recently. Did you know the biggest indicator
I didn't fail out, by the way.
of how much money you make in your career is how many math classes you
I did the complex thing where I abandoned my faith publicly.
took in college?
I'll talk about that a little bit
Yeah,
later.
some of you guys are
Maybe not tonight, but I will cover that on another stream. There's
a lot of humanities majors in here. I can feel the vibe. The more math classes you took in college, the more money you make.
Dude, I got a test on my faith, by the way, when I went to my my leaders in my church.
In your career based
That was
on
fun.
statistics, which is another course. I took 23 math classes in college. Yeah,
Jesus.
5 of which were statistics courses in which I learned about something called outliers. Yeah. And if you don't get that joke, don't worry, it just means you're normal.
She knows math.
Yeah, I know. Some people are having a lot of fun right now. Some people are like, I pray to God. Like some of you guys believe in God now. You're like, I pray to God. This is over soon. Almost. We're almost done with the educational part of the show. Another stat. There was a stat that came out last week that said that 1 out of 10 Americans is now a millionaire. Yeah, that's crazy. Literally 10% of America is millionaires now. They say it's because of the way that people are able to invest nowadays, because of the way that a lot of people are entrepreneurs. I would argue inflation probably plays a role too. What is as many millionaires in the 80s? But yeah, so, you know, we've been talking about the 1% this whole time, but look out for the 10%. They're here. And I will be part of the 10% when my parents die. And just letting you know, I won't be able to be trusted then, okay? But I've always been slowly increasing my net worth. I've been doing it with this little life hack that a lot of people don't know because they didn't take accounting classes. But when I had the privilege of taking an accounting class in college. Anybody here take an accounting class? Okay. Oh, equal number of people on both sides. You got the debits on the left, credits on the right. That's an accounting joke, don't worry. But in accounting, you learn about this thing called the accounting equation, very creative name. And the accounting equation states that assets equals liabilities plus equity. So the assets, the total assets of a person or a company is equal to the sum of all the liabilities they have, the debt that they have, plus the equity they have, the stock. So that's a little life hack if you want to increase your net worth. Just rack up a ton of debt and sell stock in yourself. So that's what I've been doing the last 10 years. I borrow $200 from my dad every week, and I reinvest it into my LLC, Sammy Corp.
Sammy Corp.
It's an S Corp. And, oh, you guys got that joke. That's cool. And my net worth has been going steadily up. Just borrowing the out of my parents. You know, I try to keep up with the news. It's very difficult because the news cycle moves so fast. Like this year, we're at like the highest frequency, but like not in a good way. Things that weren't even supposed to be main events were main events. Like the Super Bowl halftime. That was something like we were talking about for a long time, both because of the performance and also because of the protester. Like that was an event within an event. It was like layered. It was wild. And like it's crazy that this year we saw a famous person in the public eye point directly at another famous person and be like, he likes them young. And it was crazy when Elon did that to Trump. It was crazy. It was so crazy. He straight draked him. And I'm no Elon fan, but you gotta admit, I mean, he's the only one who's actually trying to do the private detective work at this point. He's like our Special K detective, Special K unit. Snorting ketamine like, oh, we're gonna find the Epstein files!
Yeah, then he comes down and he's just like, I'm sorry.
And we're at the
here's a couple $100 million for me to say that I'm sorry.
point now where you've seen enough pictures of Trump with Epstein to know he's in that. Like,
yeah,
there's enough pictures that aren't AI to be like, yeah, he's in that shit. And you know, we've seen Trump lie before, but like the way he's lying right now is like desperate.
Yes, I'm so glad that like this is it. Yes. All right, perfect way to do this.
It's like super desperate. Like his stories aren't even lining up in a way even worse than imaginable.
Yep.
Like 3 weeks ago when everybody was like, you're in the Epstein files, aren't you? He's like, the Epstein files are a hoax. They're created by Obama. It's like, yeah, that was Obama's whole purpose. Came straight from Kenya to make the Epstein files. It's like, why would Obama even want to push the Epstein files? Like, all his friends were on there, you know what I mean? Well, at least one of them, hashtag Bill Clinton. It's a very small circle.
Actually, hashtag Larry Summers.
In Washington, or small oval, I should say. But yeah, so that was Trump's whole thing. He's like, it's a hoax, the Democrats made it up, it's a hoax. And then everybody's like, no.
Yeah.
And then so a week later, he's like, all right, fine. Some of the Epstein files are real, just not the ones that I'm in. That was his official statement. Yes. He literally walked back and said, okay, fine, some parts of the Epstein files are real and some parts are imaginary. Combine them together, that's the Epstein files. Like, no, that's complex numbers. Bro is literally trying to use complex analysis to f up our minds. He's like 3 plus 4I for me, that's me, the I. And it's also Israel in this case too. Because he's also covering for Israel. And that's why I just like complex numbers. When you look into this other dimension of what's actually in the Epstein files, it actually explains a lot of shit. Because we know for a fact that Epstein was gathering intel. Like he had cameras in all of his homes. Like that's not something just a regular perv does.
I mean, Bubba the Love Sponge did.
You know what I mean? Like,
but not a regular perv, so I guess you're right.
And he was a creep for sure.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the Hulk Hogan Bubba the Love Sponge thing.
I'm not saying he was a creep, but he also worked for intelligence. And I'm not going to say who it was, but it was Mossad.
Not going to say who it was, but it was Mossad.
It was Israeli intelligence, Mossad. But I can't say it too much. I don't want to get into legal trouble. So let's just say he was a creepy guy who enjoyed Mossages. He was not good to women. He was a misogynist. Don't hate me for delivering the message, okay? I'm just saying. We know this guy worked for Intel. The question is who? And all signs point to Mossad. But when you make these allegations, people tell you you're a conspiracy theorist. You know, but it makes too much sense. And the problem with conspiracy theorists, and I love conspiracy theorists, like bless their heart, okay?
That's how
Someone
I feel.
has to do the Lord's work.
Dude, that takes me back to Honeybee and the chemtrails. The first time that I was just like, have you seen this? Hold on. This is, I did not know that there were still people that legitimately were like all about chemtrails, but here we go.
Conspiracy theorists are not great at presenting information in a way that logical, rational minds can process. And that's why too often conspiracy theories get kind of lost in the dust. So I'm going to help clarify this tonight at this automotive shop here in Portland, Oregon. And that is that I'm going to prove that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. He was working for Israel. I'm not claiming that he was Israeli, because he was not Israeli. He grew up in Brooklyn, and he was a creep. I'm not saying he was not a creep. He was always creepy. He was always known to be very touchy-feely. But also he went to an Italian high school, so maybe, I mean, it's not an excuse. I'm just saying, I can say that I'm part Italian. Mamma mia. He was a very touchy-feely guy. And Epstein, he never graduated high school, and he went to college early, and he studied advanced math. We don't claim him. We're not proud of this at all. But he studied advanced math, which makes us even creepier for some reason. Because he's like, oh, I didn't know their age. Like, you can subtract most. Like, we know, you know math. But he studied physiological math. That's like the creepiest math out there. Physiological math is the math of the human body. Ugh. Yeah, if you see somebody wanting to study physiological math, like flag that person. That person is a threat. And then he never even graduated. He went on after that to become a physics teacher, which is another red flag. Because when I heard that, I thought about it. I remember in my high school, there was 2 physics teachers who were both sex offenders. That's enough for me to make a conspiracy theory now. I have 3 data points. That's enough. That's enough for a correlation for sure. Yeah. Physics teachers, they get physical, okay? I'm not saying all physics teachers are creeps. I'm not saying that they all force themselves on people. I'm just saying they mass times acceleration themselves onto people. This theory's good. It'll gain momentum pretty soon. It's important. Once you understand the weight, once you understand the gravity of this theory, you'll take it seriously. So we know Epstein was a creep, and we know he was American. That's where the creeps are made, okay? So I'm not claiming he was Israeli, but I am going to claim he was an Israeli asset, meaning he was working for Israel. He was collecting intel for Israel, and I'm going to prove it formally tonight. So, thank you, one person. Because this has not been done by any conspiracy theorist or any stoner out there, okay? I had to really put this together in a logical, grounded argument. Here's why we know that Epstein was an Israeli asset. Okay, so Epstein, he got rich all of a sudden after his teaching job, believe it or not. He left being a physics teacher because it doesn't pay, apparently. And he became a consultant, which is not a real job. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry if that offends any consultants in here, but if you have a problem with it, let's talk after the show. You can bill me after. It's a great business model you have. And he became a consultant, and this is when he started to be introduced to very high-profile people. He met people in the Pentagon, and he started working overseas. One person he notably worked with was Adnan Khashoggi. Jamal Khashoggi is the other guy who got killed, who was Adnan's actually nephew. I talked about this in my last special. Look it up, it's funny. It's not funny, it's actually scary. So Epstein worked with this guy named Adnan Khashoggi, who was a figure in Saudi Arabia, and they worked together to finance a military operation, which was called the Iran-Contra affair. This was a really big deal in the 80s. The Iran-Contra affair was where Israel was funneling weapons into Iran to stir up a regime change, which is not relevant to now at all. History does not repeat itself. Nothing to see here. But even back in the 80s, they were trying, still at it. And Epstein was the one who helped finance that affair. And so he had to work directly with Israeli intelligence. So clearly he was introduced to Mossad. He worked with Mossad. He financed an Israeli intelligence operation. And suddenly he got very rich after that. His net worth went up, okay? And after that, he got even richer when he met a man named Leslie Wexner, who was the CEO of Victoria's Secret, which a perv would want to work with. And Leslie Wexner was a known Zionist. He had a lot of stock with Israel and Israel's economy. And when Epstein started to work with him, he suddenly got a lot richer. Then Epstein was introduced to Ghislaine Maxwell, which I don't know if you've heard of this lovely woman. She was Epstein's accomplice in the whole sex trafficking scandal. It's been proven, it's been documented, and they say Epstein's dead, obviously, and they say Ghislaine's in jail. I don't even think Ghislaine's in jail, to be honest.
Funny enough, I kind of was thinking the same thing.
I actually bumped into her at the store last week. Yeah, she was like, "Pardon me." I was like, "No, thank you." And so right around the time that Epstein is gaining momentum and gaining money from these investments, he meets Ghislaine Maxwell, who is the daughter of Robert Maxwell, who was a known Mossad asset and had also a lot of stock in Israel. In fact, he was buried in Israel. That's how much he loved it. And so Robert Maxwell, he died of natural causes. He mysteriously fell off his yacht one day. And suddenly Epstein got very rich shortly after. So again, nothing to see here. But yes, those were basically the three moments where Epstein suddenly got a lot of money. And
yeah, we watched Succession and all these other shows, and we're like, yeah, this makes sense.
Then he used that money to basically...
But somehow we're like, that can't be real.
Fund this buy a lot of cameras. Cameras are very expensive.
Not us, but...
So we know that the money he used for this operation, this intel operation, was leveraged by Israel. At the same time, he became acquainted with a lot of very powerful people, and very powerful people who were associated with Israel in some way. For instance, the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. Not Ehud Barack Obama, that's a different Kenyan. But Ehud Barak, who is the former Prime Minister of Israel, who became buds with Epstein and was actually seen many times on camera approaching Epstein's apartment and walking in, and he would always wear a mask, like one of the surgical masks. And this was pre-COVID, so just shows this was trying to hide. Isn't that crazy? This guy got caught on camera going into Epstein's house only to be recorded on more cameras. This guy had no idea what was going on. So Epstein worked with him, former Prime Minister of Israel. Also, Bill Clinton. A lot of pictures of Clinton with Epstein. It's not a good look. And Clinton, obviously, very tied to Israel. He was brokering all those deals in the 90s. Alan Dershowitz, who's Israel's lawyer.
My old pastor was part of that.
Who was also Epstein's lawyer. And then a bunch of other prominent...
Look up Bill Hybels.
People who, let's face it, like most of them are Zionists anyways. And he was associated with all these people who were directly tied to Israel. However, all of these people who he was associated with, as soon as they started hanging out with Epstein and doing all these God knows what behind closed doors, Israel started to distance themselves from these people. So you can look it up. Like Israel started to distance itself from Ehud Barak, from Bill Clinton, and from anybody that Epstein was associated with. I wonder what they knew. Because these people pose a reputational risk for Israel, which says a lot. If you're threatening Israel's reputation, you've really f***ed up. These were all Epstein's friends. They were all reputational risks for Israel. And so that's why I can make this formal proof, because Epstein got all of his money from having stock in Israel. And he knew all these people who were liabilities to Israel. And liabilities plus equity equals assets. Epstein was an Israeli asset. I know. There's a lot of information I'm accounting for. Until next time, be safe.
That was solid. And again, I love the way these younger guys are doing this. That was one hell of a way to use math. One moment, you... Oh, hey. LT taking a quick break. Well, let's go to some protest coverage.
Right here. Yeah, maybe.
And now she's trying to, like, trying to do a report saying that we are the agitators. It's what I'm getting. I actually have decent hearing with everything going on. She's whining, even though she jaywalked across the street and literally got in everybody's face.
I mean, show the footage then. If you have this on camera, then that's easy. Just show the cops the footage right then.
This is what happens when the Chuds have parties in Chud Corner. They all come over to us and want to throw hissy fits.
Just a little bit, because I think there's some music there.
Wait, so does assault only go one way? Is it like only some people get put in custody for assault, or what's going on?
So wait, what's going on?
If they arrest the other person, it's going to be another miscarriage of justice, because the Popo have literally just been arresting us, occasionally arresting them, even though...
Well, I mean, we know that one dude got taken down. What's his face? Tommy Boy.
They like to keep their team members around.
Oh yeah. Especially their MAGA team members.
All right. What else we got? Here, I'm gonna play this real quick.
But there has been an intense, really
Some of us may have already
push
seen it.
by the Trump administration to keep these from coming out.
I'll be right back.
And we are now, we are now in the scramble where the right, who are completely married to the idea of Donald Trump, his authoritarian rule and Republican control of the government, where they're beginning to sort of like go through a series of, I don't know how to really say this, excuses, explanations, ways in which to divert attention from this, and it's becoming increasingly difficult. We will get to some of the others who do this, but let's start with perhaps sort of the most grotesque attempt to underplay what's in there. I mean, you can look at these emails, and at the very least, it is quite definitive that everything that Donald Trump has said about his relationship with Epstein was a lie. We sort of already knew this. There's also really indisputable evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell, whatever she said to Donald Trump's second at the DOJ, who incidentally, Todd Blanche, who was his former defense lawyer up until like January 19th, went in and met with Ghislaine Maxwell to find out if she knew anything about Trump and his involvement with Epstein. She said, no, he was never around or anything. What? Donald Trump. I mean, I've heard the name. Obviously, he's the president, but these emails make it very clear that she lied to Todd Blanche. And following that interview, she was moved against all of Bureau of Prisons rules to a minimum security prison and is getting all sorts of benefits. The CNN did a piece about it. We'll talk more about that later. But Blanche supposedly had access to all of these emails. And even giving him the benefit of the doubt, that's a tremendous amount of incompetence to not actually make an assessment as to whether she lied. If Democrats had control of one house, they would pull Blanche up and they would be interviewing him. And this is what, this is part of the reason why there is so much fear of the Democrats even controlling one house. But here is an attempt by Megyn Kelly. I want to say longtime right-winger, but she took a break.
It's like third time we've watched it, but
from
fuck
being
it.
a right-winger when
other people's
Donald Trump
takes on
sort of
this.
excommunicated her by saying that she was bleeding from everywhere during a debate question that she had.
She was bleeding out of her,
It was also after, like, she tried to
whatever.
rehab her rep after the Santa Claus is white thing, right?
Well, no, she never felt any need. No. Are you kidding? That was what. That's what promoted her career.
Third time's a charm.
No. She only tried to rehabilitate
Pendulous
after
Dragon?
Donald Trump basically excommunicated her.
Okay.
So she left Fox, told some tales about sexual harassment, I think, at Fox, and then headed over to NBC. So here is Megyn Kelly in 2018 on NBC.
You feel as a victim. You feel a victim. To people who
Oh, this is the best coverage right here because, use her own words against her.
are going to be out there, because some are going to judge and say you were 15, you were 16, you were 17, you were a willing participant. Again, the legal age of consent in California is 18, so there's no consenting for a 14 or even a 17-year-old in these circumstances.
Okay. There she is talking about, I guess, Scott Baio was accused of I think, having sex with a girl under the age of consent.
All right. Since we have seen this before, got a new video that was just sent to me.
Emails.
Here we go. Legal Eagle.
Directly from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell confirmed Donald Trump not only lied, not only knew about Epstein's underage sex trafficking of girls, but likely personally participated and spent hours, likely alone, with one of the victims. We're gonna go through and analyze the actual emails because they are gobsmacking.
I have spent the last 17 years in my own prison. Jeffrey and all the co-conspirators did to me. I was raped repeatedly. I was raped 3 times a day sometimes. And yes, Ghislaine must die in prison.
Now, Sarah Ransom wasn't Jeffrey Epstein's only victim, but she might have been the one who said it best. Because for nearly 2 decades, the story of Jeffrey Epstein has been one of power, privilege, and silence. He built a network that preyed on vulnerable and protected the powerful. Epstein is now dead, and he never had to face his accusers in court. Maxwell is in a minimum security prison without offense and is negotiating with the Justice Department for a sweetheart deal of her own. But the truth about who else was involved has never been fully told. But this week, new emails surfaced, some written before Donald Trump ran for president. These emails show Epstein and Maxwell talking about Trump and at least one victim.
Might just say I really like that suit jacket.
At Epstein's house. So the question isn't just what Epstein did, it's what Donald Trump knew, when he knew it, and what he did in response. And now, most importantly, what Trump did with the victim. Now, this week, House Democrats, for the first time, have released written proof that Epstein and Maxwell discussed Donald Trump and a victim by name. Now, the first email is from 2011. In it, Epstein tells Maxwell, quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." To which Maxwell replied, quote, "I've been thinking about that." Now, these messages, written before Trump ever entered politics, suggest that there was more between them than has ever been publicly admitted. Now, let's really think about the wording here. Quote, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him." But let's break this down. Hours. They spent hours. The victim, an underage sex trafficked girl, spent hours with Trump at Epstein's house. There's only so many things that this could mean. It's not like Trump is known for his pithy conversation. And Trump's past behavior with underage girls and women in general is spotty at best. Then there's the dog that didn't bark. In context,
Dare I say we got some members of the Dragon Squad in chat?
it's clear
Oh.
it means that Epstein is surprised that Trump
Damage
hasn't been
report.
implicated, given how dirty he is. He spent hours with this one particular victim.
I still hold John's a pretty decent cat. I kind of feel bad that he's locked into his contracts the way he is.
And lest there be any doubt about how dirty Donald Trump actually is, in another released email from 2018, Epstein says, quote, "You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, NY biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip." And in context, when you identify these specific individuals, it implies that they spent time alone together. Epstein could have said they met at a party. Instead, he says those two individuals are the ones that spent hours together. And further, it appears the police chief never asked specifically about Trump. But especially in context, the email confirms that Donald Trump was so intertwined with Epstein's dealings and spent so much time with one particular underage girl that it's remarkable. Literally, they are remarking about it, that it's weird that he hasn't been implicated. Now, all this talk of compromising emails reminds me that it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private, because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always collect this context. The Republicans release unredacted in court. Now, helpfully in this context, the Republicans released unredacted versions of this particular email. And that email revealed that the victim mentioned is Virginia, presumably Virginia Giuffre. And that makes perfect sense. At the time, 2010 to 2011, Epstein was settling many lawsuits with his victims. And this might be a reference to the fact that
John can't take the damage report name if he leaves. Cenk owns it. Yeah.
Trump hadn't been
It's the same with Rick.
sued by any of those victims.
Trust me, I understand why Rick wants to stay because he has over like 1 point something million on his TYT channel.
But more likely it was a reference to the fact that Trump hadn't been mentioned in the first.
That's why I try to be fair. You know, Rebel HQ, Damage Report, even JR.
Reporting on Virginia Giuffre's victimization by Prince Andrew. Giuffre's story was first published in March 2021 by The Mail on Sunday. That coverage first published the now infamous photo showing Prince Andrew with his arm around her at Maxwell's house in Belgravia, London. And soon after, Giuffre went public with allegations against Epstein and Prince Andrew, including a Vanity Fair expose in July of 2011. So you have the facts of
I was about to say, JR is fucking cool as shit.
happened to Virginia Giuffre finally becoming public in March of 2011. Then, a few days later, Epstein, seemingly out of nowhere in an email with no subject line, says, quote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." In other words, crazy how this incredibly dirty guy, my best friend, Donald Trump, isn't mentioned in the reporting. Because, you know, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. Now, others have speculated that this is a reference to Epstein thinking that Trump was a cooperating witness, and that's what Epstein was 75% there on. I think that's unlikely given the context of what was going on in the world. It's probably just that Giuffre's horrible experience was becoming public, and Epstein was just surprised that Trump wasn't mentioned in it, given his extensive involvement. And this fits with the fact that Giuffre herself never publicly accused Trump of illegality. Now, the police chief here likely refers to Palm Beach Chief of Police Michael Ryder, and as we have mentioned previously, we think that Ryder is, from the public record, one of the only good guys in the story. In 2005, after a parent reported that her 14-year-old daughter had been paid to give Epstein a massage, Ryder launched an investigation that uncovered dozens of victims and extensive evidence, including trash pulls, witness interviews, and surveillance. And
it kind of scares me how little there are people like that in all of this story, like dating back to the early 90s. Like, doesn't it kind of scare you how so many people had to stay silent for this to even be a thing.
Then when the local state attorney, Barry Kreischer, appeared too lenient on Epstein, writers turned the case over to the FBI in 2006. But back to the emails, thinking like a litigator, the context is also damning. This email was written in 2011. It wasn't public spin and it wasn't written with politics in mind. This was a private conversation between Epstein and Maxwell years after Epstein got a sweetheart deal from prosecutors in Florida and years before Trump ran for president. Both of them thought that they were probably legally in the clear. And these are just two pals talking about criming in the privacy of their own emails and how their friend Donald Trump was involved. That also fits with past history. For example, in 2002, Trump said that his pal Epstein is, quote, a lot of fun to be with. He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. But when he aspired to become the president, Trump kept claiming that he ended his friendship with Epstein, sometimes claiming because Epstein assaulted a girl at Mar-a-Lago, and most recently because Epstein stole a Mar-a-Lago employee for himself. But these newly released private emails and the stories surrounding them tell a different story. To understand why all this matters, we have to go back to Palm Beach in the early 2000s when Jeffrey Epstein—
Dude, Palm Beach sounds like a fucking cesspool.
—first caught the attention of law enforcement. The allegations against Maxwell and Epstein were horrifying. Underage victims said Maxwell gained their trust, transported them to Epstein properties around the world, and then groomed them to participate in sex acts with Epstein and powerful, wealthy men. As Liz Dye explained on this channel, Epstein had hundreds of millions of dollars, but no one was quite sure how he earned this money. Epstein had a philanthropic organization that he used to amass goodwill and connections with prominent people and institutions around the world. He owned a private island, multiple luxury homes, and 2 private jets. And his nonprofit was later revealed to be a tool for image management and tax avoidance, especially after his 2005 arrest in Florida for sexually abusing underage girls. One accuser told the Miami Herald that Epstein was preying on 14-year-old girls who were basically homeless. Another victim said he tried to rape her, and victims said that Maxwell acted as his pimp, getting close to vulnerable girls, even preying on them at summer camp, and then introducing them to Epstein. Despite credible accusations from dozens of survivors, Epstein was able to plead guilty in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution instead of serial sex abuse of minors. And Epstein's legal team included famous Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz and former special counsel Ken Starr. And a non-prosecution agreement brokered between—
These people are all fucking monsters, and it's kind of like, oh, hey, here they are. These are the people that we should be locking up. Weird. Like, look at this. Look at those two. Like, did you see Alan Dershowitz and the other guy? And then look at this guy.
Epstein's lawyers and
fucking Acosta.
And then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta has been called a sweetheart deal that let a serial child predator get away with a slap on the wrist. Now, what does this have to do with Donald Trump? Well, plenty. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump used to socialize with each other between the 1990s and the early 2000s. In 2002, Trump said, quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side, no doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. Now, it appears Epstein was once a member of Mar-a-Lago, but at some point the two had a falling out. According to court documents filed by some of Epstein's accusers, Epstein was banned from the property for assaulting an underage girl. Now, bizarrely, Trump has never verified that assertion. And victim Virginia Giuffre said that she was working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago in 2000 when she was approached by Maxwell about giving Epstein massages. Now, notably, Giuffre has never implicated Trump. However, others did. In early November 2016, a woman who went by the pseudonym Katie Johnson sued Trump, alleging that he raped her at an Epstein house party in 1994 when she was 13 years old.
Yeah, but Virginia, she committed S, so her story matters more, and I guess carries more weight, right? Right? Because that's the logic we're going with. I mean, for fucking real, folks. Let's be.
Now, Trump has always—
I'm sorry for, like, being this way, but it does piss me off that they're using Virginia's fucking testimony the way they are. And it's like, oh, she died of suspicious causes. And here we are, where we're kind of like, oh, well, you know what? She didn't really implicate Trump. That's all we know.
Denied those allegations, and Johnson dropped the case after receiving—
Fucking Christ. It's almost like they, I don't know, maybe pressured her. This is all just a fantasy. Alleged. The alleged of alleged. But it's almost like allegedly someone might have gotten to Virginia Giuffre, who was planning on, I don't know, writing and releasing a book about this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden she dies in a very similar manner to the person that she's writing the book about. I mean, that's just, totally tracks, folks, you know?
Death threats. But Trump has floated 3 different stories about how his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein ended. The first is that he saw Epstein behaving inappropriately toward a girl at the club and kicked him out. The second is that Epstein competed with him on a real estate deal, and that ended their friendship. And then this summer, Trump had a news story. Epstein poached a girl on his staff from the Mar-a-Lago spa, and that soured
Just in case the YouTube transcript.
Their friendship. Stole as if she were Trump's property.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so.
True story. TYT used my tweet to launch the watch list with JR. Nice.
I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know.
Now, if that's
Notice how they keep repeating that? Notice how she's dead and she can't refute that?
true, that could be another reference to Virginia Giuffre, and some have pointed to the fact that Giuffre never implicated Trump as an exoneration of Trump, but that's contradicted by the fact that in 2011, when
literally, why the dead girl's word means more than the other people who are still here to implicate him. What the fuck?
Giuffre's story was first coming out, Epstein found it so remarkable that while people were talking about Giuffre, Trump hadn't been mentioned at that point. But it also seems strange for Donald Trump, who at that point was
man. His sus-ass fucking actions here.
Legitimate TV star and a putative self-reported billionaire.
I'm tired of this.
Ostensibly running several businesses, to have been intimately aware of these staffing challenges.
We're 6 hours in, and it's been about 5 hours of this. I'm finally tired enough to just be like, nah, you know what?
Faced at the Mar-a-Lago spa. But apparently, he was.
I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
Now, Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir was released last month. And in the book, Giuffre said she never witnessed Trump abusing anyone. But Giuffre was just one of the hundreds of Epstein's victims. To date, the Epstein estate has paid more than $171 million to over 150 women. And
At least someone's speaking sense here.
scale of the trafficking was
Fucking even the mainstream media is just like, yeah, we gotta admit that.
enormous. Now, knowing
Like she was the only victim just because she has a book.
all that, and knowing that people are suspicious about Trump's connections to Epstein, you might think that Trump would go out of his way not to link himself to the world's most notorious living sex trafficker. But you'd be wrong, because Trump can't seem to bring himself to condemn Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I
guess.
I wish her well, whatever it is.
Wow. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's so obvious, and everybody's just like, yeah, dude, yeah.
I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew.
Now, he said that after Maxwell was arrested for sex trafficking minors. And as we talked about back in July, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump contributed a lewd drawing to a book celebrating Epstein's 50th birthday. And his response was to send his personal lawyer and now second in command of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, to interview Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. And during that meeting, Maxwell denied her crimes, blamed the victims, and described Trump as a perfect gentleman. And at the time, Maxwell was housed at FCI Tallahassee, a low-security prison. But soon after Blanche's visit, she was transferred to FPC Bryan, a minimum security camp with no perimeter fence, a level where sex offenders are rarely placed without special approval. And that raises an obvious question. Was the interview a quid pro quo? As in, Maxwell clears Trump and someone clears her transfer.
Gee.
And will President Trump pardon or commute her sentence? We just don't know. There are rumors that he's contemplating at least commuting her sentence. But that's not the only potential sweetheart deal in this whole affair.
Okay, can we stop? Right there. Just be like, yeah, that's fucking crazy. What level of decorum do you need to maintain here?
Despite all the evidence gathered by the police and FBI, in 2008, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who had been appointed by George W. Bush, effectively let Epstein off the hook. He negotiated a secret non-prosecution agreement in 2008 that protected Epstein and his alleged co-conspirators. Acosta's office had identified 36 underage victims and drafted a 53-page indictment, but Epstein secured what the Miami Herald later called the deal of a lifetime. Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 state prosecution charges and served just 13 months in county jail with daily work release. Investigators said the evidence showed Epstein hosted
Are you late for the party?
underage sex parties for affluent men.
Oh, you're
However,
just in time.
the agreement also granted immunity to any unnamed potential co-conspirators. Now, a federal judge later found the deal was illegal because Acosta did not consult the victims before agreeing to it. And to be clear, deals like this basically don't happen. Federal prosecutors just don't hand out blanket non-prosecution agreements in child sex trafficking cases, let alone ones that purport to protect unnamed third parties. Lawyers who reviewed the deal said they had never seen anything like it. But even more baffling, when Trump was elected president in 2016, he appointed Acosta as Secretary of the Department of Labor. Now, we don't know if there were prior ties between Trump and Acosta, but we do know that when Acosta proposed as Trump's Secretary of Labor an 80% budget cut to the International Labor Affairs Bureau, the division that funds programs to combat child and human trafficking and forced labor, Congress was outraged, and that contributed to Acosta's eventual demise. Because when the Miami Herald story broke, Acosta resigned. And at the time, Trump was worried about Acosta. Quote,
I feel very badly actually for Secretary Acosta because I've known him as being somebody that works so hard and has done such a good job. I feel very badly about that whole situation.
Now, in litigation, the best way to find out that someone is lying is that their testimony contradicts the written documentary evidence, especially emails and texts. And this 2011 email makes it obvious that Ghislaine Maxwell lied to Todd Blanche when he visited her in prison. What she told Blanche was exactly what now President Trump would want to hear. She claimed that she only saw Trump and Epstein together in public, never in private.
I believe I only ever saw them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
And at that point, Blanche jumps in to help her emphasize the settings were social.
Did you ever observe, you said that have you seen there's photographs, public photographs of Mr. Epstein and
Wow. Okay.
President Trump together?
Yes.
And there's
any child who's ever been like with a guardian ad litem will know this language.
Photographs of, I think you're in some of the photographs as well. Those all appear to be social settings.
Yes.
Maxwell then said she had never seen
Jesus Christ, that was so obvious.
Trump in Epstein's house.
That's my memory. If there were social settings, I don't know Epstein's. If he had whatever the nature of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you want to define that with Epstein, I was never witness. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends or.
This is follow my lead type speak. That's what I mean.
I certainly never witnessed the president in any of. I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance.
In other words,
That's what was happening there.
Maxwell's story, concocted at a time when she had the absolute most to gain from telling Blanche exactly what he wanted to hear, is directly contradicted by Epstein himself in 2011. And we don't know if these emails were in the volumes of files that the DOJ turned up during its investigation of Maxwell and Epstein, but it underscores why it was so preposterous for Blanche to interview Maxwell to begin with. Apart from how blatantly corrupt the whole thing is, he didn't even have familiarity with a complete trial record. If a prosecutor or FBI agent who was involved in the prosecution had been in that interview, they might have been able to flag it as a lie. But it really seems like Blanche was not down there looking for inconsistencies. He was there to get his boss out of trouble. And of course, Maxwell also denied ever hearing Epstein say that Trump had done anything inappropriate.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world?
Absolutely never. In any context.
And again, that is now rebutted by the 2011 email, which featured Epstein claiming that Trump participated in an act against a victim at his house. But wait, there's so much more. The other two emails that were in the first tranche of documents that were released included correspondence between Epstein and Trump presidential biographer Michael Wolff. This exchange began on December 15th, 2015, the night of a debate in the Republican presidential primary. And Wolff told Epstein that CNN was, quote, planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Epstein wrote back, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And Wolff, going way outside the bounds of ethical reporting, told him not to say anything, yet. Quote, I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency that could be used to hang him later or save him generating a debt. So there you have an insinuation that Epstein was or was capable of blackmailing the 2016 Republican nominee for president. Though CNN never asked Trump a direct question about Epstein that night. House Democrats also released another email from January of 2019 when Trump was running for re-election. Epstein wrote, quote, victim, Mar-a-Lago, redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop.
Yeah, they're not the ones trying to hide it.
Which is another admission from...
Notice how not a single Democrat, went, no, I'm not going to vote for that, so bulletproof Baldy. You're wrong.
From Epstein that Trump, at the very least,
Nobody gives a shit about protecting Bill Clinton or anybody there.
Knew about all of the...
No, dude, this is way worse for the Republicans because they're the ones in power. They're the ones that are constantly showing us like, hey, yeah, it's a little sus the way you're handling this.
Sex trafficking and prostitution. Now, some will say this email exonerates Trump since Epstein explicitly says that Trump
PSA, coconut berry Red Bull sucks.
asked Ghislaine to stop, but it's also possible that the only reason
Good to
Trump
know.
asked for things to stop, if indeed he did make that request, was because it became a political liability for him at that point. And then there's even more evidence of shoddy reporting. You might recall reporter Landon Thomas Jr., who wrote the 2002 New York Magazine article where Trump praised Epstein. Well,
No, the thing is, they think we're cultists like they are. We're not.
we now have some of the emails between Landon and Epstein. These emails were exchanged 13 years after Landon Thomas Jr. broke the story. It was 2015, Trump was running for office for the first time. And in 2015, Landon wrote to tell Epstein that people were now asking him for juicy details about Trump. To which Epstein responded, quote, "Would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen?" And when Landon said yes, Epstein sent back the name of a Hawaiian tropic girl and 2 other items which have been redacted. Landon then asked Epstein why he didn't put this information out there for the good of the country, and Epstein replied with a link to an article, and he said, quote, "My 20-year-old girlfriend in '93 that after 2 years I gave to Donald." And Epstein goes on to say, "Read my airplane logs in Hawaiian tropic contest, have them ask my houseman about
The way they talk about women should be enough for everybody here to just be like, what?
Donald almost
like what?
Walking through the door.
You do realize that the implications here, even if like you guys don't go to the extreme, is that these sick motherfuckers were just literally about like, we're just, you know what? She aged out. Here, why don't you take her?
Or leaving.
What the fuck?
His nose print on the glass as young women were swimming in the pool. So this is all probably going to get worse before it gets better. We can be certain that more information will come out now that the House Oversight Committee released an additional 20,000 pages of documents.
Wow, 2 people using the C word within 1 second. That was new record.
Obtained from the Epstein estate. Landon worked for the New York Times and many other media outlets at the time, and he had all this information.
Assad's all over this. Oh, fuck yeah.
Directly from Epstein, and yet he sat on it for all of this time. And it's also come to light that Landon, the reporter who was tipping off Epstein and who Epstein offered to give photos to, was fired from the New York Times for soliciting money from Epstein. It's also unclear exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out, but there is a 2017 email in which a person, possibly a victim, we don't know, is at Epstein's house trying to get in and says, quote, "I don't want to come early and find Trump in your house." Now, I don't want to read too much into that. That's 2017, after Trump is already president. That one very well could be a joke, but we don't know exactly when Trump and Epstein had a falling out. And we don't have time now, but there are also extensive emails between Steve Bannon and Epstein in 2018. 2018! So the big question now is, did Trump commit a crime against an adult or minor based on the Epstein emails? Now, we don't know yet, but consider these aren't even the Epstein documents that Republicans want to keep from becoming public. There's likely more, including the rumored pictures of Trump with underage victims. And bizarrely, the White House has been meeting with congresspeople to try to kill the discharge petition related to the releasing of the rest of the files, which could be seen as part of an ongoing criminal cover-up. And certainly the suspicious interactions and preferential treatment between the DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell look worse by the minute. So you can bet that there will be more. I just wish everyone had access to the same kind of legal support that Trump has. Now,
cut and cue to live read. Or not live read, whatever that is. A recorded read. Oh man, this has been insane. Gotta say that much. This has been like, what? Trump cuts tariffs on goods like coffee, bananas, and beef in bid to slash consumer prices. Bit too late for that. Dude, now he's... Alright, so now he's doing the thing where Supreme Court is going to overturn his tariffs, so he's trying to beat it all by being like, look, I recognized that the tariffs were causing some problems, so I did something about it. And then that Supreme Court came in and they caused a problem. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, Mystery Science Theater. How much of your name has to do with Looney Tunes and Mystery Science Theater? If all of it, then LT, I love you even more. By the way, the Turkey Day special is going to be on this year. They skipped it last year.
It looks like the Trump-Marjorie Taylor Greene relationship is officially over, with Trump going scorched earth against the Georgia Congresswoman on Truth Social. He wrote, "I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman..."
By the way, I'm a Mike guy. I know that everybody loves Joel because he's the OG, but got a special place in my heart for Mike.
Marjorie Taylor Greene of the great state of Georgia. Over the past few weeks, despite my creating record achievements for our country, including a total and complete victory on the shutdown, closed borders, low taxes, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation.
Transgender for everyone. The fuck? Guys, can we just recognize just how wacky that is? Like, just what the fuck?
Biggest regulation cuts in history.
That became a talking point.
Stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world as opposed to being the laughingstock we were 12 months ago, having trillions of dollars, record-setting, invested in the USA, and having created the hottest country anywhere in the world from being a dead country just 12 months ago, and so much more. All I see...
Dude! Inflation is 3%. What are you talking about?
Wacky Marjorie do is complain, complain, complain.
Oh,
it seemed all
God.
to begin when I sent her a poll stating that she should not run for senator or governor. She was at 12% and didn't have a chance, unless, of course, she had my endorsement, which she wasn't about to get.
Dude, you know she was pissed. Pissed when she read this.
She has told many people that
she probably went, I was so loyal to you. You motherfucker!
That she is upset that I don't return her phone calls anymore, but with 219 congressmen and women,
by the way,
53
we're
US
one
senators,
like away from
24
20
cabinet members, and almost 200 countries, and an otherwise normal life to lead, I can't take...
You like Mike? I wasn't fond of its run on the Science Channel. It was a little over the top.
Ranting lunatics call every day. I understand that wonderful conservative people are thinking about primarying Marjorie in her district.
So wait, did you like the ones with Mike and oh my God, the two scientists, or did you like the one with Pearl?
Of Georgia, that they are too fed up with her and her antics.
Because I'm thinking that you thought Pearl was a little too over the top.
And if the right person runs, they will have my complete and unyielding support. She has gone far left, even doing The View with her low IQ Republican
TV's Frank.
Hating
and
anchors. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again.
Mark, what was
and
his
of
name?
course, once Trump posted that, Marjorie Taylor Greene immediately responded herself on Twitter, writing, "President Trump just attacked me and lied about me. I haven't called him at all, but I did send these text messages today. Apparently, this is what sent him over the edge, the Epstein files. And of course, he's coming after me hard to make an example to scare all the other Republicans before next week's vote."
Dr. Clayton Forrester. That was it.
Files.
Yeah, Dr.
It's
Forrester.
astonishing really how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, that he actually goes
deep hurting. Deep hurting.
Most Americans wish he would fight this hard to help the forgotten men and women of America.
There's like maybe 6 people in this audience that understand what I'm talking about.
Who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes, are going broke by trying to feed their families, and are losing hope of ever achieving the American
pedulous base
dream. That's what I voted for. I've supported President Trump with too much of my precious time, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him even when almost any other Republican turned their...
I like Pearl as well, but at the end it got crazy. I mean, they tried to like insinuate that, yeah, she was Mike's mom.
And denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God, Jesus is my savior, and I serve my district, Georgia 14, and the American people. I remain the same today as I've always been, and I will continue to pray this administration will be successful because the American people desperately deserve what they...
Well, appreciate the MST3 case. Deep cuts here. This is fun. This is fun.
America first and America only. And so based on this back and forth, it looks like there will be no reconciliation between Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And of course, this all comes in the aftermath of Greene accusing Donald Trump of gaslighting the country by doing the exact thing that Donald Trump does in that initial tweet that I read at the top of this video, which is to pretend that everything is great, that prices are down, that the whole country is just steeped in prosperity like never before, when the reality is that everything is getting more expensive, manufacturing is contracting, jobs are going away, and inflation is rising.
Gaslighting the people and trying to tell them that prices have come down is not helping. It's actually it's actually infuriating people because people know what they're paying at the grocery store. They know what they're paying for their kids' clothes and school supplies. They know what they're paying for their electricity bills. And so that approach does not work. We need compassion and show that we care about the American people and show that we are in the trenches with them on what they're going through. That's first and
she does look like Bobo.
foremost. You don't gaslight them, you don't lecture them, and you don't deny what's happening.
And frankly, Green is correct that what Trump is doing is gaslighting. Remember, Trump campaigned on lowering the cost of housing, of rent, of groceries, of eggs, and what did he do once he actually got into power? He engaged in a trade war that raised the cost of everything. He cut Medicaid from 17 million Americans, cut food assistance to the tune of $350 million, ended subsidies for the Affordable Care Act that will result in healthcare premiums for 24 million Americans becoming 2, 3, 4, 5 times more expensive next year than it was for this year. If anyone can explain to me how that is Trump making
we
things
list for MTG, she is real.
more affordable, I'm all ears.
You
the
go.
truth is that affordability is simply not a focus
How you
for
doing?
Donald Trump. It was on the campaign trail when he needed something from his voters, namely their support, but now that he's got power, he doesn't care about them. Simple as that. Now Trump's focus is on himself. It's on building a $350 million ballroom, on renovating the Lincoln bathroom in marble, on paving over the Rose Garden, on encrusting the Oval Office in gold, retrofitting a Qatari jet to the tune of $1 billion paid for by us, on buying Kristi Noem a couple of Gulfstream jets for $172 million, hosting crypto dinners where he casually doubles his net worth, hosting Gatsby-themed parties at his club. You starting to get it? You're starting to understand why he needs everybody to be distracted with culture wars about the evil communist Marxist Democrats? Because if his base
I'm glad that people are finally waking up to that.
wasn't distracted, they would be able to see that Donald Trump doesn't actually give a shit about them and is solely
I was going to stream, but I'm having a good time right now. Hell yeah, Pendulous.
solely focused on himself. And of course, that
I mean, to
wasn't
take
the
away from
only
your stream,
red line
but-
for Donald Trump as far as Marjorie Taylor Greene is concerned. There's also the fact that Greene was one of 4 Republicans who just signed on to the
DJX?
discharge petition that will force a vote on the Epstein files
How you
next
doing, man?
week in the House. And despite Trump losing his fucking skull over
I meant to shout out to you in MR chat today, but the
prospect
I
of
was
these
on my
files being
mobile, so I was
released,
just like, I'm not typing all that
that
out.
didn't stop Greene from signing on and condemning efforts to suppress those files.
Everyone that voted for Trump Vance, everyone was like, release the Epstein files.
Right.
This is not even an argument. It's not even debatable.
Guys, I know I was kind of joking when I said she looks like a foot, but her face really does look like the bottom of a foot.
It's not being a traitor to the president to sign my name on a Thomas Massey discharge petition to release the Epstein files. No.
Taylor Loren, no, she did not. I'll tell you this much: the chorus crew is not being paid for by fucking Israel. Okay.
No. I am staying true to what
I know enough chorus creators that are still in the program that have risked lawsuits to make sure that we know that.
we've always said.
So,
There needs to be
come on, be fair.
transparency. We should be at work on our
Full disclosure, man. I got offered something from them and I didn't take it.
committees. We should be doing investigations.
So, Pep, you might have solved the big footprints.
And you want to know?
It was fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene just slamming her face down, just.
Something we should be passing the discharge petition.
Marjorie, what are you doing? My yearly dues to make sure that there's an entire community that has something to talk about.
That Thomas Massey put in to release the Epstein files. Those are the things that we should be doing. And we,
All right,
most of all, Tucker, we should be passing our appropriation bills to actually fund the government.
Why didn't you take it? Was it the terms of the contract? Yes.
And fund important projects that taxpayer dollars, these people.
Honestly, it wasn't even the contract. It was the pre-contract. I didn't. Listen, I've been very open about this. I've signed NDAs. I had a job where I had to do that. I am not about to do that with my own, like, again, yes, I would have had a boost. I would have had the ability to be part of a conglomerate that would have given me, more viewers and more, like, whatever the fuck. I'd rather have this. I am the boss of my own channel. I don't get told what to put on here, what I can't put on here. Fuck that. As much as I have said this too, when I started this, like, I wanted to go into radio. I wanted to have a production like I wanted a production team. I wanted to have a salary. And I just wanted to kind of tell stories on the radio, maybe occasionally play some music. Who knows? But now I can tell you, I value this so much more than that.
People pay their taxes.
I'd rather fucking work a second job than like be part of that. I like the fact that I have the freedom to do what I want on my channel.
This is how taxpayer dollars come back to your districts. We should be doing that, but no. Today he
You need to go to YouTube instead of
called
Twitch.
it a hoax.
The thing is, I understand building an audience on Twitch is a little bit easier.
While these women were
But yeah, definitely.
speaking out, and they were saying
My biggest piece of advice is as long as you are up to date on the TOS on YouTube and you can keep it to where it's never going to interfere. Excuse me. It's never going to interfere with either channel, then do it.
we're not a hoax. We're human beings. And
Good. Being transparent is always number one, and your channel will still grow anyways. Being truthful is always the way to go. Thank you, Donald James. I really appreciate that.
And I think we need to see something turn around there. And I'll say this, Eric.
No, and I've had people in here that are awesome, and they said, "Get that bag, man," and like they think that I deserve like the, the boost and all that, and I really do appreciate that. I just personally, I'd rather have control. Like there's nothing that I value more than being able to do what I want to do on the show and not have anybody else trying to tell me otherwise.
He can prove it's a hoax by releasing it. Let us decide if it's a hoax or not. I mean, I love everything they're doing.
I mean, LT, even you, like any smaller content creator, you guys got to value that. Like, it is awesome being able to just talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about.
MAGA through and through.
Well, I just want to finish up on one thing.
Yeah.
It's not a hoax because Jeffrey Epstein is a convicted pedophile. That takes away the whole hoax things. It's not a hoax. It's not a lie.
And look, this shouldn't be a surprise. This is what Trump does to a T. He gives loyalty only up until the moment that somebody loses their usefulness to him, at which point they are immediately thrown under the bus.
The thing is, I also want to be fair. I meant to also say this, is guys like BTC and Chorus as an idea is not bad. It really isn't. It's the fact that they took a bunch of PAC money that does kind of tie to, like, it could be even darker money than you think. And they don't know. So, again, I'm not really okay with that.
But I want everybody watching to consider
But I'm not going to sit here ripping on them because of that. And that's where I got a little pissy with Taylor, where I was just like, listen, I don't understand what your outcome is here beyond just kind of virtue signaling, where it's like, yeah, some of these guys suck, but like David Pakman was the one. Like, I'll say this much. David Pakman kind of deserved it because you kind of find out some of the ties he has and then how he was cynically using the left just to maintain his audience. That was bullshit. But it did hurt other creators, and I don't like that.
why Trump abandoned Green. Not because she abandoned
Especially smaller creators. I'm sorry. Like, Ariana on the Leftist Mafia really covered this well, and I think the way that Taylor tried to sandbag her was bullshit.
principles that Trump purported to stand for, the principles that Trump ran on, but expressly because she wouldn't. Remember, Trump ran on affordability.
I'm an old Gen Xer and trying to learn OBS Studio on my own. It's a kick in the nuts, therefore I only produce content.
But
it's okay.
Now that he won't deliver it, he wants to gaslight the country into
it's-
thinking that he did something, and he wants his loyalists to do the same. Trump ran
If you got a good message and you just have fun,
on releasing the Epstein files. But again,
That'll go a
now
long
that
way.
he won't deliver it, he wants to gaslight the country into thinking that it's somehow a Democrat hoax, and he wants his loyalists to do the same. And because Green refuses to treat her
well, there's been a bed switch.
supporters like absolute fools in the
Look at that little potato.
same way that Trump does for his, that's it. She's cut off. So I hope Trump voters out there can see what's happening. He is engaged in a zero-sum war to surround himself with people who will lie to you on his...
I think much of the audience and followers would have accepted the chorus thing if everyone was just transparent in the first place. The thing is that, all right, because I'm not part of it, I can just say it. They couldn't be. That's part of the contract they signed. You literally sign a contract to say that you cannot say that you're technically with chorus, which, yeah, just kind of shady. But I've also, like, as I said, because I have signed NDAs in my other profession, I'm a little more open to, like, the fact that, again, when you mix it in a content space, it does come off as a little grifty, but there is something about it where Like, if you're a smaller creator, and this is the thing, I know, like, one of the creators I know that did it, they only had about 400 people on their channel when they got signed. And they didn't get signed for the 9,000, by the way. They were only getting maybe a couple $100 per month. But that couple $100 per month as a content creator, especially when you're, you know, this is what you're passionate for, and like you really are trying to make the time, that goes a long way. So like, I'm a little less judgmental than other people were being, but then again, I come at this from a different perspective, and I recognize that. But there were parts of that contract that they should have expected that.
Half. And
I'll just say that much.
The fact that so few Republicans have spoken out aside from Marjorie Taylor Greene goes to show that the vast majority of the GOP would rather...
They do. No. That's not fair. Pendulous, I'm trying to be fair here. No. There was no provision about not attacking the Democratic Party, the DNC, or any of the establishment. There was no provisions about attacking Israel or the Israel-Gaza issue. There was none of that. I don't like how that was put out there, and it's not true.
Rather engage in a...
Just blanketly, it's not true.
...pedophile ring cover-up.
What they did, and I'm going to try and explain this in the best way possible. What they were doing is they were trying to focus on a coherent message, and they didn't want to like do this thing where anybody who was chorus affiliated was going all over the place. That's why they did have like, and still do have these what do you call them, like workshops or whatever. Like they all come together, it's like a digital workshop, and yeah, there's nothing really wrong with that. It's the fact that it did kind of come across as like, oh, they didn't want you talking about this, they didn't want like... And again, this is what's really shitty, and this is where I'm going to come off as kind of like PR-y, and I understand if you guys get mad at me, but they didn't really have... They're in this space, and I'm not talking this space, I'm talking just the internet. There's not a lot of time in between something like that breaking, and then, especially if you're a smaller creator, being able to explain it and get permissions for you to go and say what your affiliations are. So this is where BTC, I do agree, handled it poorly. I think that out of everybody, David Pakman handled it piss poorly, and that's why he got punished the way he did. I don't think he's I do not think he's any longer part of Chorus, because he didn't need that money to begin with, and now he's a detriment. BTC, I do kind of feel bad because listen, I don't care what you guys say about this guy. He genuinely wants the left to grow. And he does care about Bernie. He does actually entertain DSA. But he's also corpo YouTube guy who's been doing this for a long time. So there's going to be a level of distrust. I understand. So I just personally think that had they, like you kind of stated, been a little bit more honest about the fact that it is like, okay, so theoretically we got some dark money here, but like the main contributors are, you know, X corporation or whatever. Like I did cover this, but I don't really remember it fully, but I know that some of them, it's not like as packy and like dark packy the way that they were trying to make it out to be, like it was George Soros. But it was still, you know, questionable. And that's also why I'm not part of it.
Then serve their own...
What I didn't like specifically was the way that they were going after smaller creators and creators that were associated with smaller creators in this very disingenuous way where it's almost like they wanted to create this like drama and, again, virtue signaling where it's like, I didn't take any Corpo PAC money. That means I'm a better content creator. You don't need to do that.
Constituents, or hold true to the things that Trump himself said during the campaign. And that is pretty sad that these people...
Oh, I don't care about critiquing the left. I just think that you got to be fair about it.
...have full fucking control...
Trust me, I think anybody here understands that I'm not afraid to critique the left.
...control of government. House...
I'm literally critiquing Taylor Lorenz.
Senate, White House. And this is what they opted to do with that power. Nothing to bring down costs, nothing to protect your access to healthcare, nothing to protect food assistance, nothing to protect jobs, but all the time in the world to help Daddy Trump hide the files that implicate him in a pedophile ring. This party ran on helping you, and instead, they're helping Trump. Remember that.
Yep. Anyway. I can finish up with the core stuff. They're funded by 1630, which I believe George Soros takes part in funding. Which, is that really a problem? Like, I'm gonna be honest here. Is that a problem? Everybody accuses the George Soros thing anyway. Like, why is it a problem that, like, leftist content creators are getting paid? Especially if they don't have, like, a referendum the way that everybody was saying that they do. I will say that. I will admit, like, on that one, guys, we are fighting a battle of ideas here. I would like to get these ideas put out there, and you need money to do that. Like, being part of media sucks. It really does. That's why I'm saying, like, when I was initially training to do this, I was already accepting the idea that I was going to have, like, you do understand that I was putting out job applications to anybody, and that included WLS, which, funny enough, they were one of the ones that got back to me. Which is a right-wing Chicago, like, it's a Chicago news station that's right-wing. I don't know, guys. Like, maybe that's why I'm a little, like, I don't want to say more fair. You get it? No, and I appreciate that. Because, like, again, I'm not trying to I'm not doing the drama bit here. I'm just trying to let you guys know exactly how it is. Not you. I'm talking about BTC and DP and others. Establishment funds. Yeah, many were sus already to begin with, BTC, Pac-Man, but some I'm surprised, like Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is, again, he's fine. Like, so the $9,000 a month, if they were in a position to make that, like a Dylan Burns, for instance, you do realize that's enough money to fund a channel and a mortgage and just, like, in general, like, doing this as a living, right? So I could see where that becomes a little tempting, especially if you're not giving any provisions, where it's like you cannot talk about X or Y, which Dylan, I don't think does. What? Taxi, you gotta move. You're in his spot. Taxi, come here. All right. Sorry, Pax took his bed and he is not happy. Give me 1 second. Give me $9,000 a month, please. Well, that's that's where, like, I appreciate the support here, because I've had people in here, you know who you are, that have even said, like, you wouldn't judge me if I did, which I kind of understand. I'm a little I wouldn't be able to not be honest about this. I would just tell you guys, like, guys, guess what I'm doing? But this is also why I do not think I would necessarily get hired. Like, was I offered it? Yeah. Was I still under review? Yeah. When it comes down to it, do I see my channel? Like, this is why being part of this space is crazy to me. Like, I'm more than happy to do that, because it's not like they're trying to force me to do anything that I don't already do. You know, I love what I do on this space. I love the fact that I'm able to do my own show. I can literally do a syndicated show or whatever, which, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I wish more people would do exclusive content for this space, because I think that does a thing with audience share that helps. So that's the reason I do it, is because I not only get to start, I get to start off this space, which is, you know, I consider it an honor. I always wanted to do morning radio, so even for one day where I get to be the first show as a lead-in, it's badass. And that's why I take it seriously. That's why I take it like, you know what? No, I'm not going to do a syndicated show. I'm going to do something that's exclusive to them. I want them to have, you know, better exclusive content, because syndicating content is easy. It is. Especially in today's day and age with the way that these streaming things work. I'd rather, no, have something that y'all can look forward to. Come and watch the exclusive content. That's why I appreciate anybody that does exclusive content for this space. I'm not saying I don't, I'm not pissing on anybody that does the syndicated stuff. I'm just saying, like, if they have the time to even do, like, even one show, at least try that. Because, yeah, it's a good way to really get your audience over there. I tried to get Blakely on this space, but I guess they're not interested. I understand. I've had a few people just tell me, like, nah. Which is fine. We did see Jake on Leftist Mafia last night. He was on Leftist Mafia? I didn't know that. Oh, cool. Well, badass. Maybe one day a certain pep talks will pop up there. That'd be cool. Like, that would be tits. I'll be honest, guys. Like, if I got to be on the Leftist Mafia, that'd be awesome. But I'd be so nervous. Like, I've already done Binder Show. Not like as a guest or anything. I actually called in and just discussed wrestling before I even started my channel. This space should have a Sunday fun day. That'd be hard, though, because we go Tuesday to Thursday. So they took callers. You should call in next time. Oh, I didn't know they did callers over on this space. That's badass. No, I need to call into Binder Show. I need to do that. Full disclosure, I did send an IM to Majority Report that they did not read today, so LM had a call-in segment and Jake called in. Oh, it's badass. No, dude, Jake's such a solid-ass dude. He really is. This is why I love this space. Jake, Matt, Letterhack, and AG, like, them some real-ass dudes right there. Like, I am honored to be part of a conglomerate where, those 3 content creators alone are part of, because they really embody everything that I wanted to do here. I think that we're all from the school of Michael Brooks and really trying to, emulate what he was about, because I took that to heart when I started this channel. Like, he was a huge, like, as much as I'm inspired by guys like Howard Stern and, again, even myself, like, just doing my comedy and creating, anything for radio, Michael Brooks really was the one that kind of finally made me comfortable in that I could do politics and that this is what I could make my show. Because originally, when I was thinking about doing YouTube, I was thinking about doing just like a radio show, like a literal just radio show. But I gotta be honest, it's better being part of this, because I would always talk politics regardless. And I think that would have caused more problems. I think I would have lost a bunch of people. I think that could have also been just not as successful, in my opinion. Because I wouldn't have gotten the avenues that I've been allowed here, where, again, shout out Xander Hall for helping my channel as far as just teaching me how to do this, and then giving me a few shout outs to, really kind of build an audience a little bit. MR, MR chat. MR Discord can suck a dick. Sorry, it's just true. Fuck them. The MR Discord's fucking a cesspool, and I'm tired of that shit. The way that they ban people for nothing, like, fuck them. I don't understand how they have as many thousands as people as they do, but then they kick people the way they do. Yeah, okay. And yes, I'm a little bit of a sourpuss on this one. Jake and I are from the 313. Oh, no shit. You guys are both Michiganders, eh? Pet Talks TV is part of a woke network called This Space that needs to be shut down by my wonderful FCC chairman, Brendan Carr. You stop it. I know you're doing the orange man, but still. Pep Talks TV is a part of the woke network called This Space. Yeah, This Space. They had the nerve to call it This Space. You know what? I mean, that's a lot of balls. A lot of balls to call it This Space. It needs to be shut down by my wonderful FCC chairman, Brandon Carr. You know, vroom, vroom. Come on, Carr. Do the little beep, beep. Let's get rid of them. This space has extra space for content creators. I would do this space, but I wouldn't do politics. I don't know, maybe a little. Yeah. I don't know. I have my own opinions where I think that as much as they want to keep adding creators, we are at a point where we could focus on the channel and kind of make more exclusive stuff like I was saying, but you know, whatever. These are just my opinions. If we don't, we don't. And if we expand to 7 days and have 80,000 different creators, I don't care. I'm just happy to do my part. Like I said, Matt's a solid ass dude. He put together a solid ass idea. He really did. I happen to recognize that I come from a bit of a older school audience, so different themes on different days. We already do that. Like, without, like, going too into how much the sausage is made. No, I think that, the guys that curate everything and who, like Matt, and the team who have put together the talent, I think that they are doing a very good job of kind of breaking it down. Like I said, my only thing is I wish there was more exclusive content for certain time slots, but whatever. Again, that's such a minor thing. I'm sure Matt would take input and suggestions from the he does. Nah, he does. No, we have a Discord. We're very cool, and you know, there was one little bit of drama which it was so silly, I have to say, because like it was the first bit of like, oh, this is like where we are all at politically. Some of us differ. Are we okay with that? Turned out we are, so. Life is boring if we all agree on everything. I've been around the letter hack for a few years now. I've been there for the channel's growth. That's sick. No, I mean, hack is the shit, dude. I love them. Like, you know, without being too, like, mushy or, like, weird here, when I started creating this channel, I hate to call it a vision board, and I've done this before, like, but I put together a list of people that I wanted to interview and wanted to do a show with. And Letterhack was number one. So when I got to do a show not only with Letterhack, but like he then invited me to be part of this space, like I'll admit that was a little crazy, and that kind of really, that was my first moment where I was like, oh fuck, man, like as a content creator, I'm kind of doing this shit. Like, I don't know. Like, Matt the dictator. Our Lord Matt, the letter hack. If he docks Pep's pay, letter hack rules with an iron fist. Yes, they're gonna dock my pay. Sorry, I hate to do the thing, but pay? Pay? This is pay. Listen, they pay me with the occasional good job and a pat on the back. Leftist content creation. What can I say? I actually have a hand-drawn pic from Matt of me and my dog Pickles. Oh, it's hanging on my wall right now. Actually, hold on. I did a actually drew Matt. Check this out. hell is it? Really? Shit. I think I lost it. Oh, there it is. Wrong sketchbook. By the way, original drawing of my logo. Actually, original drawing of my logo. And then, who dat? That's Letter Hack. God, I feel like I gotta frame this. Put it like somewhere back there. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's cool to see letter hack in your style. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I need to color it. I just need to use my little light box that I haven't. I got to pull that out of my storage unit. Well, my storage unit, my closet. Which Matt definitely looks like he's from the grunge era. Well, I mean, he's got his cool hair now, you know? Like, I like the half flow. Like, I don't know. Like, if he was a hockey player, he would look badass. As I said, like, Matt's a solid-ass dude. AG's a solid-ass dude. Jake, solid-ass dude. Fucking, oh my God. Good Morning Comrade. Like, love that show. I'm going to be going on that show soon. And, who else we got? Visora, Andrea. Andrea's always Andrea. I like Andrea's like she got like a little fire to her commentary. I always appreciate that. But yeah, logical leftist, fucking yeah. This is why I support you guys. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I think that we honestly like I don't want to be this weird, but it's like, hey, we're the new wave, man. Like, we're gonna totally, like, Lumen show has been great. Lumen. Forgot Lumen. My bad. He played in a grunge punk band in high school. Nice. Never missed an episode of Fuckville. I mean, would I have named my show that? No. But this is also why I say hats off to Andrea for doing just that. Nah, like I was saying, I couldn't conceptualize being part of this space even a year ago. Like, dude, with the way that I was, I talked to a content creator, right? Who, I'll just say, Kate. I was talking to Kat, or you know her as Kate, Kate Chaos. But she was talking about how, you know, content creation is a slug. How, you know, you get so many viewers over on Twitch, then you make affiliate, all this kind of bullshit, right? I started making the content in the like vein of like a Kyle Kalinske and all that bullshit, which again, I cannot watch my own content anymore. It is cringe, especially from over a year ago. Now I kind of get it where I'm like, ew. But all I'll say is that the growth has been surprising, but welcome, you know. Like, when I got invited to do Modern Day Debate, that was crazy. Like, I couldn't believe that, like, right off the... Oh, dude, still, like, I think I've told you guys a story, but, like, they hid the fact that I was debating Andrew. That was crazy. I like Visora, kind of feisty, kind of a firecracker. She's so blunt. That is very true. Very true. She is very blunt. Blunt to the fact, or like blunt to the point where, yeah, you gotta watch out because like there was a bit of a situation with her Twitch. So Trump lost several times to Carol in defamation case. I mean, yeah. Oh, Alex, what up? How you doing? Just noticed you popping in over on Twitch. No, I think that this space is probably one of the best like conglomerate spaces, but like I said, if we could do two things in my opinion is have more exclusive live content to this space that brought in the audience, and then you you do your normal show. Or I mean, I know that not everybody can afford to do that. But yeah, I think that also I would like to see the channel grow. Just in general. Like I would love to see like God that day where we get pushing the algo and we all get over 100,000 viewers even like Streamline. Fuck yeah. That's right. Let's go. Gonna check out Modern Day Debate later. Well, I mean, check out the. I mean, there's. All right, what can I say here without being detrimental to my future? I like Modern Day Debate. I like the people who run it, even though I may not agree politically with one of them specifically. I will just say that sometimes it seems like they go after newer creators that don't know better. I'll just say this much. I see this space as volunteer work and an hour is reasonable to donate your time. Oh, absolutely. That's why, yeah, I don't care. I don't care about making money about, like, especially my This Space show. Like, you want to talk about volunteer? That's my volunteer work. That's just how it is, though. Like, can I say this? I'll just say, without too much inside baseball, that any money accrued by this space goes to the right people. So, anybody that's like in the production staff, that's where it goes. And that's where they deserve it, you know? Sitting there all day doing this, so already on your side. Plus, I know MDD is kind of weird. Haha, yeah. It is. I mean, it's every debate I've been invited to do. I brought it up the other week where I got invited to do a debate where they wanted me to debate our trans people, you know, their gender. I was like, I'm not doing that. No. I get it. You already disagree. What the fuck else am I going to see? Hey, look, I'm going to speak my voice. I left this space for a while over remove chats. Oh. Hey. Wait, remove chats? Because, hold on, Pendulous. I just want to ask, was it removed by mods or was it automod? Because automod is fucked. Especially on YouTube. YouTube, I don't even have a choice. Like, it's so weird. I don't like it. Like, I personally don't like it, but... Well, listen, I'm not trying... No. I'll moderate some drama if there's, like... We had a situation with another, content creator - mod who... definitely went a little crazy on me. I'm gonna say that much. Forgot her old name, but she's known as Ghost Pepper Lollipop now. Like, she straight up fucking told me she unfollowed me and did all this shit. I still follow her. I don't care. I understand that she has some stuff going on where it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to hold that against you. But It's all good. No one ever answered me. I asked several times with no reply. I don't want to pry into something that has nothing to do with me, but... No, go ahead. It's all good. I love Matt, Andre, and the gang. No, I kind of figured, but... I mean, I don't want there to be a... I'm just saying, I don't want there to be a misunderstanding. But okay. Moving on. No, totally fine. Totally got it. Trust me, I'm right there. Listen, I said the same thing about the Discord for a reason. That's okay, not festering into deep drama. I don't like it. Nah, don't. It's not deep drama. What? Deep drama? Come on, guys. We all agree on shit. Are you telling me that this is deep drama because somebody had a minor disagreement in a chat? Let's not do that. What up, Bryant? How you doing, brother? I said some things that were borderline for sure. Well, okay. See, I understand that, though. Like, if you said something and... what? Oh, I was talking about MR Discord. Because, like, I said something in MR Discord that was a joke that got me banned, hard banned, and still am. The thing is, they have no reconciliation, and I'm going to just say that's bullshit. It's bullshit. I understand you got thousands and thousands of people, or thousands and thousands. Okay, you got, damn near 20K people in the Discord, which is a lot. No denying that, but come on. Played the Avatar Magic. Oh, really? Went undefeated. So is it better than Spider-Man? I just got Spider-Man. I was gifted the Spider-Man set, so I'm kind of like... I hope... Because I haven't opened a single pack yet. But ideally, I would like to build a commander deck out of the set that I got. Anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, sorry. It is better than Spider-Man. Final Fantasy is good too, though, in my opinion. Spider-Man is okay. I just like Spider-Man because I like Spider-Man. No drama here, so let's not entertain that. There was... Okay, well... Sounds like it was a misunderstanding, then. The only people I know on TMR Discord is Lexi and her husband, who I have talked to personally on the phone a few times. Well, then, DJX. Ask them to fucking unban pep talks. Fucking Christ. Literally been asking for over a year now. For real. Ugh. I get it. If it was about me, like, spamming, like, trying to promote my channel, okay. That's more understandable. But I got banned over making a joke about dude being non-gendered, and still a little fucking pissed off about that. I was literally standing up for another community member. Fuck me, I guess. Can you tell that I have a little bit of a grudge? Un poquito. It's all right. What? Yeah, no, for real. I was pissed. And do I have that moment every time that Sam is like, join the Discord? I'm like, I would. We're only human. Well, and that's where I'm pissed off. I don't like it. I don't like the one strike rule. Like, all right, get more mods. For real. Dark comedy is like food, not everyone gets it. That's fine, but that doesn't equal hard ban. You know, like, I get it. I only have a couple, like, I have 100 almost. Actually, I think we're 2 away, but, yeah, we're 2 people away from 100 in the Discord. But, yeah, I don't know. I got a 3-strike rule for that reason, where I'm just like, let people make their case. But they don't even let you make their case, or make your case. Like, what they do is they hard ban you, and then you're fucked. Because you can't get back into the Discord. You can't get a hold of anybody because you don't know who banned you. So it's all bullshit. And I am fucking, like, salty about it in the way that they handle it. Especially in the way that they, like, also kind of, like, stoke some of, like, the drama that happens in chat. Which is a thing. There's definitely, like, a little bit of clickiness in the chat. Which, hey, I'm at risk of fucking exposing something. I might actually get, you know, I might piss some people off, but it's true. Come on. Like, I understand how it goes, where it's just like, in any circle, you're going to have a bunch of people that were there for a long time, but if you're going to do this gatekeeping thing, there's something that I hate more than anything, and it's gatekeeping. If you're gatekeeping a hobby, if you're gatekeeping jokes, any of it, it's like, okay, so is this for you to feel better and like you have some power? Because what's that about? Especially when you have people trying to like share like-minded ideas and enjoy a community, but cool. Guards hate this one streamer. Now it just reminds me of church. It literally reminds me of the cult I was part of, so that's why like I get a little upset about it, where it's just like, no. If you guys are going to exude like that type of behavior, then I'm going to call it out. I have a question. Does drama tend to happen more in political spaces? For instance, I notice at music channels there isn't much drama. Yes. You know what the channel is? I Hate Politics. That dude is pretty cool. I never saw... Oh, wait. No, I Hate Politics. I just actually had him recommended on my algorithm, and I did watch one of his videos, so I do like him. That's how I feel about this space chat. Like, I don't fit, can't ever get engagement. Leftist infighting is infamous politics. This is part of my problem, though. Like, if there's something going on in this space chat where like Pendulous Dragon, like, what are you saying? I mean, at least be honest. Again, I'm very honest about what I said. I literally made the joke because we had 2 trans people in the Discord disagreeing with each other. I stood up for the one that was not antagonistic, and I was just like, yo, let's relax here, and they kept attacking, and the other trans person in chat had just said, dude, calm down. Other trans and the antagonistic one decided to go, don't call me dude. And I was just like, dude's not gendered, dude, and I got a hard ban. So, am I being a little bitchy about it? Fuck yeah, I am. This is my Karen moment. Unban me, MR chat, and I won't fucking bitch so much. Or I could just keep pointing out that it's like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. This really is like a good example of the leftist infighting that's so silly that splits communities. Because now I am at that point where it's like, I could probably bring a few people into the community, but do they care? Probably not. Oh, I see now. Well, thanks for telling the story. Might as well. I mean, was it that bad? Dude is a reference word? That's what I was saying. It was the extra dude that got me. But whatever. I do think that it's silly. Might as well. I mean, are you being serious? Are you being serious, or do you think I'm being a little cunty? I say bro all the time. Calm down, bro. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's literally part of my vernacular. Like, I call everybody dude, bro, man. Like, I'm a stoner. And in general, it's like, no, I really don't mean anything by it. And this is where it's like, maybe, just maybe, try to understand context, but... Okay. Like, I get it. But this is where I don't tolerate leftist infighting on my channel. Like, let's not. If you're a little more centrist, oh no. If you're a little more communist, oh no. Nah, man, I say dude all the time, but if someone said don't call me dude, then I would say okay, fine. They didn't say that. They said to the other person, don't call me dude, and then again, I made a random fucking observance, because they were being an asshole, by the way, DJX. Like, context is important? Yeah, and the context is important here. That person sucked and ended up getting banned from Discord too, but whatever. Just a hard ban like that? Yep. It's been damn near a year. I'm gonna go smoke this because now I am actually getting a little pissy. Where it's just like, yeah, fuck you. I didn't mean you, DJX. I was just meaning whoever runs that. I'm on your side now that I have the full context. Oh, thank you, DJX. No, I appreciate that. And I wasn't saying that about you. I'm saying in general. He smokes angrily. Random intervention to calm everyone down, gets you banned. Lesson learned. Yeah. Shitty, right? Especially from a community that you really put a lot of, like, I'm a paying member of Majority Report. Have been for a while. I did take a break though, so there is that. But yeah, whatever, man. Like, part of TMBS, part of the TMBS Discord. Made the show in vein of Michael Brooks, and then also get promoted by MIDI Doctor and, you know, Autumn Leaves over in the MR chat, but hope you get back in, man. Whatever. Like, the thing is, if they don't, I'm already kind of like, do I really, like, this is the worst part. I understand that there's thousands of people in there, but do I really want to be part of a community that's like that? I've kind of had that where it's like, all right, even if you welcome me back, would I even come back? I don't know. I honestly don't know. If that's the way that the mods are going to be able to, like, work there, all right. And I get it. You got, thousands of people in that Discord, which is insane. I have almost 100, and it's kind of like, all right, well, this is a bit much. So, unfortunate circumstances. It is. No, it is. But I'm not going to sit here pretending that I don't get to say my piece, where it's like, no, that's how they treated me right at the very beginning. It's a little fucked up. I'm going to just call it what it is. It's fucked up. It's off-putting. You'll lose people in the entire cause with that bullshit, especially when they're trying to, like, understand, or even, like, again, the joke I made. Like, come on. The people in the voice channels are pretty cool typically, though. Great. Never had the chance, so. Honestly, it turned me off from really being part of Discord. Like, I have my Discord, but I'm not really part of other people's Discord. What's the point? Like, honestly, what's the fucking point? At least here, you know, I'll interact with you. I ain't gonna ban you unless you're a fucking piece of shit. Hell, I've literally gotten in trouble for my own people, but I have been told by my own people where they're like, no, this guy deserves a hard ban. It's like, listen, I have a 3-strike rule. He's on 2 now. So but whatever. I got permanently banned from Hassan's. Really? You got a permaban? What'd you say? That's interesting. Damn, Hassan's Discord's got to be insane. Let's see. How many people are in that? I never even tried to join. I don't know why that was funny. I mean, because it's kind of funny that it's like the idea that you got banned. I got put on timeout by Riley Cool a few times, but we're cool. Really? I was about to say, Riley's cool. Funny enough. No, anybody in MR chat, like, I get along with there, which... Weird, right? I got a timeout for asking Lance if he needed a mod in chat. I asked twice with no reply from mods or Lance. Won't name who did it because they are a known mod. She said I shouldn't keep asking. Okay. Yo, mods, can I just say, if somebody's doing some shit like that, please run it by me first. I asked twice with no reply. Never been back to the surfs. What up, Elaney? How you doing? I was talking about the actual Twitch channel. I said Vosh too many times. Wait, just saying Vosh gets you banned? That's fucking hilarious. Dude, I love this. Whatever. This shit's ridiculous. You understand how up your own ass you gotta be for that to be a thing? Like, what? Okay. Leftist infighting sometimes is funny. See, it's funny, right? No, that's hilarious. That's not just funny. Natch, you didn't prepare me for that one. That one was legitimately fucking hilarious. What the fuck? You typed out Vosh and it says like, it's a keyworded? Dude, did they keyword Vosh? That would be so fucked. Or it's like, keyword Vosh 8 times. Spam. Fuck off. Alright. Sorry. I have to admit that this shit's always funny to me. I know I'm again, smaller streamer here. Don't really... It's not like I'm worrying about that. And honestly, whatever. Oh my god, what are you gonna do? Fucking piss me off? Like, dude, I had a guy literally tell me, like, this guy has hate watched me for almost a year. His name is Guess Who Farted This Guy, which the only reason I kept him around is because of his name. It made me laugh. Guess Who Farted This Guy? Pretty fucking funny. Well, this motherfucker, he's a right-winger. He's a piece of shit. And I think that he's just, like, overall pissed off, you know, hates life. But he came in here and he just said, I think this is why your mom died. Hard ban. Never gonna see that asshole again. But you see how mine might actually matter? He was only on Twitch, right? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not mad at anybody missing that. And that's why I was like, fuck this guy. Voosh evil. It's not evil. He's not. Listen. The guy is... Alright, I'm gonna be charitable, but I'm also... Dude, I don't watch him anymore. I really don't. He's into whatever the fuck he's into, but his political commentary is still pretty good. And honestly, he brings more people into the left than he detracts. You know, he's not Destiny. Destiny deserves to be canceled. Like, canceled. Just gonna say. Yo, I got audiobook credits. What audiobook should I listen to? Hail Mary. Project Hail Mary, if you haven't already. It's really good. If you're into sci-fi, that is. There's a movie coming out soon, but Andy Weir's really good. I don't go to him for foreign policy. I don't go to streamers for policy necessarily. I mean, if you're coming here for policy, I mean... Really? Wait, me? I mean... Cool, but there's a good chance you know more about it than I do. Just gonna say. At Bar Commandi, let me rip David Feldman apart for over his takes for unaliving kids in Gaza. Bob is a good person. Yeah, Bob rules, and we always acknowledge each other in chat. No, Bob Comandi's cool. No, I don't mind him. I don't mind the mods. Like Autumn Leaves. Cool. He's got a lot to deal with. You know, especially lately, they've had damn near 10K in chat or some shit like that. So I get it. No, I really don't think I've really I don't have any problems with the modding team. Do I have a problem with the way they handle some things? Yes. I've literally had conversations canceled on me when I was in the middle of owning someone, where I'm just like, can you just, I don't know, occasionally let some of this go? But whatever. I've been running an entire district based on this stream. Really? Oh shit. Okay. Automatically I'm just like, is it successful? If it is, well, fuck me. Wait a minute, do I know what I'm doing? My mom would be so proud of me right now. She'd just be like, what are you doing? You have decent opinions on policy, but I come here to chill. His chat wouldn't be chill. No, his chat's not chill at all. His chat's fucked up. I've gotten into it with his chat. I got into his chat with not knowing what oh my god, dantological meant. And I was just like, wait a minute. So am I a piece of shit for not knowing what dantology means? And they're just like, yes. And I was just like, well, I'm going to fight on my behalf as an uneducated stoner. And then all of a sudden they were giving some takes that I didn't understand were necessarily his takes about stoners, where I guess he looks down upon people who smoke all day because we're intellectually inferior and we can't cope. Which, okay. You guys have watched my stream. I'm going to just say this much. My wife has cancer, my dog died, and my mom died earlier this year. If I can't cope, then who can? For real. And I want you guys to at least take that from this. It's fucking annoying. Like that, yeah, that shit's annoying. But Feldman is, for the most part, does the right thing. I'll just say that I can't really stand Feldman's jokes, but that's just me. We're banning beaches, pardon my language. Yeah, I think we all do. I know I do. I like to talk. Listening to you describing them makes me want to smoke. Well, I still can't get over the fact that, like, do you understand what the Socratic method is? No? Then perish. That's what they are like, though. I swear to God. This is why I have my thing about theory where I'm just like, listen, I've read a few books, you know, not many. I tried to get through Marx. I couldn't because that shit's too Shakespearean and it's just like a lot. It's very wordy and very up its own ass. And if I can get like a Cliff's Notes or somebody that's like kind of a stoner version where they're just like, hey, so this is what he was saying, which is what happened to me. Yeah, then cool, base. Saul Alinsky, he knew how to write, and he knew how to like write in a way where I could actually read it. So I was like, all right, I was pretty big into like rules for equals. That was base. But I also didn't go to like college. So I am definitely different in that regard, where I know that like Hassan, Vosh, a few of these guys, that's what they did. They like went to college, they fucking got a poli-sci degree, and then they started streaming because they realized they wouldn't get a job otherwise. Me, I wanted to make people laugh. And then I just happen to have political opinions, and they're not half bad. I mean, I acknowledge that I'm not exactly what I would call formally educated, but I also think that I come at this from a pretty nuanced perspective. I should have left a long time ago. No stream tonight, movie or book. You should have left a long time ago. What do you mean? And what do you mean by movie or book? Sorry, if you're talking about the Andy Weir thing, the movie's not out yet, so I'll say, yeah, read Project Hail Mary. It's really good. To wrap the night. Oh, I'm not wrapping the night. Oh, you're wrapping the night. I was like, wait a minute. I'm not going anywhere. I had an easy time with Principles of Communism by Engels. I'm just going to be honest. I don't, like... I know how this is going to sound, because it's going to just be like, oh, he wants to intellectually be lazy, which is true. It's true. I don't want to read. I don't want to read a book. I don't want to listen to a book. I don't want to, like, I barely listen to the political stuff when I'm off stream. Like I said, the last few days have definitely been an exception, but this has given me an outlet to not always be in that stuff, and I kind of like, I don't mind learning with you guys. I also don't mind acknowledging that I don't know everything. Like, it's okay. I'm not a debate bro. I'm not trying to fucking always have the one up on people. I don't give a shit. I really don't. Cool, you know more than me. All right. Teach me in a way that you're not being an asshole. Like, for real. I can't stand these people that are just like, you don't know this. It's like, no, I don't. But you're going to just laugh at me, or are you actually going to teach me? Well, I'm going to laugh at you and point out how stupid you are and how you shouldn't even be in this profession. You have moral intelligence. Put that in your heart. Let that be your guide. Then navigating politics becomes easier. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I only know what I know. Yeah. I only know what I know, but I'm curious. I'm not going to sit... My biggest thing is you will not hear me just be like, shut up. Like, what? It's very rare, unless like somebody's trying to do absurdist bullshit, but... No, I like to fucking learn. If I don't know, I don't know. It seems like a lot of streamers, like Vosh kind of came off this way to me, where it's like, it's almost like he sees it as a failing, like an actual failure on his part if he doesn't know something, where it's like, fuck that. I like to fucking learn. And also, I also like to be proven wrong. Like I do. Like if I'm genuinely just like wrong, then I'll move on. Like I will totally just be like, yeah, wow. And I'll try to like not only learn from it, but improve from it. But not enough people do that. Like I said, I was a shithead that knew everything in my 20s, realized one day that I knew jack shit. Absolute jack shit. So, I decided to be more inquisitive and just be like, hey, all right, what's your perspective and why are you there? Now, am I perfect in this regard? No, fuck no. There's like the occasion where I'll even just be like, fuck, like, I'm a little debate lordy today, but it's if I know about it. You guys really will not see me debate about something that I do not know about. I'm at least smart enough to know that, where it's like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Why would I be, especially doing this? I don't want to be a complete moron. That's why it was shocking when my first debate was against Andrew Wilson, where I was like, wait, this guy? It's like, wait, I've watched you fucking literally just recently just debate fucking Vosh and Destiny. I'm like, oh shit. That was not on my docket. He was literally not part of any of the pre-debate criteria. I was like, interesting. And without saying anything, I'm going to just say that was the modern day debate format. Strive to be better human each day is all I know. But also, like, I don't live or die on these hills, man. Like, I'm an internet content creator that, yes, I want to put out, like, our political message. I'm not going to dilute that. And I know that I'm at risk sometimes of doing that every time I kind of shit on myself, where it's like, no, I at least know enough where I'm like, no, this is especially with my weird moralistic bullshit with my fucking Christianity, ex-Christianity, I should preface. But yeah, man, I'm just trying to be better, trying to get a little smarter, but also, like, I recognize that leftist policy, and this is where I was going with the Christian thing, is like, I think I would have done that anyway. Because somebody recently tried to be like, oh, do you think that if you were... Well, my brother. We got into a little argument about how, you know, like, Jesus' nature. And my biggest success was that he walked away really seeing my point of view. Where I was just like, listen, I don't care what your politics are. The facts are, you know, when Jesus is given his Sermon on the Mount, and anytime that you're quoting Jesus, it's always coming from a place of understanding, of forgiveness, not pity, but love. And he just didn't get that. Where I was just like, how can you practice this? Preach it too. Like, he is actually like as I said, he has a doctorate in theology, so he's like technically like a pastor, but yeah, it's crazy to me how he can ignore that though. And also how he can't out argue me, which does not get lost on me and doesn't get lost on him. Like, shit. Because he has his doctorate, he's just like, well, do you really know what you're talking about? I'm like, I've read the fucking Bible, dude. Yeah, I do. It's like, not only did I grow up in it, but I've read it for myself twice. And I understand exactly what the fuck it's saying. Those doctors are BS, though. Thank you. You said it, not me. I'll let my parents think whatever the fuck they want to think, okay? They got a kid with a doctorate. Okay? I'm proud of him, though. Whatever. I hate his politics. I hate his life path. But he's my kid brother, and I love him. He's a good kid. You know? Overall, I hope that one day... Because I did ask him that too, where I'm just like, I don't know, man. How do you feel about me? Like, because he knows exactly what I do. He's watched my show. He told me just how much he's just like, I was only able to stomach a few minutes. I'm just like, well, at least you stomached that few minutes. Holy shit. But he just told me like I'm a propagandist. I was like, That made me laugh. I mean, I'm still laughing at it. Fucking being called a propagandist by your own brother. It's kind of funny. Better. But yeah, he was also telling me just in general. He's like, yeah. He kind of solidified what my mom was always saying, where he's just like, my mom would say that I was one of the worst Christians to ever have an argument with because I truly believed and I left. So I come at it with logic and knowledge of the religion. Where it's just like, but no, like this is because anybody that's still in the faith, they like to get very condescending the second that you're like, no, I'm not, I don't believe anymore. Like it's just because you gave up your belief, like you weren't there yesterday. So you're just kind of, I don't know, man. Like they think that like faith is somehow this like magical key that if you don't, the second you lose it, you lose the ability to decode your Christian thoughts. Actually, that's like right on point. That's exactly how they think. It's like it's the codex. It's like you lose the codex when you stop believing. So you can no longer really know what Jesus was saying because you don't believe. Yeah. I've read a short book here. I'll reread Who Was Harvey Milk. Oh, Harvey Milk was a good one. The whole story behind him is really good. But either way, I don't like the way that like religion, especially in the right wing, as an ex-Christian, like it stokes something in me where I get like almost trauma pissed is the way that I could put it, is where I'm like, ooh, you got that big itch? You got that big itch. You hear that? But yeah, like I get this like weird trauma reminder where it's like, oh shit. Like, this is exactly how they think. This is what they're thinking about. This is how they are trying. And I don't like the way that Christianity is always disingenuously used by a bunch of white suburbanites, that it's just giving them a superiority complex, and I think it's bullshit. I was raised Jehovah's Witness. I noticed when people leave the religion, it stifles their own faith. The more people that enter the religion, it makes their collective faith stronger. Well, yeah, I mean, again, collective faith it's a real thing. That's it when you have a bunch of people that, you know, and I'm going to be careful here because this could kind of go towards politics, where this is maybe why I'm more skeptical than your average bear. Is because like I've gone through this already. That's why I wouldn't join the military. That's why I am so hyper critical of certain things within politics. Hell, I've criticized the DSA and how they're literally just at this point money hungry, and they don't really offer anything to their like supporters, and like the way that they send emails is absolutely ridiculous. Like, okay, man, I get it. You need support, but Jesus fucking Christ, every day. Yeah. And I'm gonna piss off some people here, but PSL's the same way. It's, you know, there's always this degree of loyalty. I just joined the local TSA this week. Well, as long as you got something in your emails that puts it all in junk, you're okay. Just don't make the same mistake I did where it almost overloaded my fucking emails. Dude, legit, I got a fucking warning that it was like, you're at 96% capacity. I was like, how? Every day I was getting DSA emails. I erased like over 2,000 of those motherfuckers. It was a lot. Anyway, Religion is a long and touchy subject to me. I get heated. Religion is human-made. Oh, it is. Absolutely. But I'm not your average atheist. Especially, like, the one... Like, I originally was very angry. I was very much trying to change your mind, especially if you have, like, a good head on your shoulders. And I'm just like, nah, man, you shouldn't believe that because, like, I did this to my mom. Like, I would tell my mom, I'm like, you're smarter than this. And then I realized how much she needed it. And I got nothing. I got nothing. If you need it, you need it. Cool. Who am I to deny you? You know, realistically, who am I? Like, it doesn't change my life. I want people to just be happy in whatever the fuck they're doing, but I don't remember who. I don't believe it. They said PSL was a psyop. I don't know, because they have really extreme positions. And it's not even the extreme positions, it's some of the way that they lock down the information. They're very secretive. I'll say that much. They're very secretive, and then very our way or the highway. Which, for me, I'm not too big on it. Atheist movement became a bit too dickish. It did, especially like the new atheists. Yeah, like dude, and I hate to admit this, but it's true. Like, if I didn't read The End of Faith by Sam Harris, I probably would have had a lot harder time disconnecting from my religion, because it did give me like the framework for why I was leaving and why I was having so much distrust. And also because it was pre 9/11 or not pre, but post 9/11, and there was a bit of that, like because his Islamicism or anti-Islam attitude was more steeped in like that than what it is now, where it's like blatantly just like, oh, you just hate, like, you hate religion, but oh boy, do you hate like this religion a lot more. Like, I didn't take that from the first go around with The End of Faith, where he was more pragmatic in the way that he would just equate them. But yeah, like, I get it. And that's where, yeah, I might have, the new atheist movement, you know, Richard Dawkins and all those guys, like, I got into that. You know, even Bill Maher. I was pretty into that shit. And then I kind of realized, I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's not the way to go about it. It's not religion per se. It's the use of religion to do evil as... Yeah. No, that's definitely true. No, but in that regard, this is where I actually will do the extreme. Religion is a form of control. Whether it's Christian, whether it's, Islam, Judaism, all of it's a form of control. If it's not teaching you how to find yourself and to find answers for yourself, then I automatically have a lot of questions. That's where I'm at now. But Dawkins went complete asshole. Oh, yeah, he did. He's a turf now, right? Like, he's fucking weird. He's a weird dude. He always kind of was, though. I kind of agree with Harris for a short period of time, but now I think he's the worst. I wouldn't say he's the worst, but he's definitely bad. My homies don't like Dawkins. I mean, Dawkins, that's what I mean. No, like, no, he went fucking weird with trans people, and I gotta say, like, easy for me to just be like, I'd rather read Michio Kaku than your ass. Which, I know, two totally different things, just saying. Michio Kaku's, like, insufferable, so. Did you know that when a particle and another particle come together, it is fusion, and then it is science? Like, God, he's so weird. Neil deGrasse Tyson's the same way. Nah, I don't know. I'm weird with, can you do Sagan? Ooh, can I do Sagan? I think so, because he's a little like Bob Ross. So here we have a galaxy being born of another galaxy. Well, he didn't really have a Scottish. Hold on. You know what? I have to listen to Sagan, but I think I can. Isn't Sam Harris like, no, stop. He's not a fucking Nazi. What? No. He just thinks that, like, jihad and, like, the actual literal texts of the Quran are just as bad as the Bible, which I'm not going to disagree with. Just going to say. They're both bullshit. It's both a bunch of, fucking ancient bullshit that was meant to control you and control your thoughts and your fucking movements. Like, I will say I have that extreme, and if that's surprising you, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to agree with one religion over the other. They're all bullshit. But like I said, do they need it? Do they need it to continue to survive and to do their, like, I don't know, man. There's definitely lines here, but I've read Michio Kaku before, then you understand exactly what I'm talking about for as far as him being an insufferable person. Where it's just like, Jesus Christ, can you fucking ever write anything that's just like, okay, so we have the crisscross and the X sauce, and then when you get the equal, you have science. Like I said, man, like, motherfuckers all over the place, all the time. Anyway, I think I have my wires crossed with someone else. I can't remember who. I think you do. And the other physicist guy, who I can't remember. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that guy. Him and his teddy bear fucking like appeal. I don't know. When he had his whole thing where it was just like, yeah, he was sexually inappropriate with some of his students, it's just like, that doesn't surprise me. I think you're thinking of Jordan Peterson, by the way. He comes across as smug. They all do. They all are. You ever met a college professor? Jesus fuck. I went to community college and I dealt with that, where I was just like, you are really up your ass. Like, I kept thinking back to it where I'm just like, what do they say about those who can't? Like, so many times I was just like, fuck you. Try to tell us, like, I know how it goes professionally. It's like, that's why you're not in the profession. Anyway. It's not little ladies and gentlemen filling the baskets. It's the leaders stuffing their pockets. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes the old man and, like, the old ladies, they don't understand that they're being robbed, and they also don't understand that they're being manipulated. Like, I went to a mega church. That's why I said look up Bill Hybels. The guy that he christened me. Like, he was my pastor from when I was, like, a little kid. Also, years apart, but Charlie Kirk went to the same church. Should tell you something. But yeah, this motherfucker was best friends with fucking Bill Clinton. Then he got in trouble for sexually soliciting underage women at our church. Thing is, I always knew. The way that he reacted to my ex-girlfriend, like, I just remember, like, being like, oh, that ain't right. Like, that ain't right. And she was even like, yeah, he's a creep. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Did you see the way he looked at you? Whatever. I had fun in a freezer at that church. I'm actually very happy about that. Desecration. Yes, it was. I don't know why it just sounded like Bane there for a second. Yes, it was. It was quite the desecration. You had to come and have a cleanup in aisle freezer. You ever tried to pick up frozen semen? Oh, didn't leave much there to imagination. Must have been cool. Getting busy in a freezer? Yeah, whatever, you're in your teens, you know? All our body heat was all fucking nice and nice and pent up from the fact that we were just like, where the fuck else am I gonna do this? Frozen DNA everywhere. Oh, dude, it's like Jurassic Park in that motherfucker. I bet to this day they're just like, and here. Whoa, late night pep is wild. 1,000 years from now, pep is preserved. I come out like I'm attacking what was it, the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, where all of a sudden I just am like, I am back. Yes, it's just like a little tiny me. It's like, I have been reborn. Why am I Skeletor? He-Man. Wait a minute, I'm in a church. Oh man. Oh fuck. Yeah, fuck. Willow Creek Christ Community. I'll say that one. Fuck that place. Late night pep is very wild. Probably needs to wrap soon. Yeah, I'm at that 8-hour mark. I should. LT. You're like, hey, getting a little bit into the X-rated territory there, kid. You might need to wrap it up soon. That fucking LT's give me the red light. Wait a minute, you motherfucker. LT's red light me, folks. If you've ever worked in comedy, then you should know. I guess LT is the MC. Dude, needs to wrap it up. Hey, I'm having fun here. Get no respect. Getting wrapped up by a guy named Looney Tunes. Fucking A. I lived in Kentucky all my younger adult life. Was raised in Baptist and married as... Oh, no shit. Wow. Yeah, you were into that then. Oh man. Now I am getting I felt like that was damn near disrespectful. I'll probably stream some MST 3K for a bit till they catch me. Good night, everyone. Love you. Mean it. Oh, Pendulous. I appreciate you joining the stream tonight. Yeah, I'll catch you on Monday. I'm going to be releasing some content this weekend. You guys should probably come check that out. You might have seen it, you might not have. We're still toying with that idea. Yeah, depending on where I'm at tomorrow, I might be making a exclusive video. I don't know. I got to do this this whole thing for all the membership folk here. Also, if you guys are part of my members only bit here, let's see. Was I able to actually put that together? Oh, I was. Sweet. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, so I'll be able to actually send out like exclusive notifications, so that'll be fun. Been practicing some Death lately, the band. Nice. Wait. Wasn't Richard Christie the drummer of that? I think he was. He is. He's the drummer of Death. That's fucking crazy. Awesome. Yeah, Richard Christie is Baba Booey. He's one of the producer. Well, is he a producer? I think he's more of a talent, but whatever. Yeah, he's on the Howard Stern show, and he's also the drummer of Death. And just overall, he's really funny. Actually, if you saw Superman, the parents are based on his parents. For real. Because he wanted them to sound, and Geeks and Gamers and, what's his face? Oh my god, Jeremy. The Quartering. Both of them were ripping on the fact that they're like, yeah, they sounded like they were, Southern R slurs. And it was just like, you do understand that they were based on Richard Christie's actual parents who lived in that part of the country. Although at one point it's like, hey, Superman, it's your dad. I just wanted to let you know that we went and killed another squirrel. It was an accident, but we did cook it up, waste not, want not. Yeah, Richard did the Tradio phone. Oh, yeah, the fucking, Tradio. This is, oh my god, no, what was it? The trade, oh, fuck. Was it? It wasn't just called Tradio. It was called something else. Or was it just called Tradio? Fuck. Either way, it was so funny the way that was the local Tradie Post show where he's just like, welcome Tradio. We're gonna have us a good time. This is the local trading post, and we got a phone call. Let me go to him, and he'd just be like, God damn it! Yeah, well, hold on. Hey, I've got a slightly used dildo. Do you need a slightly used dildo? How much would you give me for this slightly used dildo? To me, Richard Christie is a legendary drummer. He's sick. And that's my favorite part about him is the fact that to metalheads, he's a legend. To me, he's the guy that did dick and fart jokes with Sal or with Sal. Wait, also there should be a mod union with agreements on percentage of stream profits. I'm just saying. Stream profits. Oh. Profits. Wait, how does that work? No, I'm kidding. We're talking mod union, are we? Okay. I need an editor first. Then we can talk mod profits, okay? I will be honest. No, for real, dude. I already got a channel manager. She does so much for me, and I love every bit of it. And appreciate every bit of it. But yes, an editor for getting some of my clips out would be fucking awesome. That would be incredible because, yeah, I do a nice little number of hours on these streams, and I hate to say it's kind of like, especially, my off time is kind of devoted elsewhere. But don't tell Cenk Uger, he'll... Oh, Hank! I need to talk to Hank. That's right. I've talked to him twice now on the This Space panel show, and each time has just been like, hey, I need to talk to you. So... Yes, time for sleeps. Okay. Yeah, time for eats for me. It is midnight, so all right, guys. You can edit into we'll talk, Sylvie. The big thing is, yeah, you know what? You might be at that point because I got to give you channel permissions, and it's not just like a little bit either. It's like no, it's a very trusted thing. So, yeah, if you're, we will discuss this because I am at that point. Later, gladiators. Hell yeah, guys. All right, so I'm gonna wrap up here. I do encourage you guys to at least check out the outro because if you're not familiar with my outro, it's badass. Good show, Pep. Oh, thank you. Not great. I see how it is. I see how it is. Hook up with the Vanguard boys. They know Hank pretty good too. Oh, hell yeah. No, yeah. Oh, speaking of the Vanguard boys, I won. I won the hair thing. He cut his hair. So, look at that. I am now the longest hair leftist. I think. I'm not sure anymore. Oh, look at this. I got one bit. I got a bitty. Ooh, shit. Hell yeah. As you leave, yeah, please hit the share, like, subscribe. That I really do appreciate all that. Goes a long way. Fantastic. Oh, there we go. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So, just so you guys know, I wasn't kidding about the whole content this weekend. It's probably not going to be live, but look out for some of the videos coming out. I hope one of them will be not just a clip from the show. So, but no promises. Monday, though, I will see you guys. I really appreciate y'all hanging tonight. Definitely had fun. Gotta say that much. And let's see, I'm stalling because I'm trying to get this. All right. And then we got the whole outro loaded. No. Why does it do this? All right. Now, there it goes. All right. Love y'all. I will catch you guys later. Peace. Oh. Who the heck is Pep Talks?
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.